Something quick to kick us off. Toriel screaming over finding Chris's knife specifically reminds me of one of my favorite videos on the internet.
Let me see what you have! No!
That's just one of the most amazing, 7 seconds ever recorded. I thought that would be kind of funny to lace in here. How's it going, everyone? My name's Graham and welcome to Two Left Thumbs. This is my fully comprehensive director's cut version of my Deltarune Chapter 2 Gaster egg videos. If you want to learn about all these specific hidden details about Gaster, then my Pieces of Gaster series is what you're looking for. This is instead all the secrets, references, Easter eggs, hidden details, and missable dialogue branches within Deltarune Chapter 2. All recut, compiled down into one video to make things more succinct. I know looking at the length of the video, it's not going to feel that way, but this is now the definitive version of those videos. It also saves you from having to listen to 10 separate intros and outros for each of these videos, as well as 10 different ads and plugs I included in those original videos. Instead, I just want to say the once up top here, thank you to everyone who wishlisted and bought Dead Estate. I hyped it up a lot through these videos, and it performed well beyond our expectations. I actually have 3 more publishing projects coming up that could similarly use your attention. These are all rooted back in my Flash game and Newgrounds days. We are taking the original Fancy Pants games, putting them together into the classic pack, loaded with bonus features so you can own the ultimate Fancy Pants experience. I'm working with the original creators of the point-and-click noir mystery series Alice is Dead, fully remaking that trilogy of games, with expanded lore and details, and hopefully bringing this classic series to a new generation. And most recently, I've partnered up with the creator of the classic Ray series, who is creating his spiritual successor, Repellafella. It's a post-apocalyptic choose-your-own-adventure style game with nearly 5 hours of animated cutscenes, all fully voice-acted. This game is so ambitious and just so damn funny. So we have the definitive version of a classic platforming series, a complete remake of a story-rich adventure, and a spiritual successor to a choose-your-own-adventure title. All connected to Flash gaming culture, but all reimagined for a new audience. In the description of this video, I'll have a link to my Steam publisher page. You could wishlist all those, only the ones that appeal to you. Whatever you want to do, but know that each and every one of those shows Steam that people are interested in these games and helps us out immensely. There, we got that all out of the way rather than me pitching and advertising each one of those 6 separate times. I think a good way to start this would be to backtrack to Chapter 1 and include a few specific things that will carry forward through your save and affect things that came through Chapter 2. If you want to join in on the Easter egg hunting, come hop into the Two Left Thumbs Discord. I don't plug it very often, but hey, if you're into this sort of thing, you'll probably feel very welcome and have some fun hanging out there. I'll have a link in the description down below. In the overworld at the end of Chapter 1, if we check Chris's stat, in the top left it says Chris. And now, looking at it again as soon as Chapter 2 starts, Chris, since Chapter 1. As the game becomes larger and there's more chapters, it seems likely this is simply a way to track when you started playing this specific save file. So this one was started straight from Chapter 1. There are obviously some major implications, with Susie referring to Chris walking around like a zombie, sleeping like a corpse. That says so much without Susie even realizing it. It's pretty out in the open, it's not buried or anything, but I had to talk about it because it's so cool. We seemingly have 2 things setting up events for tomorrow, the next day that we're experiencing in Chapter 2. In the overworld to the northeast, there is this spot next to the lake that if you stand upon it long enough, then our onion friend emerges from the waters. Will you be my friend? Yes. Make sure you befriend this onion. Here we are naming them Onion. They let us know that they want to tell us something tomorrow. Something I can only tell a friend. Come back soon. You hear? Now, in Chapter 2, in the overworld at the end of the game, if you return without having befriended them, you'll have a chill little hangout next to the lake. Very lovely, very enjoyable, but no returning visit from Onion. If you had instead specifically befriended them within this save, if we go and wait by the lake, they re-emerge. Hey, thought I told you to come alone. You know what? Hell if I'm getting involved in this. Hey, Hyper Potato Mouse! With this also carrying forward from whether or not you told Onion your name was Chris or Hippopotamus. I missed you, you hear? Missed you all day. Did you miss me? No, I had not missed you. Away they go. You actually can't even bring them back out after that, so be careful with that interaction. You would have to reload to bring them back. Yes. Oh, I was missed. My existence being acknowledged. Feels good, you hear? You hear? You hear closely for a second? You're here, my friend, right? As my friend, do you hear a secret? Sometimes I hear a song at night. Just a little piece of a song you hear. It sounds like it's coming from under the water, deep. Potentially a fountain is being opened up in the lake. A water-themed world would be pretty cool. Do you think someone's auditioning for my band? Oh, I'm about to make another friend. I can feel it, you hear? Do you want to hear another secret? I think maybe I've heard that song before, Coming from the Sea, strangely, specifically quoting the river person from Undertale. Tra-la-la, did you ever hear the old song, Coming from the Sea? How is it possible that Toby set that up so far ahead of time? The whole thing. It's not a new song, but I can't remember. I can't remember, you hear? I'm going to investigate, you hear? Come back here tomorrow, you hear? Onion is on the case. That's my name, right? See you, mouse. And looking even more closely at that nighttime song by the sea, this could potentially connect to the character Shiren, who we see sick in the hospital. Looks like she's resting her voice. Onion even mentioned that the song was cut short. In my Pieces of Gaster Volume 2 video, I outlined ways in which Shiren has been given additional significance outside of these games, so it would come as no surprise for them to be tied in a deeper way here. Hey Chris, so, do you do weird stuff like this every day after school? I mean, kinda, yeah. If in Chapter 1, up at the top near the water, you do not interact with Onion at all, just totally skip it. Then come Chapter 2, we have a special guest visitor instead. Oh, hey, listen up. See that weird circle on the beach? Yesterday I waited on it and something weird came out. Of course it's not yesterday anymore, so too bad. And again, oh hey, when that thing showed up I called it weird. It sunk back into the water. Don't think it's coming back. There's a very interesting little fake out going on here. When this character is closed up, they look specifically like Clam Girl, the character who eventually became a goner and who first teased the inclusion of a character named Susie. But when they open up, they are instead Clam Guy, an NPC we would have seen in the Hotland. Absolutely that was meant to throw us off, and with my own suspicions that one of the Dark Worlds will be underwater in this area, I'm guessing one if not both of the Clam characters will become important. At the end of Chapter 1, there was the option to visit Sans outside his new establishment. We introduce ourselves. Great to see you again. Yeah, real nice, isn't it? Especially considering I've never met you before. The name's Sans the skeleton. As we're walking away, hey bud, are you busy tomorrow? Huh? What are we going to be doing? Oh, I'm not going to be there. That'd be weird. It's just gonna be you and my little brother. He needs friends. Thanks for hanging out with him. See ya. And when knocking upon his door, no response, but the distant trousel of bones. After agreeing to the day before, if you tell Sans you're here to see his brother. By the way, about my brother, looks like you won't be able to meet him today. Yeah, it's a bummer when things don't work out. Sorry about that. I'm sure you'll meet him someday. Maybe around when your brother comes home. Big old wink, foreshadowing aplenty, but also quite disappointing. If you ask on a save file where you hadn't previously agreed to hang out with him. Brother? What are you talking about? I don't have a brother. Just messing with you. I totally do. Though, to be honest, I never mentioned him to you, did I? Not gonna lie, a little weird you asked. I never let my brother hang out with a stranger. Especially not alone or in my house. That's way too irresponsible. Try to have some self-awareness, okay? Meanwhile, I'll ask what his schedule is. And then if you follow up once more. Sorry kid, the brother thing's gonna have to wait. How long? Maybe a day, maybe another 2 years. Who's keeping track at this point? Knocking on the door to their house? It simply reads, faintly, a trousel. Growing further away. Further, not closer. We're losing our boy. If you ask Sans to be friends, he will offer up his cell phone number. In Chapter 1, it plays out just as a prank. When you phone him, it is instead the hotline for idiot babies. And if you try to call him again, it is now not Sans' number. In Chapter 2, back in the overworld, we no longer have Sans' number, nor not Sans' number. They're both gone. Again at the end of Chapter 1, in the hometown, after visiting Noelle in the hospital. She is then outside the gate of her house in the northwest part of town. We can talk to her about all sorts of things. We can discuss Susie with her. Chris, can I ask you something if that's okay? Susie, I'm kind of curious what she's like, you know? I mean, who doesn't wonder about her? She never talks to anyone. So, Chris, could you tell me about her, if that's okay? If you specifically let her know that Susie eats chalk. What? She was eating the chalk? Really? Wait, you're teasing me, aren't you, Chris? Like when you told me Icy was real and eats kids? So Des smacked you with a wiffle bat till you stopped lying? Huh? You're telling the truth? Seriously? Then what colored chalk does she like? And do you think she likes the thin or thick kind? Wait, maybe making her a lunchbox full of chalk is stupid. This leads to an extra bit of dialogue when Susie first tries to re-enter the storage room. It starts out the same. She invites you to the library to work on your research projects. One last thing before she leaves. Actually, wait a second. Susie, I have something for you. Okay, see you, bye! It's a lunchbox? Full of chalk? She had chalk the whole time and didn't give it to Alfie's? What the hell, Chris? Here, you hold on to this. You've got the chalk. I've been told this scene takes place if you talk to Noelle about Susie at all. You don't necessarily have to go to that chalk branch. But if you do, it gives the story a much more clear through line. And from there, it carries on as per usual. This actually becomes the light candy down in the dark world. White candy with a chalky texture, if used on Susie. Hey, this rules. On Ralsei, nice and chalky. And on Noelle, isn't this the chalk I gave her? You actually can't check your items right away. You're sent down into the dark world, which compresses your belongings into a ball of junk, so by the time you come back up, it's no longer there. So we never get to inspect the chalk directly. There are also the two available dialogue branches here. I like showing these distinct answers within these videos when it's not the type of conversation that you can easily revisit without reloading some save file. If you say that you're planning to hang out alone in the closet, just two friends chilling out in the closet, like normal, touching brooms and stuff. Oh, well, that sounds just... Have fun, you two. If you were to instead tell Noelle that you were busy with, crime? You know, just committing crimes, just gonna do some crimes and go to jail. Forever. It sucks. Oh well, that sounds just... Have fun, you two. If in this heavily trafficked section of the game, you pause both the red and yellow traffic, run down the road over to the left. As we approach this corner, it's covered in these warning signs for the annoying dog. It's up to you whether you choose to adhere to those warnings. There is a secret room over here that upon accessing it, no matter where you walk, is unavoidable. You will be attacked by the annoying dog in this tiny little toy dog car. They absolutely obliterate you. It is a game over no matter what, but then they fly in and destroy that as well. And then you're spat out in this area with a dumpster. In another section of the game, we have Undyne here bench pressing a car. And she mentions a little dog that drove one of those toy cars into traffic, directly referring to this little car that we then see in this goofy Easter egg. And one more sly little detail featured in this is that game over screen is not Deltarune's, but instead Undertale's. We're really layering in references and secrets here. It's just absurd. Upon being attacked by the dog, you now have the dog dollar. A dollar with a certain dog on it. Something whose value decreases with every chapter of the game. This is an inverse of the glow shard carried over from the first chapter. Its value increases with every chapter of the game. In this room filled with saucers and cloches, if you interact with them, they turn into, UFOs, flying saucers. If you open up all of them, there is a treasure chest, and inside we find a glow shard. So seemingly you're able to obtain one per chapter so far. On the wall we have a picture of this tree, maybe reminiscent to anyone who remembers the forest from chapter 1, and a particular secret, the room between. There is a room between, referencing the way you could spam back and forth to access that area with the secret lone tree. When following the path leading towards the area that has the Star Walker bird, as I'm sure everyone knows at this point, you spam heading back and forth until you access a hidden area. That was something always present in Chapter 1, the lone tree with someone behind it who, when interacted with, there's a man here, he offered you something. Yes, you received an egg. It exists in our key items, not too important, not too unimportant. It's also a hint that the same thing can be done here. We can walk beyond the end of the sidewalk and have a new tree entirely. Going behind this one now, well, there is a man here. He might be happy to see you. What do you think? No? Well, there was not a man here. And there's no further interactions. You blew it. If instead you had simply said yes, you got the egg. Well, there was not a man here. And if you check your inventory and your key items, you now have the egg. Not too important, not too unimportant. You used the egg. And nothing really comes of it. You actually still have it in your pocket. If we take the egg with us to Sans' grocery store and interact with the basket of eggs, it's a pile of eggs. You put the egg into the egg pile. Did you just reverse steal that egg? Seems like there's more eggs here than usual. Yeah, obviously we just put one there. At the end part of the game, if we go back to the classroom, Tem will be here. Tem still study hard. Tem get a smart, go to college, achieve dream. Then Tem become, as if you could even envision it. If we still have the egg with us when we interact with Tem. She puts an egg out on her desk. The eggs you have collected so far. There's 2. This is on a save file where I've collected both of those secret eggs. If in your Chapter 1 save file, after ringing this bell, dodging around the Star Walker bird, If you backtrack to the original Starwalker, say hello to them, they're pissed off, same as usual, but it sets things up for Chapter 2. In the sequence where Lancer and Rule's card add themselves to your pocket as you're leaving the Dark World, this will also make Starwalker show up. I will also join, and we finally get to see this swagger-filled walk of the original Starwalker. When you check your key items, the Starwalker is always in the top left now, no matter where you go in the menu. I guess they're hanging out in the menu the same way Lancer and Rule's card are. The original Starwalker. Same as Rule's card, it cannot be interacted with at this time. Now in the overworld, we have our same ball of junk, but also have cards. The Jack of Spades and the Rules card. Confirming a small little theory I had seen online and included in my Sans Zedarkner theory video. Maybe it was obvious, but I was excited to see that confirmed. The Starwalker does not appear in our menu. Outside of this little boardwalk carnival game area, as the team is reassembling, we do get a quick cameo. I will also join. It's one of the few times Starwalker actually steps out of the key item's pocket. Birdly and Starwalker only pile on for that one screen. They're now both immediately gone. And he has one final cameo when we're assembling our friends for the big jumbo robot battle at the end. He joins simply announcing himself Starwalker. A great callback, a bit of an internal reference. Back when Lancer tries to help Susie grab the dark candy off the tree, I have a special transformation for times like this. Watch and learn, team. With a big flash and an explosion, look, stool form. All you did was put your hands on the ground. You may criticize it, Rousey, but you obviously paid attention and learned just as Lancer asked. Seemingly, he's been practicing even. Magical stool form R, for Rousey, I presume. Although I would say Rousey seemingly doesn't have the same core strength. Maybe it has to do with a different center of gravity for our more rotund friend. When Lancer travels into your pocket, he uses friendship form. Somewhat referencing back to his ability to turn into stool form. Apparently he has a multitude of forms. If you had never thrown a dark dollar into the whole of Chapter 1, we failed to hit our funding goal. I will not talk about our hole. When you're first locked up in the card castle and interact with the moss in the corner. I've covered this before. Here you can choose to eat the moss. It tastes mossy. Your HP was mossed out. The moss has been eaten, the cycle continues. And of course, if you backtrack with Susie, she's jealous that our cell had moss, and that we didn't even save any for her. Again, in the castle, in your own room made by Rousey, in the bottom right-hand corner. It's some decorative moss. Looks delicious. Why the hell does your room get moss? In the corner of the area with the secret dumpster, you found the moss, written in green this time. Your title was upgraded to Moss Finder. Why do they look so pleased? Inspecting our status, Moss Finder, basic moss finding abilities. After witnessing us gobbling up our moss, we can inspect Noelle's status as well. She is now listed as Moss Neutral, neither chaotic nor lawful to Moss, a play on the alignments seen in Dungeons and Dragons. If you backtrack to this dumpster with Susie and Rousey, heck yeah, I didn't know there was moss here. It's totally uneaten too. Wait a sec. Chris, were you saving this for me? Guess even you've got your good moments. You ate the moss. Together. Moss. There's not enough to eat. Apparently the whole idea of having moss in your cell is a reference to the 1993 Super Nintendo game Illusion of Gaia, in which you get thrown into a very similar looking cell, although most cells kind of look the same, and you have to interact with the moss specifically before your friend Lily breaks you out. This moss has seen thousands of prisoners come and go. Those prisoners must have been encouraged by any sign of life. Back in Chapter 1, if you inspect every one of the Hathie's beds, you thoroughly investigated all the beds. Your rank was upgraded to Bed Inspector. Seen here in Chris's status, inspects all beds inexplicably. When Ralsei makes you your individual rooms, if you had that Bed Inspector rank, it's a bed that's been carefully crafted. It's suitable for a Bed Inspector. In the bottom right corner of town, seems Hathie likes this place. She hopes you'll find enough beds to inspect. You'll lose your Bed Inspector title if you don't inspect enough beds. Lancer's room has been lifted from the card castle pretty well identically. While he's not in the room, a bicycle is lovingly tucked into bed. Here we have a near exact replication of Lancer's room, now listed as being cool. I don't know if I would classify it as such. Now if you interact with the bed, wow, it's better than I remember. I even have my own bed now. Now I don't have to sleep in a hole anymore. I thought you already had a bed. Nope, that was for the bike. We have the glorious return of this mystery fiend. Not really sure who he is, we're never given a name, completely unidentifiable. While the vessel from that opening sequence is discarded, seemingly along with everything else. There's one detail that does carry over. When we talk to this Rudin, welcome to Butt Town, which I named it Butt. This is being pulled specifically from your creator name, that one tied to your save file. So at least one thing carries over and was saved and is acknowledged again by this game. As a mini callback to Chapter 1, when you have an assortment of 3 unique enemies, it gets referred to as a smorgasbord. So here in Chapter 2, we see that again. We have the sequel, Smorgasbord 2 Electric Bordaloo. Although with it no longer being on a game board, the spelling of it has changed slightly to no longer be a precise pun. When Susie is first being taught how to act, the first option is to have her give a compliment. Her first attempt is maybe a little weak. Hey little guy, I really like the axe in your face. You told Susie to compliment the enemy. Are you serious? What good can I say about someone trying to kill us? Susie, if you're stuck, why not try saying something you wish someone would say to you? You are unbanned from Free Ham Sandwich Day. No one ever said that to me before. And this little gag is paid off in Chapter 2. Speaking to the Rudin Ranger in Castletown, thanks to you, Commander, we've been liberated. I hereby declare today National Ham Sandwich Day of Independence. When Ralsei gives us the manual, we can choose to throw it away. You drop the manual on the floor with a resounding thud. Hey Chris, what are you doing? Oh no, is that the manual? Looks like you accidentally dropped it. Here you go, Chris. You don't want to lose that. You've got the manual again. You then have to throw it out a second time. You toss it again. The pages scatter in the wind. Our low resolution shocked Ralsei. That's okay, Chris. I can always... I'll just make a better one next time. And there, no more manual. If you had insisted on throwing away Ralsei's manual, you get a little garbage can next to your bed. It's a trash can. Here, Chris, in case I make another manual, you can throw it directly in here, right alongside all the shade Ralsei's throwing. When you try to enter the Dark Castle at the beginning of Chapter 1, Ralsei will specifically say that at the end of our adventure we can come back and he'll bake us a yummy cake. At the very end of Chapter 1, Ralsei lets us know that should we ever come back, he'll be sure to bake us some yummy cakes. When you first make it back to the Dark World, and Ralsei sends you to go gather up everything from the closet, if you instead book it to the castle, hell are you going? Trying to have cake without me? And when we do eventually make it into the castle and interact with this cauldron, we finally get to see these long-promised cakes. At the very beginning of Chapter 1, Ralsei's kindness is set to 100. Similar to the way that Susie starts off with 100 rudeness and crudeness. Throughout the first chapter, we start to chip away at Susie's rudeness down now to 99. And by the time we've reached Chapter 2, we've seen further changes. Susie's rudeness has wound down to about 89. And for some reason, Ralsei now has sweetness instead of kindness, and it has been knocked off of that 100 mark. When first meeting the top chef, you can take a piece of their broken cake. Whether or not you eat the cake, give it back, there are a few options that then pay off in Chapter 2. Something I never thought about in Chapter 1, I kind of have to assume that the Top Chef character is a small reference to the Top Chef show. In the years since I really got into that, I binged like every season. And so the idea of having a chef that is a literal top, I think is a gag or play on that. Upon fixing the broken cake, you now have a very strong healing item that you could specifically use for yourself. It is the top cake and it heals 160 HP. You can head all the way back and return this piece of cake to the top chef. Anytime you have spare room in your inventory, you will be offered up a cake, a spin cake. Not as good, but you get an unlimited supply of them. If you had never returned this cake to him, he remembers it moving forward to Chapter 2, specifically holding a grudge against Susie. Mamma mia, I was rejected from the cafe. What can I do now? Nothing. Or prize. Mamma mia, as long as the purple girl is by your side, there will be no prizes from moi, mamma mia. Who cares? Ralsei can make me a cake. But my uniqueness as a baker. Don't mind my pastries are a little extra salty today, everyone. If you returned the cake to Top Chef, he's very grateful. I will never forget your kindness. Every day I will give you dizzying flavors. Every day the flavors will become stronger. That's the power of Baker's arms. You got the spin cake. A pastry in the shape of a top heals 140 to the entire team. And supposedly, if it's going to get stronger every day, it's well worth returning this cake in Chapter 1. And now that we've already claimed one, I can only generate one spin cake at a time. Please finish your cake and I will give you another. Would you like to take my cake for a spin? Like night and day, the cake and the world revolve. Interestingly, this tiny phrase is isolated in the way some of Spampton's dialogue often is. And now here he is making a reference to Jevil. At no other point for any other reason did I think Top Chef was a significant character. And now, weirdly based on this small little interaction with the spin cakes, I kind of think he is. Even the ha-ha-hee-ha kinda reminds me of Jevil. Am I being crazy, or are we getting secret little bits of foreshadowing here that the Top Chef is gonna be very important? There's either one more layer to the whole Baker's arm thing, or it's that it's exclusively a JoJo reference. Characters in that series will present their stands, like this is the power of my blank, with the name of their stand being shown in brackets just like this. And with Baker's arms actually being a real song, there's a chance this is the only intended reference here. Could go either way at this point, we'll see in the full game. With a game this large, it's only natural that there would be plenty of instances of unused sprites, dialogue, encounters, and all sorts of different things. There are dedicated channels that have showed a lot of that off. I'm not going to tie it in here, except for instances where Toby is obviously laying a trail of breadcrumbs for us. In Chapter 1, we had these strings of text that were simply titled Unused. These are intentionally left buried in the code. It's the sort of thing he did all the time in Undertale. In Chapter 1, we had, Where am I? Hello? Anyone? Is anybody out there? Someone? Anyone? Can anyone hear me? It's dark. It's so dark here. Someone, anyone, if you can hear me, say something, please. And this has been continued on in Chapter 2. No one can hear me, can they? I guess not. To be honest, I'm not sure I can hear myself. It's so quiet here, and yet sometimes I swear I hear something like scratching. We don't know who's lost or where, but expect this to be built upon in future chapters, slowly building up the mystery. Man, it actually kind of makes me wish these chapters were dropping just one at a time. I've loved slowly watching all of this unfold. So now I'm going to look forward through things that are specific to Chapter 2, mostly looking at them chronologically, although I'll have to jump around to make points a few times. On the computer on Asriel's side of the room, there is a folder called Epic Games Stuff. It's a poorly drawn design for a game. Seems the last boss is a creature with giant rainbow wings, seemingly referencing Asriel's final form in the Battle of Undertale. There's a chance Asriel is making Undertale on this computer. Doesn't seem like it ever saw the light of day. In Chapter 1, when inspecting the mirror in the hallway at the opening part of the game, it's only you. With themes of control in this series, and the way that Chris seems to be independent from whoever is controlling them. Whether that's us or someone else, there is a minimum of 2, if not 3 entities involved. And so here, when it's only you, that could potentially be pointing at us, the player. Interacting with the mirror at the start of Chapter 2 instead reads, "It's what they call you." Reinforcing the idea of disassociating the body, the player, and possibly that extra soul. In Chapter 1, when inspecting the TV, doesn't seem to even be plugged in anymore. At the start of Chapter 2, the TV looks like it's plugged in, but it's dusty. I think it's legitimately just an error that text is in brackets for one chapter and not the other, seemingly just more foreshadowing about the fact that Chapter 3 is likely going to be a TV world, and we can read into the implications of things being dusty as much as we want, but this may end up being a very dark chapter. When Birdley hops up and interrupts to begin presenting themselves, he begins, Ahem! Page 142. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Birdley is specifically quoting Charles Dickens' classic, A Tale of Two Cities. This is relevant for numerous reasons. The story is about a French doctor during the French Revolution, or Civil War, who was released after 18 years of imprisonment, meeting their long-lost daughter they believed was dead. A doctor, war, imprisonment, long-lost relatives, and existing in 2 distinct worlds? Shout out to Your College Debt for sharing this in the comments of another video. Acknowledging college debt is something that usually comes with pain and stress. Now out here redeeming itself, dumping an excellent synopsis to what may become a crucial bit of foreshadowing for future chapters. Alfie specifically points us to page 142, and obviously Toby isn't going to pick a random number. Surely that has some significance to these games. Back in Deltarune, Chapter 1, there are 141 actual rooms. They're ordered as such within the game files, but there are a few others that are empty rooms, or ones made for developer testing or special features. Quickly access workshop battles, test bugs, things like that. There is technically a secret room 142. This is not readily apparent in the file names, but that's right, the hidden forest area where we're handed the egg in Chapter 1 is our technical room 142. So that number isn't random. Toby very much knew what he was doing there. Obviously, with cutscenes in Chapter 1, there's a lot of unavoidable interactions, but if at the end of that chapter, back in the hometown, you never go and visit Alfie's up in the back alley, then, pardon my pun, she's left entirely in the dark, doesn't really know what happened with Chris and Susie. It leads to a new bit of dialogue in this opening scene. Oh, Chris, are you okay? You were sleeping all class. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm just concerned. Usually you only sleep through the start. Chris, where did you and Susie go yesterday? If you don't want to tell me, that's okay. I was just really worried about you. If Susie causes you any trouble, then okay, I can't really do anything. But I'm looking out for you, okay? The pose Susie is doing in this particular sprite, this is a reference to the Mr. Osumatsu anime, which itself is an adaptation of the 1960s Osumatsu-kun. It is the shi pose used by the character Iyami. It's something that itself became rather iconic, is a bit of an in-joke or a meme, with the Osusan anime being huge in Japan, and is a nice little reference for players familiar with that series and other traditional forms of anime. As Susie and Chris jump into the dark world, they transition to their alternate forms, and just before doing their final spiraling dive, Chris throws their head back, and for just a few frames, we get a direct look at their red eye. This is the only time we get to see this in-game other than those end scenes. I do find it interesting that in front of this original castle, where you can move either east or west, there seemingly was the hint of a southern path before, which now is opened up in Chapter 2. There is some very interesting stuff happening with save files. When first starting the game, first opening Chapter 1, when you end up in the dark world, at that first ever save point, there is already a save in place. Chris, level 1, 0 playtime, that's all you get to see. You save over, and for the rest of your game, you see your own save file. Now, jumping ahead to Chapter 2, the first time you end up back in My Castle Town, when trying to use that city center save file, it is instead now Chris again. If after that you start a new save file from scratch, jumping ahead straight to Chapter 2, you end up with these empties, there might be more specific instances of when you end up with empty or your own player name. I don't know all the ins and outs, there's a bunch of different ways to poke around with it, but based on the ending of Chapter 2, we know Chris goes off on their own, independent of the player, and seeming as it's being indicated that Chris is likely the knight, they're coming to these dark worlds, carrying out whatever nefarious schemes they have, and leaving this one mark. Ooh, there's so much to speculate on there. Great theory fodder. If after you go to the supply closet and gather up all the junk off the floor, if you try to leave the school entirely, taking it along with you, we have an extra bit of dialogue with Alphys and Toriel. And how is Chris doing? They're great, Tori. One of my favorite students. A real star. Oh, how wonderful. They have not been up to anything strange? No, they're normal. Well, that is relieving. I've just been a little concerned lately. Just lately? Jeez. You take it easy too, Alphys. I'm always cheering you on, alright? Thanks. And if you push it, can't let Mom find out you're balancing a giant trash orb. Now, I believe if you call Toriel at any point after the school day, this is the dialogue you'll see. Chris, you're going to do your project? Oh, are you calling to ask for my help? I'll go find our homemade scented glue sticks. Oh, you have a partner this time. Chris, that's wonderful. I hope they like butterscotch scented glue sticks. Calling again, Chris, do not worry about going to the library. If Birdley harasses you about our debt, I will come and throw a smoke bomb so you can escape. Maybe not. Try your best, honey. Birdley informs us that How to Draw Dragons is 2,583 days overdue. How to Draw Dragons is at the bottom of the drawer. The purple character on the cover is dressed immodestly. Your brother will never return this book. But then when you wander into the screen where Alphys and Toriel are having their conversation, you can interrupt it by calling in that moment. Oh, excuse me, I seem to be receiving a phone call? Chris, what is it, honey? What? You made a trash orb? Could you explain what you mean by that? Chris, don't give the phone to me. Oh, you're going to the library later? Well, thank you for telling me this time. Have a nice time. Calling again? Don't worry about the library. Basically the same as we've seen. Can't let Mom find out you're balancing a giant trash orb. We're really insistent on establishing the concept of the trash orb. If you go into Toriel's classroom, the computer wallpaper is updated. It's a picture of your brother and you playing video games. Your brother is using the knockoff controller. Not a reference, but just a very sweet implication. It's such a common joke that the older brother will hoard the real controller or the official controller, and then have the younger sibling either playing without a controller plugged in at all, or at the best, the crappier controller. So it just kind of shows that Asriel cares and what a sweetheart he is. And instead of the apple, some kind of teacher food on the desk, we now have an orange. It's unknown if it's safe for teachers to eat this. Heading over to the left at the bottom of this rock slide, the rubble on the ground seems to have been dusted and polished. Someone around here really cares about the details. So I don't know if this is a reference to Toby being really precise about what he includes in all those added details, or if it's in reference to people like myself and you guys who like to go hunting for extra details. I like to think it's that. Realistically, it's probably just a reference to Ralsei being really obsessive and taking good care of this place. When Undyne is seen outside bench pressing this car and causing a massive traffic jam, if you hang out by these cars long enough, they eventually stop their honking, pause with a few intermittent honks, and then it kicks back up with this little jingle. Pretty random, but kind of amazing. That's the most prominent one, but there are actually several other songs hidden within these honks. Donut Guy in this car mentions speeding over when he heard that a dog was doing donuts. I just learned donuts is actually the name of a special attack for cars. Why is my life stuck in a loop of doughy disappointment? This is also seemingly a direct callback to events in Undertale. Previously buying a disgusting spider donut. I ended up buying a donut. I didn't want to, but that girl, even though I told her no, she kept staring at me in this creepy way and licking her lips. Now I'm out of cash. We can interact with other cars, but they always say, just looks like a car. Unless you had very specifically acquired that egg from the secret area of Chapter 1. And then the dialogue for this one car changes for one interaction. Looks like a car. There's even a man inside this one. He waves at you happily. After that, all of them go back to simply being, looks like a car. Susie tries to run to the computer lab wanting to play space pinball. This is potentially a reference to 3D Pinball for Windows Space Cadet, a pre-installed pinball game that came with computers running Windows 95 through to Windows XP. It was a big deal. I hope that's what it was referencing. For how stupid and simple it was, I played a weird amount of this pinball. When Susie asks about jumping down into this new dark world, let's go, let's go. Yeah, let's just drop the act. Our last adventure was great, right? I couldn't stop thinking about having another. I don't know what's in there, but we can't live if we don't find out, right? Come on, Chris. And if you had instead chosen, we can use the computer at my house. Chris, you're right. Like you said, a correct fact. But you made a mistake. The mistake of knowing me. Because when I see a big pit, all I want to do is jump in, and as long as you're with me, I'm dragging you in too. Come on, Chris. There are a handful of characters and NPCs around your castle town, like Rudin and Hattie, who are there no matter what, regardless of if you actually spared them playing Chapter 1. Toby and friends quickly caught this, and added an extra bit of dialogue with patch 1.07, when entering the town having beat up some of these goons. Hey Chris, don't know what you did, but hell yeah, everyone's here. Hey wait, I think we beat up some of these guys. Are they not gonna, gang up on us now? Don't worry, Susie. Pop got trapped in a hamster cage, making me Prince King. And with my new dad-like powers, I declared you forgiven. Cool, well, guess I won't beat anyone up here either? Yep, now all that's left is for everyone to enjoy the new home. Wait, new home? Where's your old home? All gone. And from there, the dialogue really carries on as normal. And I don't think this is really an intentional reference or callback, but it is kind of fun or interesting that Lancer mentions the new home, which is what Asgore names the new capital of the underground after they're forced out of home. They then start new home. So leaning into the new Chapter 2 idea of recruiting these NPCs, I guess Lancer kind of took that on themselves and recruited everyone for us. The king follows up on his threat. If he were to have thrown Lancer off the building, he would just bounce. Like a bouncy little pumpkin. The king maybe not actually being a villain was set up in Chapter 1, we just didn't really see it. As he's put to sleep, he starts mumbling to himself, "Oh, why you little," before he starts dreamily losing track of his thought, and it drifts towards little pumpkin. It makes it seem like he's getting so drowsy that he's just becoming sort of loopy, but in those last moments right before falling asleep, he started dreaming of his little pumpkin, Lancer. If you inspect Susie's fridge, damn, there's everything in here. Pine cones, chalk, moss, jars of salsa. We specifically saw interactions where she eats or talks about eating pine cones, chalk, or jars of salsa. And moss is something we as Chris could have eaten. Pieces of ice, black crumbs from the toaster, jawbreakers, those are all new. Oh, and actual food too. If you go talk to Lancer first before inspecting Susie's room. This is the best room ever. How'd you know I would like it? I just sorta had a hunch. The Quasimodo of kindness people. Quasimodo, the hunchback of Notre Dame. Hunch, a quality pun and reference. Walking into Lancer's room, we always get a splat. But then walking out of Lancer's room, that sound effect plays just in reverse. It's just very satisfying in a weird, disgusting sort of way. When you first arrive in the castle town and we have our rooms to inspect, if you try to leave without inspecting any rooms, hey, let me look at my freaking room a sec. Damn, all you want to do is run off and steal cake. Is that projection? Or if you go and look at Chris's and or Lancer's room without Susie's, then she'll have the same bit of dialogue. Bear with me here for about 2 minutes while I go a hair more speculative. The most interesting aspect of this room is that everything we're seeing is essentially Chris and Asriel's room they share in the overworld, but a mirror image where then Chris's half of the room is removed entirely and Chris instead takes over Asriel's, having a cleaner, tidier space filled with trophies and achievements, and then the side that normally would have been Chris's is partially incomplete. There's exposed floorboards and nothing really over there. I don't know how to read into that exactly. Maybe it's Toby just reusing assets, but it seems a little too much of a one-to-one to have not been intentional. It could be intended to show that Chris has no real identity of their own. Maybe Ralsei had to design the room around Asriel's personality profile because Chris is really lacking one. I personally think Ralsei being an anagram of Asriel is a bit of a red herring. Toby knew people would go looking for that. But if that is significant, then Ralsei may have designed this room, pulling from some sort of shared memories where he only remembered Asriel's side. Or maybe it's the result of some secret unspoken desire that Chris envies Asriel and his accomplishments. We can see that Susie's room also has the half-finished sort of aesthetic, so maybe I'm reading into that part too much, but I'll be so damn curious to see if the rest of this is building to something. In the very opening part of the game, we have the dummy doll from that opening tutorial off to the right. No one's looking. Hug the dummy? Hug. You hugged the dummy. Nothing wrong with a little extra fluffiness in your life. If after doing so we talk to Ralsei, he's visibly blushing. Sorry, just thinking. Perhaps we don't need that dummy anymore. Maybe you could just use the real thing? And if we talk to Susie about it, she'll kinda tease us a bit. So, the hell were you hugging that Ralsei statue? Let Chris do what they want, Susie. Also, it's not a statue. The hell you even have a Ralsei statue anyway? Susie wants to practice hugging too? Chris, hurry up already. After everyone has been brought back to the castle town, we have a few additional characters who have joined up off to the side here. This character in Chapter 1, and again now, specifically refers to us as horsies, which, has some interesting implications, seeing as how the horse in chess is, in fact, the knight? You can read into that precisely as much as you personally choose. This worm is here, munching on the dummy. Without trees, I must gain nutrients by eating clothes. Such is the way of the worm. Looks like the clothes are nibbled. Take a bite? No, thanks. Don't bother, it tastes awful. Susie? It's a mannequin dressed in poor taste. It tastes poor, non-fashionable. There's layers to that one. Take a bite? Yes. You put your mouth against the mannequin's cheek. Chris? Don't bother. Tastes awful. And Susie? And it's a mannequin dressed in poor taste. After filling up the castle town with the trash orb worth of characters from the storage closet, if we head off to the left, we have Mr. Society hanging out by himself. Oh, it's quite a wonderful town, really. Thank you. So, why am I alone here? A bit of self-reflection, I suppose. I do realize I was quite a coward before, so I wanted to say, well, I still am. My cards, I cannot handle society. For now, I'll be living at the top of this cliff. When I'm ready to meet society again, I will be back. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful home. I will not use it. And away he flies, just floating on up. After Mr. Society flies away, you can then talk to Mr. Elegance about it. Mr. Society left, didn't he? I reckon I knew this wouldn't happen. It's not no fault of yours. He'll be back one day. In the cafe, when you inspect the jukebox, it is broken. Feels like you might never find a working one. Now, there never was a jukebox elsewhere in Deltarune. Presumably this is a callback to the broken jukebox found in Grillby's in Undertale. Very rarely does Deltarune call such direct attention to the continuity of Undertale. It's an interesting way the game is seemingly addressing the player and none of the characters. The background of Sham's shop was drawn by Temi-chan. It was changed very slightly for Chapter 2, made to much more closely resemble Temi's original character, who starred in her own original game, Dweller's Empty Path. When Lancer and Rules join up with our inventory, Lancer will say, "Ho, I'm a tough boy. Treat me like one of your items." This is a reference to a line in Earthbound when acquiring the exit mouse. He's a tough boy. You can treat him as one of your items. When inspecting Rules in your menu, you can see his quote is cut off. What we do see is, "Thou gazeth upon a man most handsometh, this daringest genius adoredeth, beyondeth all. Hey." And if you look in the game files, the bit of text that is cut off is, "Hey, let me speaks." He somehow recognizes that what he's saying is overflowing that little text box. The way Lancer specifically dances and spins around through our inventory appears to be a reference to the secret of Mana Shopkeeper. The dance moves are just very specific and seem to be pulling directly from that. That's so specific, and I absolutely love it, and I'm fairly confident this is intended. When first jumping down into the castle town, we have all these sparkles that fly off of Chris, then fluttering down into the world and populating it with the Darkners. When we first jump down into this new dark world, one single lone sparkle floats away from Chris. This would actually be Rule's card jumping away from us to go do whatever it is he does with his own time down here. I just like that added detail that it is quickly established and communicated that he does in fact leave as soon as we come down here. There are quite a few analogous segments in the opening part of the two Dark Worlds. Zigzagging your way through, having some sections where you need to dodge around obstacles in the overworld, sliding down a giant section, dodging things along the way. I don't think the layouts are quite as one-to-one as I first suspected they were, and it's probably done in this way to teach you a few key mechanics of navigating this world, just in case it's been a while since you played, or if you for some reason skipped straight to Chapter 2. It's like having a mini tutorial both times. When Queen says that she may make Noelle's face into a robot one, this is then the exact face that is drawn on Noelle's disguise. No wonder it's so effective. This face also matches a specific emoji that's commonly used as a Twitch reaction. In that final fight, Queen asks chat what happened when her drink ran out. So there is some version of live streaming that exists in this world, maybe not literally Twitch, but it could be that she is planning to design this roboticized Noelle to specifically match the streaming chat seen in this world. Toby is a well-known fan of the shmup series Touhou, frequently referencing that series, especially the music. But it seems as though we have some more specific references to Touhou 17, pulling from that game's main antagonist, Kaikiheni Yashushin. These similarities go as deep as the themes, motivations, and even the specific threats made to roboticize one of the protagonists. This is connected even further with Giga Queen's scrolling city background likely being inspired by the final stage of Touhou 17. And at this point I have to point out I have no idea if it's a coincidence that this comes specifically from Touhou 17, or if Toby is actually obsessively tying that number in every obscure little way he can possibly manage. If you're unclear why 17 is significant, I'll include a card in the corner here for you to catch up through the Pieces of Gaster series, including all those hidden details. The Queen may have more character references, with Toby mentioning in a 2017 interview how much he enjoys the Mario and Luigi series. The floating chair the Queen uses and her chalice both are similar to the Mario and Luigi RPG Partners in Time antagonist of Princess Shroob. So Queen is basically one part Kaiki, one part Shroob, and one part an overbearing computer motherboard. Characters in the Homestuck series typically have different vocal quirks, which are reflected in the way their text is presented. Queen shares a vocal quirk with Kinea, having the first letter of each word capitalized. That could just be how Toby chose to present things, but we know his previous involvement with the Homestuck series. It could be a reference. One commenter pointed out that it may instead be camel case. It's a writing style that's prevalent in programming since it helps distinguish small statements and functions. When writing these things out, you wouldn't use special characters like periods or commas, as they would cause errors in your programming. This is an attribute that is also shared by Queen. Seeing as everything is computer themed, this actually seems much more likely. Thank you, Gene, for the thorough explanation. Apparently Pascal case is when even the first letter of the first word is capitalized, so it's closer to that. And I know in either case, yes, pun very much intended, there would actually be no spaces. But apparently the way Queen talks in the Japanese translation mimics the syntax of HTML code, so it stands to reason that even though this isn't exactly literal, this is the general idea Toby was probably going for with her text presentation. I like the animation used of Chris jiggling their body. It feels very Adventure Time-esque to me, although it might not be a specific reference. If after you defeat the werewires and Ralsei joins back up, before sliding down this that you cannot get back up, you can backtrack to this little plug face. I saw you stand up to the Queen. That was amazing. I'll definitely become a werewire if you can just free me. I think that was the wrong lesson you were supposed to take from that, my dude. I'm just gonna keep calling them plug faces. I don't feel like looking up what they actually are. Surely that's a better name anyways. Anywho, this plug face talks about the internet being down. A plot point happening in the real world. I'm really only interested in cute digital cats. I don't think the internet has anything to do with that. But this is just a little gag about internet cats, and that being about like 50% of why the internet really does exist. In an early part of the cyber world, sliding down this ramp, one commenter suggested that maybe it was Osumania. Well, it may be a mildly generic design, it is done to match the music, and so it's not unreasonable to think it is in fact a reference to a specific rhythm game. In the 6th anniversary of Undertale, where they instead streamed Deltarune Chapter 1, there were a few additions made to that build of the game. Little gags about streaming and YouTube videos and internet culture. But also, this tiny little red wormy diglet of a character named Newbert, appearing at 2 different points in that story. My man. And now here we actually have Newbert, seemingly named for being new. Looks like you got past Newbert's force field. Newbert doesn't know how that force field got there, but it's Newbert's force field. As a prize, have Newbert's treasure. Newbert doesn't know what's inside, but Newbert will give it to you. That's Newbert's treasure. Remember, you're just borrowing it. Forever. Some have suggested that maybe he's meant to be a reference to Humphrey from Amori, and yeah, Toby did contribute to that game, and its release was a pretty big deal, so there's a slight chance, but they do feel different enough to me. We find out later on in the story that Rule's card had hopped out of our inventory and gets up to his own shenanigans. If at any point you do check your key items pocket, Lancer will tell you Rule's jumped out of your pocket. How dad chrobatic. Lesser in brackets because he's lesser dad, but that would have ruined the pretty awful to begin with pun. Thanks for trying, Lancer. While I'm on the subject of silly little Lancer inventory texts, I might as well show off all of them that appear throughout the game. After the arcade machine encounter with Queen, yo, that game looked fun! Let me be the stool next. During the dance battle sequence, you can't actually fight and kill these guys or chase them away, you have to do a dance battle. If you do attack and injure them, they'll drink milk to heal themselves back up. So when you check in on Lancer, sounded like milk out there. Splat! Were you 3 osmosing without me? After falling into the trash heap, we fell. But don't worry, I'm a strong boy. I won't be trounced by a mere bounce. When we split up and Susie and Ralsei go on their own, split up. We'll solve this mystery fast. You can be the untalking dog. A weird reference to Scooby-Doo and the rest of the mystery gang. Somehow we're Scooby? Does that make Lancer Shaggy? And yeah, I guess Chris doesn't talk. They somehow talk less than Scooby-Doo. When we add Noelle to the party, ho ho, a soft cream is following you. Can we make them a bad guy? Oh my god, Lancer, you have no idea the implications of that statement. Checking in with Lancer after the scene with Queen and Birdley's golden statue. That golden statue. Could it be the illusory nipple technique? Talking to this blue ad agent. Welcome to Cyber Shoes 2. Free samples. Would you like one? You can choose to not take, although this doesn't stop you from eventually taking. I don't really do shoes. At least not unless they're custom made. Which, yeah, I guess with hooves that would be difficult. If you choose to take, then you actually get a small sample of a shoe impaled on a toothpick. I'm actually missing the footage of this one, but Lancer will eat it and comment, "Wow, thanks for the free sample. I couldn't eat another bite." After your second battle with Birdley, the bluebird of crappiness. Fly high, bluebird, fly high. People have pitched me many different things this is in reference to. I don't think it's actually in reference to any of those specific things. It's instead just a play on a common phrase. Bluebirds are seen as a symbol of peace and happiness in many cultures. The idiom bluebird of happiness became more popular through the 1934 song performed by Jan Pierce. It existed well before that. It's something that's been played off of many times since. So here, the Bluebird of Crappiness and the soundtrack song Bluebird of Misfortune are both references to this concept and general phrase. We can check on Lancer after the back alley Spampton fight. Did I miss something? I was doing my calisthenics. Stay handsome, which itself could be a reference to the handsome Lancer face. It was relatively recently confirmed by Toby that the handsome Lancer face is a reference to the webcomic Paranatural written by Zach Morrison. Apparently Toby's a big fan of it. This face from chapter 5, page 22 seems to maybe be the best candidate for this reference, especially considering the mention of hopes and dreams, with one of the songs in chapter 1 of Deltarune being Field of Hopes and Dreams. I'm not sure if there's a pun here that I'm missing. I'm pretty sure it's just a typo, but it should be calisthenics. The Queen insists Noelle stick around and listen to her mixtape. This is then handed off to Lancer. Hey, thanks for the tape. I was hungry. Push my tummy to hear a cool song. And if you do actually interact with him rather than his splat noise, we get to hear a fraction of her song. Once more before he leaps out to save us within the mansion. Ho ho, it's me, Lancer. Release me and I will release you. And we get to hear a few more from him back at the castle town. Ho ho, what a terrific boy's adventure. Time to kick off my feet and relax. Or within the top bakery. Ooh la la. Who is that handsome mustachioed boy? I think I'm in love. Or if you check on Lancer when he's present in the same room as you, apparently he quickly hops back in. Puff, puff. There I go, back into your pocket. Now you can use my power, which I guess would just be splatting. And there's one more gag if you talk to him after checking on him in your pocket. Hey Lancer, how you feeling? 100%, my purple pal. You sure? You're breathing kinda heavy. Just a little winded from jumping from Chris's pocket. Feel free to clown around town. I'll be in your items. No idea what you mean, but sure. This little dancing figure that pops up as a little advertisement, whatever it would be, is a horned figure that does look quite reminiscent of the trolls seen in Homestuck, but maybe it's meant to be a reference to the Jamiroquai logo? And one of the poses seems to maybe specifically be referencing the Virgin Walk? So I don't know if all this is a reference or any of it. I mean, we even have a horned character standing right next to us, so it doesn't necessarily prove anything. The tasks are actually secretly talking in binary through their meows. When we see these little speech bubbles, the me is a stand-in for 1 and ow for 0. Convert the me's and ows into 1s and 0s, convert that with UTF-8 text. One of these dialogues is simply spelling out MEOW, and specifically when getting pet, it's spelling out a little heart emoji. How cute! Now the Virvirokun is meant to be like a computer virus, but the name is instead a specific reference to the Pico Pico Kun from Mega Man 2. Their overall pinkish color palette, and the way they shoot these pairs of attacks towards one another so that they collide in the middle, are also tied in specifically to how that Mega Man enemy was presented and attacked. And they have this other attack that's obviously a Space Invaders reference. One of the possible lines of dialogue coming from this character is, "I've got a love letter for you." Tying in this virus theme, this is referencing the infamous "I love you" virus seen in the early 2000s, where this message was sent to Windows users. And obviously with them wishing us a Happy New Year 1997, we can't not think of Spamton, and the significance that year has been given elsewhere in this chapter. When we use Take Care X, we have a brief swap to all 3 of our characters, dressing like doctors. Chris is offering up hot chocolate, a favorite treat of theirs that they have a special sentimental connection to. Susie opts for a giant stabby needle, makes sense seeing how much she loves spiky things, and Ralsei bakes a cake, as we know he loves to do. I love the detail of these mercied Virvirokun's little antennae turning to hearts and their spear turning to a peace sign. We can get Noelle to use Take Care X, dressing up as a doctor alongside Chris, trying to show the enemy tender, loving care. But Noelle, being inexperienced at kind of all of this, just immediately faceplants. Virvirokun's line, "I'm the fever, I'm the chill," is a reference to the Dr. Mario series. The little red and blue enemies are called Fevers and Chills, and there's also musical tracks called Fever and Chill. What was the third little yellow one known as? This was the Weird. Something that's become incredibly important to this game in particular. And what's the first enemy that we force Noelle to kill to initiate the weird route? It's the Virvirokun. Oh my god, I can't keep up with Toby's galaxy brain, or maybe all this is coincidence. It's impossible to know at this point. If you interact with the back of this arcade machine, you can't pro-game while facing this direction. Ralsei tries to be encouraging, saying that surely Chris is good at video games. Gaming is not my life. If you aren't enthusiastic, I won't want to enslave you. We don't want that. Think ahead, you will after I enslave you. And if you had instead responded, "Games are my life," wow, Chris, your passion is amazing. That was the most monotone response I've heard in my life. Either way, do your best, Chris. I'll be cheering you with magic pom-poms. This whole arcade setup is very clearly Punch-Out inspired, but the very aggressive fight plays off of another famous fighting franchise, Mortal Kombat. At the end of the arcade fight, there is potentially a Homestar reference. Strong Bad has a game, the Strong Bad Zone, that uses the same sort of vector art style, and upon completing this fight against Strong Bad's head, we specifically see his head explode. And here, with the Queen's head exploding, we have a very similar looking head explosion. Perish in the chill of absolute destruction, or flourish under the warm bosom of my hellish reign. If you choose perish, the hell did you say that so enthusiastically? Queen, aren't there any other options? Yes, you can also mega perish. No, perishing bites. You could say it. Mega bites? Would you get out of here already? Understood. Preference settings set to perish. Choosing bosom? Bosom? It means titty. We know what it means. We aren't helping you. Understood. Preference settings set to perish. When you specifically respond to Queen with bosom, we get a quick little blush from Rousey. If you leave the arcade machine behind and come back, there's now a sweeping butler. I can't tell you how many of these I've cleaned up. It's not so bad. I like cleaning. Around the corner from these two salesmen up to the north, we have this mouse cursor. I'm the hacker. I'm going after the blue check marks. Find 3 in the cyber field ahead, and I'll join your city. You just look like the kind of folks who have a cool city. According to Cyber, you have found 0 blue check marks out of 3. 0. Not bad for a beginner. Your checks quest is only beginning. Seemingly being a reference to the game Chex Quest, a ridiculous meme of a game that apparently got a remaster and re-release last year? How is that possible? That's amazing. Past a few battles with these task cats, there's a chest in the bottom right corner. It has a glow wrist as well as a blue check mark. You have found 1 out of 3. 1. The biggest prime number. Your checks quest is just started. I'll get back to the check marks in just a second, but we have another set of Easter eggs that kind of get in the way. In this cyber field puzzle with Agree to All, several users have found that when you interact with the first letter, that A, you will sometimes hear Sans' voice for just a microsecond. It's not something I've been able to recreate. I've seen it treated like a rumor. People have gone into the code of the game, and it is a legitimate Easter egg. It has a 1 in 100 chance of happening. We also see that the name for this puzzle is a reference to the old kids' toy Speak and Spell. And it isn't specific to this one button. It's any A on any of these puzzles. So while we're talking about it, let's look at one of the other Speak and Spell puzzles. If you take the first of these 3 teacup rides up to the top, we have a new letter entering puzzle. This one for Giasfelfebreheber. Susie even comments on this not being necessary to do. This is nearly the same as something that is included on the Undertale ICE word search. One of the things to be found is Giasfelfebreheber. Seemingly the one E has been replaced with a C, and that isn't even a word to be found in the word search because the Feb has been changed to Fub. So it continues the trend of none of these really matching each other. Perhaps this isn't a real word, Chris? Yeah, it is. It's ICE's catchphrase. Huh? What's its meaning then? I don't know, he just rolls his eyes up, froths at his mouth, and says it? Or maybe that's just the muscly guy at the store. So we seemingly do have meaning for this, it just isn't consistent anywhere. When we get it correct, we have an IC appear on the screen who glitches out super hard before being awarded our second checkmark. 2 out of 3, 2. Not bad for amateurs. But you need to learn what the number 3 is. Is this a joke about the way people tell Valve that they've never learned what 3 is? That's the best I can come up with for that. And at the top of the middle teacup ride, it is a treasure chest that only has the blue checkmark. Back at the hacker with all 3 checks, Elite. I will now live in your city. Maybe our cyber paths will cyber cross once more in Queen's Mansion. In the meantime, let me show you the power of the blue checkmarks. Seemingly referencing the much sought after Twitter blue checkmarks. But once we have all 3 set off into the air, we then have fireworks of the main 3 protagonists. I just wanted to make a cool demo scene for you. Now that I finished this, I can show up all sorts of places. Completing this allows Hacker to trail behind you and appear a few more times around this chapter. I don't believe it's necessary to access the secret boss fight, but having him provides a very significant clue that I'm sure would have contributed to people first discovering that secret fight. When Noelle first joins the party, we backtrack. Chris, isn't that the wrong way? Somehow I'm already regretting this. No, we're not doing Snow Grave route. We got a full video on that. Once we come back, we have our hacker friend. I went to the store and they needed a signature to use a credit card. But when I tried to encrypt my signature by drawing random squiggles, they didn't like that. If you leave this first lights puzzle and come back, we have the return of Hacker. This puzzle, I think I got it on the download. I just need to data mine the answers from the console. The answers in the code. All he's managed to do is get a child's toy to play a beat version of nursery rhyme music. Up on this top floor, we have Hacker in a disguise. Psst, hey, it's me, the Hacker. No one figured it out, but it's me. Keep it on the download, which is their way of saying down low. And underneath this cloche is a mouse cursor, much like Hacker. This guy keeps telling everyone at the party he's a hacker. I don't know what to do with this information. Although this mouse and Newbert are also wearing a wig. I am Mouse Million. I stand leagues above all the other mice. Only Newbert remains above me still. Newbert's moving up in the world. And underneath their cloche, we have another wig. If you brought Hacker along throughout, he gets added my strongest JPEGs. If you acquire all 3 blue checkmarks without ever having introduced yourself to Hacker, wow, I'm the Hacker and you found all 3 checkmarks. Maybe our cyber paths will cyber cross once more in Queen's Mansion. In the meantime, let me show you the power of the blue checkmarks. And he still puts on his firework display for us. Back at our castle town, Hacker now hangs out over to the left. Thanks a lot for the lovely city. It's nearly as good as the one I made in Minecraft. I need to mine 1,000 blocks of obsidian to make my dog 3 colors. This isn't the only dig at Minecraft within Chapter 2. If you try to access the B1 floor for the secret Spamton fight and you don't have things fulfilled properly, kid, I'm busy becoming God. Go play Minecraft or something. Minecraft is a canon existing game in this universe. While that's a little bit of an obvious gag to make, it is potentially a reference to Cinemassacre. There are these older videos by Mike Matei, which feature Inspector Gadget playing Minecraft, in which he recurringly refers to the game as Minecraft.
What is the point of Minecraft?
When backtracking our way through the game, if we go and hit up the Hacker in his original location. I just wanted to make a cool demo scene for you. Now that I finished this, I can show up all sorts of places. Demo scenes aren't really a thing anymore. There used to be these demo parties or competitions where groups would throw together intros or demo scenes. As it was described to me in the comments, they used to be a kind of show-off to other crack groups when starting up a cracked game. They were ways of showing off programming, visual art, and musical skills. They first emerged around the 1980s, when we first started having home computers, and the subsequent advent of software cracking. They would then remove the first-party introductions to the game showing off who made it, and instead putting in their own cracktros, which is a name that just does not roll off the tongue, and they would compete amongst each other for the best visual presentation of these editions, often only being a few megabytes at the absolute most. It's crazy what they were capable of doing, because these intros would only be about 4 megabytes. It's a side of things I never really knew about. It's a topic I kind of want to look into further, so thank you, Lightspark. At one of these speak and spell puzzles, if you kind of aggressively fail over and over, something like 10 times, Ralsei will chime in with a bit of help. Chris? Maybe you can press the same key more than once? Just genuine advice, nothing crazy or silly of an interaction. This musical trio, Sweet Cap'n Cakes, is a reference to Homestar Runner. One of the cartoons that Strong Bad comes up with is Sweet Cuppin' Cakes. And this little musical cue that Cakes uses also comes from that same video.
And when I get mad, it play the demo.
It's obviously not lifted directly, but the musical influence there is quite clear. When dancing against the Sweet Captain Cake's musical trio, Ralsei actually busts out a move seen in this old Peanuts cartoon. Susie is also doing a Peanuts dance from the very same scene of the same cartoon, and Chris is up there doing the Slavic folk dance, the squat dance. There's like 1,000 pop culture examples of that. It's not really a reference to any of them since it just is its own thing. And during this dance battle sequence, Cap'n comments that the mix is shui. This is a reference to the futuristic slang used in Batman Beyond, meaning something is chill or cool.
Shui, huh?
Yes, dear. Very shui.
Not something I ever expected to see used in this game. I love it. Alright, is either meant to be from Outcast's Hey Ya, or Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused.
Alright.
While not specifically confirmed, it's been speculated that Sweet's design is a possible nod to the Noise Master from Cucumber Quest, a webcomic for which Toby composed music. During this dance fight for one of the attacks, the character's pose is referencing a meme music video, Danjo. They replicate the dance move seen during the chorus. Apparently, when translated, the song is about school bus seating arrangements. Now, normally to complete this fight, we need Chris to be able to act and dance or use Dance X to have everyone dancing at once. But if you do manage to allow Chris to be downed, hey Chris, the hell do we do now? We can't act if Chris is down. Don't worry, Susie, I'll just heal them and... Hey, wait, why can't we act without Chris? Because that's Chris's unique talent. So, you think I'm too stupid to dance by myself? Susie learned S action. She can act from her magic menu. Susie, I don't think you should... Happy feet, dumbass! Susie made Ralsei learn R action even though he didn't want to. I'm sorry, Chris. Happy feet itself is its own thing. But because of all the gamer memes and references and the fact that Susie herself appears to be a gamer, this could potentially be referencing the famous Wombo Combo Smash video.
Happy feet, Wombo Combo!
Which feels extra likely because of the other Smash Bros. References seen throughout the game. And at the end, when we see all the characters dancing together, Chris is actually still downed. They just kind of get spun around in the circle with everyone else, not participating at all. Back in Undertale, when staying in the MTT resort, you can move around in bed, referred to as the bed lump song. And the 4-second song that the Sweet Captain Cake's trio plays for us is this same song, potentially linking them up to that universe. Hold on to your antennas. Yo, how was that? Did you get rocked? All our songs are only 4 seconds long. We have this spinning ballerina floppy disk. Hee, shall I help you save? No, I shan't. I haven't the faintest idea what that is. There's a very surface level joke here. Simply a joke on the fact that we still use floppy disk icons for saving, despite the fact that it's a very antiquated piece of tech. But there is actually a reference that goes deeper. This little character is most likely a reference to Cave Story, a very influential indie game, and one in which you would save by interacting with spinning red floppy disks. With this eye puzzle, when we toggle a glass bridge to walk across, it's seemingly a one-time use, but we actually see these glass panels at least one other time, just not quite in the same way. If you race ahead on the conveyor belt and abandon Susie and Ralsei, and then specifically cut across to the top, they will be dragged along the conveyor belt and skip across this corner to catch up with you. In the process of doing so, the game kind of creates these previously hidden glass tiles. Toby has a super old tweet joking about how magic glass is the go-to solution for any pathing bugs in games. If on this little teacup action sequence you manage to get all 70 of the arrows at the top, there is a chest waiting for you, and inside was the Ragger 2. The first one is a rugged scarf that cuts enemies like a dagger, a weapon that could be specifically equipped by Ralsei. The Ragger 2, a sharp and scratchy scarf, worse healing, better attack. This is Ralsei's deal. I'm a prickly prince. And Noel, it's like Santa's beard. The naming of the item Ragger 2 may be a play on Steiner's ultimate weapon in Final Fantasy IX, Excalibur 2. When entering this pre-roller coaster area, we hear a series of seemingly random sound effects. Several of those sound effects are used recurringly throughout the 2 chapters. The ones that stand out to me are the gasp that was first heard when falling down into the dark world in chapter 1, which people suspect comes from Majora's Mask, and an annoying dog bark. I couldn't place all the other ones that easily. We hear a very similar mix of sound effects when first closing the fountain, leaving the dark world in chapter 1, and waking back up in that storage closet. And at the end of this sequence, when we crash into the wall of the unfinished roller coaster, we again hear that gasp. And seemingly one more time here with Susie falling by herself. So I think it pretty well confirms that that gasp is meant to be coming from her. That makes sense. Chris is almost entirely silent, and it sounds a lot like her laugh from just a second prior to that. I'm not sure it's the sort of thing anyone was seeking out evidence on or was unsure about, but I figured I'd throw it out there. Many have been quick to point out that Berdley's Dark World design looks a lot like Falco from Star Fox. He's essentially dressed as a Saiyan character from Dragon Ball Z, and talks about how he will soon be Super Lord Berdley, presumably getting ready to go Super Saiyan. When Berdley offers for you to join him and the Queen, do not join. Ah, Chris, I suppose I knew you would never amount to much. Well, if you're dead set on proving your inferiority, allow me to assist you. If you do instead offer to join... What? Don't say it so incredulously. Well, if you're dead set on proving your inferiority, there we go, same result. Berdley uses a halberd as a weapon, just an effective, fun little pun. The pose Berdley makes when he gets blasted off from his failing coaster is almost identical to the death sprite seen from Sonic in early the Hedgehog games. That's such a strange way to say it. I thought I'd feel more natural than saying Sonic twice so close together, but no, it was definitely worse. Next to Trashy, after he spoils your big emotional moment. Oh, hell, is that Newbert over there? Really? Where? No time for this guy. I'm Newbert. Everybody loves me. That's why I live in the trash. If you backtrack after splitting with Ralsei and Susie, don't look sad. You're never alone. You've got Newbert. And Trashy is an object you can actually interact with in the overworld, just talking to a trash can in the corner of that computer lab. The trash can. You get the feeling it doesn't have any friends. It's hard to explain why you feel this way about a trash can. Trashy is a hyperactive, googly-eyed weirdo that nobody wants. One who specifically tries to give you relatively unnecessary tooltips. And with the naming convention of being Object-y, the character all around is likely a reference to Clippy. seen in old versions of Microsoft Word, really tying together this whole theme of early computer technology and internet. Trashy is somehow seemingly one of the only Darkner characters who appears to be recurring from Undertale. After falling into the flowers in the waterfall garbage zone, Papyrus says, "Garbage, huh? Boy do I know garbage. After all, I'm housemates with a lazy bag of trash." First, it seems like he's really going after Sans. His name's Trashy. He lives in the garbage can. Maybe Toby forgot he made this joke almost? But there's some crazy stuff going on around Papyrus. Someday I'll get around to making that video. These little pylons that stop us from following Susie and Ralsei have the annoying dog's face, and when you interact with them, make little dog squeaks, randomly interjecting barks of different pitches if you spam interact with them. When first catching back up with Noelle and all our intertwining truces, Chris, if it's okay, got any room for another truce? We first select, of course, and Noelle joins the party. If instead, no triple truces. Har har, very funny. Well, I'd rather take my chances with you than her. Noelle, join the party. If you use the Choco Diamond on Noelle, she'll say, "It's okay, Chris, I'll share," and it ends up healing 35 HP on Noelle and Chris. The fact that Queen mistakenly calls Birdly Burgly, one, just shows that she doesn't care about him that much, but it was pointed out this might be an intended historic reference, which is something we don't so commonly see in these games. Potentially referring to Lord Burgly, aka William Cecil, who was Queen Elizabeth's trusted chief advisor. A secret that I'm sure no one missed, because how could you possibly resist interacting with this Birdly statue, everyone's #1 favorite character? Actually, genuinely, I kinda do like Birdly. And the more that everyone insists they hate him, the more it fuels my enjoyment of this character. I love the detail that Noelle laughs with a fa ha 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 ha. Then it's kind of like fa la 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 la, like Christmas caroling. Just a fantastic little detail for that character. Phew. Chris, can you stop looking at this? You became lost in the craftsmanship. Why do we have to look at it twice? There's so much to look at here. Chris? It's a work of art. What part are you looking at? If I say I like it, will you stop looking at it? Hey, isn't this thing just the best? This statue seems to suck bad. Chris! There's no reason to look at this, at which point there's no further interactions. But I love that you can also look at this pile of boxes and have the same comment on craftsmanship. Apparently Chris is like the most easily impressed character out there. Taking everyone to the boxes with amazing craftsmanship. Hell yeah, boxes! This is what it's about. Chris, you were living it up without us, huh? You have to frighten Noelle at least once to do this mouse puzzle she always walks over. Here's how it would play out normally. Mouse! Sorry, Chris. Could you deal with them somehow? Maybe if you can get them in the other mouse hole? And upon completing it without her there, looks like that took care of it. But if you set it up ahead of time, well, hopefully that won't happen again. You can actually move to skip this puzzle after that first scare, simply walking off the button without Noelle. Hey, Chris, you can't leave yet, you know? You need to deal with the mice first. You can do it, Chris. I believe in you. And if you push, Chris, you aren't gonna leave me here, are you? Think about all the pencils I gave you, the peppermint cookies I shared with you. I'll do your homework for you. Chris, are you really gonna leave me? Sorry, I'll do the puzzle. Thanks, Chris. But if you push it further and proceed... Huh? What did you say? But the mice are... You can abort that at any time, but you can continue to push. If you proceed numerous times, She starts to edge forward and just runs her way through things. We'd better not have to do something like that again. Seriously, When did Chris get so bossy? All serving as a slight tease to that weird route. When we inspect this poster for the Ferris wheel, which by the way is something that can be seen in the computer lab in the overworld afterwards, Noelle expresses her fantasy of maybe Susie riding with her. Gosh, who am I kidding? If you tell her, Susie would. Really? You really think so? Coming from Susie expert Chris. Thanks. Hey, Chris, how'd you become the Susie expert? Or if you tell her, Susie wouldn't, you're right. Even if I asked her, she'd probably just laugh at me. And gosh, push me to the ground and laugh at me some more? And then, what were we talking about again? Or if you offer to ride with Noelle yourself. Oh, so you can shake it when we reach the top? Just like at the festival when we were kids? I know there's a catch with you, Chris. No, thanks. This ad agent gets all up in our biz and grills us on our friendship. You can simply say, we're friends. We're friends? Yeah, that's right, we're friends. It's surprisingly nice just hearing Chris say that. Or you can say, we're something else. What does that mean? There's no good interpretation, that's for sure. And it doesn't really have any consequence on this route. But if you want to see how that really unfolds, what that piece of dialogue is really building towards, then stay tuned, because at the end of the video, I'll go over the entirety of that weird route. Not really hidden, but still kinda easy to miss. Up to the north. Hey, got any way to deal with crushing existential dread? Asking for a friend. A friend that looks and sounds exactly like me. They're talking about me! Not necessarily, not really secret. It plays out the same every time. I just think that's a great way to lean into a trope a little bit of someone, quote, asking for a friend. Funny gag, but this character does come up one more time in a way that is slightly hidden. In the mansion where we found the Birdley statue in the toilet, if you interact with it a few times and then leave, they'll be standing outside. When are they going to be done in there? You can collect flavored teas of each individual character. The gag surrounding that is quite funny, but then we can start feeding everyone teas flavored like each other, and there's a few funny interactions that spawn from that. If we first take the Chris tea, Susie has no reaction. Giving it to Susie, hell yeah, apple juice. Don't drink so fast. Giving it to Ralsei, tastes like blueberries. Huh? Really? Giving the Susie tea to Chris, stop looking at me. They seem into it. Susie tea to Susie, this is tea? And to Ralsei, it's grape juice. Huh? Really? And the Ralsei tea to Chris, no reaction? I'm happy. To Susie, hey, it's like marshmallows. Don't drink so fast. And to Ralsei, isn't this water? We can also get the Noelle tea to hand out. Do they like it? They're drinking it. To Susie, hell yeah, eggnog. Don't drink so fast. And to Ralsei, it's soft and sweet. And giving everything to Noelle, do they like it or not? Noelle tea to herself, this is just water. You're pranking me, right? Chris tea tastes like cinnamon. What is this aftertaste? Because of when Noelle leaves the party, you actually have to hack the game to be able to give her the Ralsei or Susie teas, but there is still dialogue programmed in the game for it. Ralsei tea, there's nothing in here. And Susie tea, wonder if they sell this in gallons. And you'll notice that the Susie tea heals 400, far more than any other specific interaction. So nothing is really consistent between the characters. I know there's a video that exists that is the Deltarune tea theory. I haven't watched it myself. After I finish making my own videos here, I should really go give that a watch because there is seemingly a lot to be read into these interactions. During this little section where we have to hold the switch down for Noelle to cross the lightning gate, we can mess around with her a little bit. Looks like you need to hold it down if you jump off really quick. Chris, stay on! You gotta stay on! Gosh! Do you need a dog treat or something? Maybe a Scooby snack since we've established that, apparently. No. Gosh, stop howling. I get it. Or if you instead say yes. Why did they sound so genuine? You can jump off again. This is reminding me of our group projects. At that point, she just starts cycling through a ... But you can do it one more time while she's actually at the gate. Ah! Chris, come on. You know that isn't very nice. I was almost roast deer for a second there. Alright, now it's your turn. And she gets you back. Quick little prank. Just the once, though. How'd you like that? You should have seen the look on your face. Hey, why did they look so hurt? Gosh. When heading down through this traffic towards the area where we have the dog surprise, there is one lone door in all of the cyber world that can be interacted with. Knock, knock, knock. You found the only knockable door in the city. This here is my pride and joy. And there's no further interactions with it. That is the one and only payoff of that joke. While I'm back down here, I wanted to share that Toby messed with us 2 years before this chapter dropped. Sharing a picture of this annoying white dog in a little toy car. This is the last thing you see before you die. And somehow, he wasn't kidding. The dialogue in the scene where Queen comes looking for Noelle and brings a battery acid pie is a reference to Earthbound, where Paula's dad in Tucson will come looking for Paula with an apple pie. Polly, where are you? It's time for a yummy piece of pie. Maybe there's a different scene that matches a little more exactly. This is the best I could find. Maybe someone could help me out if there's more to it. This could also be a twofold reference. We know Toby was involved in the music for the Homestuck series. So maybe the appearance, the idea, the gag here is also intended to look like a soper pie from that series. Birdly even baked a gamer's delight that looks the exact same. When the Queen turns on the high beams, she basically creates her own bat signal. The reference isn't any deeper than that. It just is the Queen signal. When you hop in the car with Queen, usually you just plow your way through every single car, knocking them around. If you hold left and right at the same time, your car kind of vibrates and you get this force field, I guess, in front of it. This doesn't really work on a gamepad because the D-pad just doesn't really work, and the other cars just kind of bounce out of the way. You can pile up all these cars, none of them get damaged. It's just, I don't know, nicer to go about it this way. We even have our tiny little car friend here, and all of this builds towards a larger payoff at the very end of the game. At the end of the game, over in the castle town, next to the big door, we have this tiny, cute little baby car wandering around. You can interact, get some little squeaks, honks, barks, whatever you want to call them. It's not the only time in game you can interact with these cars and get some kind of strange sound effects out of them. There's no real acknowledgement of you bouncing these cars around. Apparently, perfectly normal to just do this or run into them either way. I love that the Queen acknowledges that this traffic jam is likely due to a dog. Again, I guess this is the annoying dog driving around in their little toy car. And I love the pun that the Queen suggests that Chris be a deer and go and press the light when we literally have a deer sitting next to us in the back seat. There's a lot to like about this scene. While walking through the streets of the Cyber City, alone with Chris, Noelle reminisces about the two of them growing up together, telling stories about Chris's older brother Asriel and her older sister Des, all while slowly spelling out the word December. That'll be important in just a minute here, but I also wanted to point out that Noelle refers to herself being weird, and that Chris is the only one who knows how weird she is, and that everyone knows how weird Chris is. This could have major implications for why that Snowgrave route within the game files is referred to as the Weird route. During Birdley's backstory, when it describes the spelling bee between Birdley and Noelle, It says that on the last word, she got nervous and couldn't speak, whereas up to that point, she was actively spelling out the words more quickly than Birdly, once again showing us the significance of December to her. And while there's a chance December as a month is significant, which obviously it is, everything about her family is holiday themed, it has been theorized that this is her sister's full name. Des is short for December. Much later on in the hospital at the end of chapter 2, Noelle's father talks about how with him in the hospital, it's just Noelle and her mother. I wish I knew healing magic in real life. Then I could make you better, and it wouldn't just be me and Mom. Your mother is... Hey, it's okay, sweetheart. I'm getting better. Des has seemingly passed away. However, there are fan theories out there that she perhaps instead simply went missing a long time ago. We don't know specifically what's going on with Rudy. It could be something hereditary. And seemingly, she's been gone since Noelle was quite young. It's something that haunts her and comes up in her life frequently. Another hint at this is the fact that every date in Noelle's room is December 25th. That could just be a fun Christmassy time for their holiday-oriented family, or it could be a traumatic day that she can't forget. As we work together with Noelle, slowly spelling out December, she ends up behind these columns and overpasses at various points, telling stories of her sister Des and growing up. Going under this overpass, she very briefly becomes the outline of a childlike Noelle, fully leaning into that nostalgic moment. I love the little detail here that Asriel's sleeves smell like cinnamon, as do seemingly all things related to the Dreamer family. Now, obviously trapping mice is a thing, but very specifically, having this little red cage makes me think that it's all intended to be a reference to the board game Mousetrap. This third annoying mouse room puzzle really seems to indicate that time is of the essence, encouraging you to move things as quickly as possible. You're lucky Des isn't here, otherwise you'd be face down in a mouse pile. Sorry, I didn't mean to get so mad. Sure, okay, we can try again. And if you literally just never do the puzzle, every time the mice pop up and save you, and progress things without any input from you. So you can actually complete the entire puzzle without doing a single thing. And with Birdly's line, even a broken clock is right once a day, she has the joke wrong. If a 12-hour clock were frozen on a certain time of day, it would be right twice a day. So the gag there is that he's just wrong about that. Birdly crushing his smart scouter out of frustration is yet another one of those things that's meant to make us think of Dragon Ball Z. Those Saiyans always crushing their scouters. There is extra dialogue from Birdly in this fight if you chase away his minions with the Sleep Mist. That's right, Chris. Unlike you, I have a loving team behind me. And you'll never beat us fighting alone. Hey, wait. Where'd the other guys go? My allies are gone? Ha! They're probably just helping Queen. Search for me. Shut up, Chris. Shut up. I don't care if you're not saying anything. After the Queen wins this little carnival game and Noelle hands over a gift, Queen just hands this over to Chris. And it's up to us to decide who receives the gift. Oh, Chris, what's that you have there? Is that a gift for someone? Give it to Noelle. Chris, you have something for me? Chris hasn't given me a gift like this since we were little kids. Are they saying they want things to go back? Wait, isn't that the plush I just gave Queen? What, you want a refund? So you can... Come on, say that to my face, gosh. Noelle? Give it to Ralsei. Huh? You're giving it to me? Chris, I've never gotten a gift like this before. I'm sorry, I'm so happy I don't really know what to say. I'll win something for you too, okay? One baseball, please. Wait a second. Noelle, give it to Susie. Huh? What? Alright, where the hell did you get this? Perhaps they won it at the orb tossing game. Yeah, like Chris could ever win that. They must have stole it or something. Stole it? Wow, they must have really wanted to give it to you. Well, takes guts to do something stupid like that. Don't think I'm gonna let you outdo me. If you're gonna pull some stupid stunt like that, then I'll steal you something too. Cool box. Noelle! Give it to Birdly. Chris, have you seen... Chris! We took a break from trucing for 1 second and you're already back with Susie? Should have expected this. You couldn't keep up with my puzzle-solving skills. Huh? A plushie of me? With nipples? I guess I'll forgive you now. See you, Chris. Why the hell did you give it to Birdly? Why did you give it to Birdly? What unexpected kindness, Chris? Let's just get the hell out of here. Wait! Noelle! If after the whole team is back together, we go and interact with the stall that Noelle was hiding behind. Hey, Noelle, one thing we gotta get straight. Yes? Where the hell did you put that cool box? I just sort of, whatever, just make us another one. Okay, sure. Now, considering that we know Susie doesn't have a great home life, the fact that Susie specifically admires these boxes, I don't want to go so far as to say that Susie lives in a box, but maybe it's just that she's never really had toys growing up and instead has always had to make do with her imagination playing around in cardboard boxes, building up her own specific appreciation for them. And again, you can become lost in the craftsmanship. Following up learning how to heal, Susie becomes a healing master. Can use ultimate healing. Losers. Susie's ultimate heal that isn't very strong is the best healing and takes a full 100 TP. If you specifically use it in front of an ambulance, Susie cast ultimate heal. That's the worst healing I've seen. Is she charging for that? The design of the character of Pop-Up is a reference to the dolphin-bird hybrid character Fin-Fin from the 1996 pet simulation game Fin-Fin on Tio the Magic Planet. It was basically a sort of Tamagotchi where you could feed the character Lemo fruits, which is why Pop-Up here references Limo fruit and Limo berry, and the idea of a Tamagotchi really matches up with advertisements being starved for attention. The flavor text, "The Pop-Up wants its tongue to be pressed so it doesn't feel hunger anymore," is in reference to another toy that was made to be given attention, a Furby. Furbies would whine and beg to be fed, and you pressed down on their tongue to simulate that. Apparently a lot of these gibberish-seeming lines that don't make a lot of sense are just butchered bits of Japanese, which is pretty funny. I'll put them on screen. I'm not going to go through them all because I don't speak Japanese. They are represented in the light world on one of these computers as a dolphin screensaver advertising some kind of malware. That part of it could also then tie into the old meme, "Totally not a virus. Trust me, I'm a dolphin." So we're really layering things together with this character. When battling the pop-ups, the different characters can try to click and close them, and in their desperation, often end up opening unintended ads. There's all sorts of goofy dialogue to go along with this. With Noelle clicked on a link for a creepy game glitches compilation. What? What did I do wrong? Noelle misclicked on a link to buy How to Draw Dragons, the book that we've seen back in the library that Azriel apparently refuses to return. Noelle clicked on a link for hot female Santas in your area. Susie accidentally clicked on an ad featuring a flaming eggplant holding a chainsaw. Damn, they knew what I'd fall for. Susie missed clicking on an ad and ended up clicking on the word processor. It got a virus somehow. Susie accidentally clicked on a picture of a steak. It wasn't actually an ad, just a static image of a steak. Ralsei tried to click on an ad with a castle on it, but it was actually an ad for a company that demolishes buildings with bazookas. I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. I repent. Ralsei accidentally clicked on an ad for lighteners for darkeners in your area. and was mortified. He deleted the browser shortcut on the desktop entirely, but immediately felt guilty because he thought he had deleted the entire internet. Ralsei moved to click on an ad with a bunny on it, teaching you how to make friends, and accidentally clicked on an ad of a machine gun that appeared over it. You unconsciously clicked on a pop-up about demon summoning classes for teens. Huh? That made another one. You unconsciously clicked on an ad for a video about making knives out of spaghetti. You unconsciously clicked on a pop-up about monsters for humans in your area. When attempting to block the pop-up and having to button mash your way through these various pop-ups that rapidly come on screen, there is a small chance to see the Everyman, one of many different places this recurring character appears across the entire series. When there's 3 of these dolphin enemies occupying the screen and you click the dolphins again, creating more, you just keep clicking more and more, making more dolphins, and the pop-ups actually crashed and fully get recruited all at once. There are 2 different versions of the teacup ride, one where Noelle gets left behind and one where she joins. First, where she gets to join. Look, Chris, another teacup ride, but there's only 3 seats. Maybe 2 of us could share one? Damn, guess we gotta take the stairs. Up top, Noelle volunteers to stay standing on the switch. We have the clue up top, the treasure of air, where 3 are 1, place 1 to 3. Perhaps it means we all have to enter 1 teacup? Well, I don't like doing it, but it works. After you drop Noelle off to volunteer, we can flip a switch up in the top right, and as we come back down... Wait for me! She joins back up to the party, and with all 4 of us at the teacups, you all jumped into 1 teacup. You heard a clicking sound. Hell no, like we're doing that again. Instead, if after dropping Noelle off, you climb back down the stairs, skipping the switch at the top. You all jumped into 1 teacup. You heard a clicking sound. Hell no, like we're doing that again. And up top we can open the chest for some balloons. Yay? And as we return, so, why were you all riding a teacup together? Ugh, balloons. Balloons? Trust me, you dodged a bullet. Okay. When the queen captures everyone and is uncertain what to do with Ralsei, we get this sort of cartoony comedic beat of the screen zooming in on the queen's face before all fading to black. It's a pretty common trope, but it seems like the specific way this one was done, including the sound effects, was meant to be taken straight from Super Mario World. Let's compress down a look at all things Spamton in one convenient section of the video. I'm not going to include every possible bit of dialogue from Spamton's shop or from the fight, anything around there. I have my own playthrough of the game where I did that very comprehensively, so there's no point repeating it here. Instead, I'll show how to access the secrets, how to make the fight happen, some of the branching dialogue options, secrets, references, and implications along the way, the fun, lighter details rather than the deeper, troubling ones. But then I'll also be saving the theory crafting for probably some sort of larger videos. Spamton suggests that maybe you press F1 for help, and if you do so at any point, then a little angel Spamton comes in and heals you up, although doing so only works the once. Spamton's constantly trying to push deals on you and take your money. If you refuse the deal, deal or no deal. That's the TV show, where the people who don't take the deal get filled with bullets fired from the host's mouth. I don't recall ever seeing Howie Mandel do this, but I guess I haven't seen that much of the show. Sounds like maybe I ought to start tuning in. If you choose violence and attack Spamton to defeat him, hey, didn't you ever hear the phrase, make money not war? How's an innocent guy like me supposed to rip people off? When kids like you are beating people up, spitting in their eyes, throwing sand in their face, stomping on their toes, yanking their noses, and not even giving them a single cent for it. You should have done all that earlier, and been the first to own my commemorative ring. Too bad. See ya, kid. This fully cuts off the ability to visit him later on at his shop, so definitely spare him if you want to do the secret boss. This line specifically seems to be spammed in referencing the Snowgrave route, saying that we should have chosen violence earlier and acquired his thorn ring. Here is the dialogue if you do instead spare. Now on to the next step. I'll be waiting at my homemade storefront site, in the trash area closed for repairs. Come alone. And don't forget a phrase that carries a lot of significance in Undertale, as well as this series, to like and subscribe for more Hyperlink Blocked. It's a dumpster. Looks like there's a pillow inside. After getting knocked out by the toy dog car, we're spit out next to a trash can. It's a dumpster. Seems like there's a pillow inside, suggesting that maybe Spamton has really been making his way around town sleeping in every pile of trash. And we can see just under the poster for one of the Queen's products often advertised around the cyber world, the poster is torn, revealing a faded one underneath. Big Shot Autos. Take a ride around town in our special. The rest is cut off. Coming back through the area with the Addisons, all of them will have updated dialogue referring specifically to Spamton. Haven't heard that name in a long time. Spamton? We don't talk about that around here. Spamton? No idea who you're talking about. Spamton? We don't talk about that around here. Obviously, the mannequin itself is modeled after Spamton, or potentially, Spamton chose to model himself after one of these mannequins. The mannequin counts as an armor. It's a mannequin with clothes permanently attached, useless, and you can only actually equip it to Chris. Its effect is just a group of question marks. The other effect that this dress has is to protect you from sound-based attacks. Ones like those seen from Task and Task Manager, but most importantly, these attacks from Spamton. And this dress is potentially one that we saw Mettaton wear when putting together their play. A little bit of foreshadowing, perhaps, to have this Spamton-shaped mannequin wearing a dress previously worn by Mettaton, only for Spamton to then eventually wear the entire new body meant for Mettaton. I really love that detail. And so I also won't discount the fact that there's meant to be added significance that Chris can then put on or bear the entirety of this Spamton mannequin with its Mettaton dress. I don't know. Seems like there's probably something going on there. Talking to a swatchling after solving the light puzzle and way after our encounter with Spamton. This mansion used to be a luxurious home for upper-class citizens. Your room, it belonged to a prestigious big shot. Sadly, his name has been erased from the records. Hyperlink blocked, perhaps? Redacted, even? When asking Swatch about their outfit, the monochrome look is quite suitable, isn't it? Black suit, colored glasses. Many people have failed to imitate this look. Again, meaning to call to mind Spamton, having ripped off this character's style directly. Some even going so far as to attempt to impersonate me in order to get the, oh, never mind, macaron? The way he trails off there in order to get the blank, it sort of feels like Swatch's very own version of Hyperlink Blocked, not wanting to discuss this very specific subject. Based on Spamton's own pursuit, and a later admission from Swatch, this is likely the hidden body in the basement. Once you've successfully navigated the early part of the mansion, you can now take a shortcut back to the trash zone. A funny little guy was looking for you to the west. He was muttering something about deals, basically telling us to go check out Spamton, giving us hints towards that secret boss fight. Here we can head up to Spamton's little side room. The door is unlocked. You want to go in by yourself? Whatever, do what you want. Here we have Spamton to talk to. The simple black telephone on the table in Spamton's shop is made to heavily resemble those seen in Earthbound, through which the protagonist, Ness, will call his father. Spamton lets us know deep down in the Queen's basement, a great deal is waiting for a limited time only. a heaven-piercing, workout-ready body, circa 1997. Spamton lets you know that you can buy the keygen from him for a low price. Buy the keygen from me, unlock the basement, and get that empty disc. Spamton has extra dialogue if you select our deal twice in a row before buying the keygen. Chris, buy keygen from me and go to the Queen's Mansion's luxurious basement apartment. What? Go myself? Chris, no! The men inside would. The men inside would. And when asking about you, Spamton talks about reaching new levels. Soon I'll even surpass that damned clown around town. Presumably referring to the other secret boss in the game, Jevil. Are the roller coasters still broken? Too bad. I keep petitioning for a public merry-go-round, but there was some ex-famous guy, some salesman lobbyist type. He was afraid of clowns, so he kept it from happening, suggesting this ongoing rivalry between Spamton and Jevil. And I should remind you here that Jevil also had the flavor text, "The air crackles with freedom." When asking Spamton about the night, the conversation quickly shifts. He doesn't have any information to give, but too many excess vacation days take a goddamn vacation straight to hell. This is potentially a reference to a line Burger Pants had during the genocide route of Undertale. I can't go to hell. I'm all out of vacation days. This is then replaced with friends. This is where he starts referring to his friend Mike, and then kind of phases out, with some rain behind the static of his eyes. He warns, don't believe anything you see on TV. The man's a criminal, I tell you, a criminal. Basically, the day this chapter came out, people discovered this old video online, Mike Ditka's Big Shot Soda, which itself is dated to 1997.
That's it. It's time for a big shot. You need a big shot? I got your big shot right here. We got 12 delicious flavors, and you'll love them all.
Saver Center has all your big shot tailgate party needs at prices too low to mention. Look for Iron Mike Big Shot displays at Saver Center.
Seeing as Jevil teased that the boss of the next game was going to be the Queen, and that we're seemingly being set up for the next chapter to take place in a TV world, it's very likely that the main boss there, not the secret one, will in fact be Mike. Oh, there's so much to theorize around Mike and all these other things. I'll save that for more of a theory crafting video. Keep an eye on these randomly generating prices and try to quickly grab it for as cheap as you can. Key item, 100% certified wares. Transmit my 2 chromer. Delicious chromer. There's no point buying the other stuff Spamton has on offer. It lists these insane benefits, but when you actually buy it, it's a frayed bow tie, an old bow tie. It seems to have lost much of its defensive value. And a broken sword. A rejected sword cut into 2 pieces. Not even you could equip this. Mansion, basement, find it. What kind of creepy stuff were you buying anyway? Nah, like I even want to know. Yikes. She said she hoped if it was candy, you'd share with her. Shut up, Chris. In our key items, we now have the keygen, a shady-looking program that can open certain doors. A keygen is something created by hackers to allow you to randomly generate an activation key to obtain illegal copies of software. So yeah, obviously it would be shady, and it allows you to open the doors of your software. Toby loves to put in the strangest, most obscure references. It makes it a heck of a lot more difficult than sorting out the references in a game like Henry Stickmin. If you talk to Spamton through the Our Deal option after buying the keygen, results in a short sequence that uses the Unreal Superhero 3 track from Kenneth and Rez. And uses it in the same way it was featured in the 2009 YouTube poop, The King Downloads Sony Vegas, where he glitches out from using a keygen. Bless you, Toby, and your hyper-specific knowledge of weird internet culture, and your insistence on slipping it into your games and teaching all of us a little bit about you. I've seen a few suggestions for some meaning behind Spamton's eye colors. They're the two different spare colors seen in Undertale, with yellow being the default one, but if you had specifically chosen to throw this away, it is then instead replaced by pink. But another suggestion ties things in with the way we find pillows in the bottom of dumpsters and garbage cans in this world, tying in areas and things related to Spamton. At the bottom of the Deltarune Undertale website, Toby states, "If you find a pillow at the bottom of a garbage can, please don't take it away," showing a little bit of sympathy for Spamton maybe. But Daniel Crystal in the comments pointed out, the only other characters who have sold stuff in a garbage heap happen to have yellow and pink eyes, Catty and Bratty. I don't know what to make of that, just a very interesting detail. In this room, past some cars within the mansion, I'm the hacker. I got the feeling there's a secret back door in this room, but where could it be? Now, you can find it and interact with it all on your own, but if you follow the hacker around, his little mouse head will turn into a clicking icon, showing you what it is you can interact with. A secret switch. You heard something opening. There is a locked area in the bottom right side of the mansion. We can open this by specifically using the keygen acquired from Spamton. And with our secret switch flipped, we can now enter the basement. Chris, you want us to stay here? Sure, whatever. Me and Ralsei will have fun without you. This is then a dark room you can only enter by yourself. This is something specifically commented on in the overworld of the game afterwards. We have the closet in the corner of this computer room that claims it's large enough for someone to fit inside. So potentially this is meant to indicate that it's only big enough for one person, and that's why Chris has to come in here all alone. There is nothing at this save point that fills you with power. It instead is just a save. The first time we leave this basement, Ralsei and Susie are horsing around. Come on, Susie, give me my glasses back. Ooh, look at me, I'm a big dweeb that loves homework. Come on. Fine, take them back. Thank you. Oh, Chris, everything okay? Once you've unlocked the basement, you can come back and talk to Swatch. What? Basement? There's no basement here. You need to relax. Have a drink and talk softly. You're bothering the other customers. Making your way through the basement, we can find chests with nothing. These plugs on the wall that will attack you. If you stand next to one of these plugs for long enough, it's something like 20 in-game seconds. Then it'll slowly shift into this kind of demented looking smile. When making your way through this basement, off to the far left of the furthest room you can reach, we have to wait for this teacup ride. If you walk to the left edge, back to the right, then quickly left again, we briefly get this creepy smiling face in the dark. It somewhat resembles that face we see in the TV at the end. It's unclear if this is meant to be Spamton, a tease towards a future character like Mike, or just something totally unrelated and creepy, but it's probably meant to tease something. We all know how Toby is. The main reason to think that this smile is potentially a tease for Mike is that the in-game sprite is titled image_friend. And Spamton specifically has his dialogue branch about friends where he warns you about Mike. Now, the teacup ride emerging is kind of a point of no return. You can't actually walk back out of this room. You push your way forward, interacting, and it sounds like a force field powering down. The way back up then becomes a extra complex teacup puzzle. It takes a while to really find the rhythm of it. I've died to this many times. Once you make it through, presumably scathed, we have a path back available for us. We need to sprint past everything. We can now head through where we were previously blocked to this section with all of the roller coaster tracks. Through this final door in what appears to be a dilapidated version of the ruins of Undertale, we have this discarded body hanging in the vines. There's something shining inside the old machine. Take it? The empty disk was added to your key items. A data disk from a strange machine. Didn't someone want this? Bringing this back to Spampton. Chris, you did it! You funky little worm. You brought me the disk. Which we can't help but think of Rule's card every time someone calls us a worm. I don't know if these little comments within parentheses are coming from alternate personalities or being randomly selected from some archive of dialogue, or I'm not really sure how this glitchy character is meant to work. But that's one thing I do choose to read into. You hand over the disc and he prepares to transfer my Hyperlink Blocked. Then Chris, after. This is very, very important, which every time we see very, very, we have to think of Gaster. Toby and his words, man, I tell ya. These seem like such innocent little pieces of dialogue, but he's so specific about it. Can't help but think he's indicating something more. We agree to transfer. Spampton wigs out super hard. His shop shuts down entirely, becoming grayscale, somewhat like we're used to seeing with the Goners. And the shop no longer has anything in it. Each time we open it up, we hear a fraction of a second of Spampton's speech sound. If you want to make a quick detour, you can backtrack to the mannequin next to the Addison, so long as you never bought it, and specifically interact with the loaded disc, not the empty disc. And this is something that will not work back in your castle town, only here at this step. It's a mannequin. Put the loaded disc inside. The loaded disc squirmed and won't fit, and in any subsequent attempt, it's a mannequin with a dress on. But there are no more interactions there, we need to head back to the basement. There's a slot for a disc here. Insert the loaded disc. You put the disc into the broken down mechanism. Nothing happened. You tapped the mechanism. Nothing happened. You shook the mechanism. You hit it. You kicked it. Nothing happened. At which point, we can leave, and when we get back to this area with the tracks, here's where things really begin. Holy Cungadero, do I feel good! Which is presumably the name of a car, as earlier he references driving around in his old Cungadero. Here I am, Chris. Big, big, bigger and better than ever. The laugh Spampton Neo uses sounds awfully similar to the hidden ABC123 file, again from Undertale. Now obviously this body appears to have a lot in common with Mettaton Neo, and we're even using the name Spampton Neo here. I've seen at least 2 really good theories on this. I'll save that for a theory video. Spampton then repeatedly starts playing up the audience, something that Mettaton was also known for doing, potentially inheriting some personality traits and aspects that go along with the creation of that body. Although the game informs us, there is no audience. In the background, we seemingly see an infinite number of discarded bodies, many of which look like Spampton. When checking Spampton Neo, you won't find higher attack and defense anywhere else. This could be a joke about how Mettaton Neo went down with 1 shot, specifically being known for having no defense. Guess she should have worked more on the defenses. When doing most actions in that Mettaton Neo fight, it'll let us know the stage lights are blaring, whereas in the Spampton Neo fight, the stage lights are shattered. Checking Spampton Neo twice has the dialogue, "He is his own worst invention," a reference back to Mettaton Neo, which read Dr. Alfie's greatest invention. Considering the obvious connections between Mettaton and Spampton, we can take things a layer deeper. There is a character, Bob Sparker, from Polly Koberger's series Tales from Electricopolis, Stories from the Midnight City. One of the main characters from that is the game show host, Bob Sparker, whose name is a play on the game show host Bob Barker. Mettaton's personality was based on this character, and seemingly in a lot of ways, Spamton is physically based on this character. Huge thank you to Cats Are Cute for pointing that out. It's an amazing detail, and I agree, cats are cute. When the game first launched, there was an exploit that allowed you to spam your blaster near infinitely and just waste Spamton Neo. In the patch that followed, rather than removing this ability, Toby's solution was to allow you to do that, but it then triggers an extra hard mode of this fight, Spamton getting angry and more aggressive. The smooth taste of Neo, wake up and taste the pain, is a reference to a line of dialogue that we could find in an unused test room from Undertale. La la, time to wake up and smell the pain. Though it's still a little shaky. Phew 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 phew. And then Spamton attacks us with phones for hands, which potentially calls back to mind the quote from the river person in Undertale, "Beware the man who speaks in hands." Very strangely, the whole Pippus thing might actually be a reference to an old vine from Griffin McIlroy.
Where's all the peepus? Oh yeah! Peepus room.
Toby follows him on Twitter, is a bit of a known fan, and so it's not unreasonable to think this was lifted from that video, although it feels fairly major to be such a throwaway gag, considering how prominent the Peepus is in the Snowgrave route. The meaning of the word Peepus is kinda hard to pin down. If you Google it, it lists it as being an invasive species of some sort of clam, and in-game at one point it's described as such as well. But a PP is also a Mega Man enemy. Yeah, I giggled at saying PP. This thing drops eggs, which then explode into mini versions of itself. And at another point, Spamton calls them eggs. So our description and knowledge of what this thing is just all over the place. And obviously we have a lot of things to do with eggs in this series as well. My god, with each passing chapter, the theorizing around this game and series just becomes so much more complex. I will specifically compare the end dialogue of the pacifist and genocide versions of this fight. Sparing Spamton Neo. What? Stop the presses. My wires, they're almost gone? Chris, you're gifting me my freedom? After everything I did to you, after the unforgettable deals free chromer I gave you, you're finally repaying my generosity? Chris, I understand now the greatest deal of all. Friendship! Chris, my days as a long-nosed doll are over. Cut that wire and make me a real boy. All in reference to Pinocchio. Are you watching, Heaven? It's time for Spamton's comeback special, and this time I live for myself. No, myself and my friends. Here I go. Watch me fly, mama! Afterwards, the Spamton Neo body collapses, and Spamton themselves is tied up in these vines. It seems, after all, I couldn't be anything more than a simple puppet. But you three, you're strong. With a power like that, maybe you three can break your own strings. Let me become your strength. And without strings controlling Spamton anymore, he loses that insanity. No longer glitching out and sharing random fragments of inserted dialogue, he's actually able to form full, complete sentences. At which time we're given a shadow crystal. You got Dealmaker. The Dealmaker is an armor, fashionable pink and yellow glasses. Greatly increases the dollars gained and... ? When specifically equipped to Noelle, she lets you know it seems familiar. If you had instead attacked and killed Spamton Neo. What? Stop the presses. Chris, you think depleting my 8,000 life points may be a reference to Yu-Gi-Oh! In which you start with 8,000 life points. Means you've won a free meal to winning? No, Neo! Chris, your deal has failed. Neo never loses. This is victory smoke. It means it's time for my second form. Are you ready, Chris, for my next trick? I will fill my body with electricati and become spammed in X. It's a funny reordering of things because Metaton went Metaton, then X, then Neo. Are you ready, kids? Turn up the juice, turn up the juice. Make sure you don't get it on your shoes. Are you getting all this, Mike? I'm finally gonna be a big shot. Here I go. Watch me fly, mama. And he completely bursts. Still hung up though. It seems after all I couldn't be anything more than a puppet. And he gives the same dialogue at the end, but instead this time grants us the puppet scarf. A scarf made of strange strings for those that abandon healing. There is this additional secret gag scene that plays out if you finish this fight with a full inventory. You got Dealmaker, but your inventory was full. Chris? You filled your inventorium with half-price salami just to keep me out? What the 50% off? And yes, that F was held in-game. That's not me editing the footage. You can carry like 48 items. Why did you do this? Why, yellow gamma? Not cool, Chris. I'll be in my trailer. The way Spampton slides off screen in this moment is just like the mad dummy at the end of that fight. It's even the same sound effect. But then just off to the south here, there is a treasure chest where you can retrieve your missed item. As we're making our way out of the basement, the door rattles but doesn't open. We can no longer head back that way. As we make our way out after this pacifist fight, our friends stop us. Hey, so are we seriously not gonna talk about any of that? That was goddamn weird. Puppets, strings, hands? What the hell does any of that mean? And the way he just broke. I don't think it meant anything, Susie. It seems like it was just a corrupted program. He turned into our ally, so let's just accept it. Oh, the way Rousey brushes past that, I'm so suspicious of him. Chris, you've got goosebumps. You okay? This is one of the critical instances where it appears that we, the player, are really influencing Chris. If we say yes, we're okay. If you say it all strained like that, I'm not gonna think you're okay. Hey, Rousey, you think Chris is okay? Well, they seem a bit shocked, but Chris doesn't want us to worry, so let's not push them for now. Chris, I'll make some cake for you later, okay? I could even make it chocolate flavored, butterscotch, cinnamon, whatever you want. Well, their stomach's rumbling, but the goosebumps aren't gone. Chris, if you're cold, you can share my scarf. Sure, Susie could? What? No, hell if I'm giving you my jacket. You make me cold. I'm burning you knuckleheads for warmth. Susie? Too late. Already imagining you guys as idiot-scented candles. That got Chris smiling. Let's go. The strained response is that this is not what Chris wanted to say. They are not okay. If we instead respond no. Chris, are you okay? You're yelling. There. Everything's all right. Don't think about what happened too hard, okay? Just take some deep breaths and think about something you like. Something nice, something soft. I'll be right next to you until you feel better, Chris. Guess Rousey's right, Chris. Whatever just happened, I guess maybe it didn't mean anything? I don't know why you came here, but let's just be glad you didn't get killed. Just tell us next time. You're gonna do something stupid like this, okay? This is seemingly the answer Chris wanted to give, forcing it out, held behind clenched teeth, shouting it the moment we allow Chris to share their true feelings. Things play out slightly differently if you had already hugged Ralsei on the boat ride and made them the hug prince. Ralsei comes over, gives you a great big hug, they're there, everything's alright, don't think about what happened too hard. And from there the dialogue is the same, we simply have the addition of that nice warm fuzzy boy hug. After completing this fight, we can again talk to Swatch about the basement robot. So that's what happened. That robot was the embodiment of a Lightner's dream. The idea of Asriel drawing it is still quite fun, yet everything seems to really point to it instead being tied to Mettaton. A dream I helped create once. Splashing color from the motion of their hand, the Lightner filled it with their own hope, giving it an incredible power. But in the end, nothing ever came of it, and it was left in the basement with the rest of the corrupted data. But that crooked salesman, somehow he learned about the robot and thought he could use its power to fulfill his own twisted dreams? What a pity, to think he was once a valued customer. We can also talk to the Swatchlings in the earlier parts of the mansion. Spamton, this used to be his room. Though, it's not like he used it after a while. Eventually, he just spent all his time in the basement, praying. When things went downhill, he became obsessed with that artifact. Maybe he thought it would give him another big break. If you head back to the trash zone, the Addisons are now all here instead. We can enter the shop, there's nothing there, and talking to this lineup of characters gives us a bit of a history of Spamton. He was like the rest of us, just a little unlucky. For some reason, his products never seemed to hit, and the Lightners never even looked his way. Poor guy. Night after night, when we all went to the same cyber grill, he'd shoot his mouth about making it big someday. You just watch. Someday, I'm gonna be a big shot. He started to get a little desperate. I heard he started looking for any way to become more popular. Somehow, he made the right phone call and found someone. Or was he found by someone? They must have been helping him because suddenly, he was on the phone all the time. Suddenly, he got really good at his job. The clicks started piling up. What? What did he do? Why did he deserve this? We were all so jealous of him. We stopped going out with him. I mean, wasn't he a big shot? He didn't need us anymore, did he? Even so, he only got more and more successful. He moved into a luxurious room in the Queen's mansion. He started bragging about big TV deals, big cars, big commercials, but then things started to crack. It seems like whatever was helping him disappeared. His sales dropped to zero, and everything came crashing down. The day he was to be evicted from the Queen's mansion, I went to his room to check on him, but he wasn't there. There was only a phone hanging off the handle. He must have left in the middle of a conversation, because I could still hear someone on the other end. But when I put the receiver to my ear, there was nothing but garbage noise. That's like the single most exciting line from this entire chapter. We know that every time we use our cell phone in the dark world, we hear a bunch of random nothing, and it informs us that it sounds like nothing but garbage noise. While we also specifically know that this noise is inseparably linked with Gaster through Undertale. I won't go any deeper into it than that here, but I imagine everyone is as excited at that prospect as I am. One of the flavor texts is it pulls the strings and makes them ring, which sounds like it's featured in the lyrics of Big Shot. The songs Now's Your Chance to Be A and Big Shot both sample the wow sound effect that plays in Earthbound after naming the party and pressing start. Now's Your Chance to Be-a also samples Vile's theme from Mega Man X. If you fought Spammed in Neo, then in Hometown at this computer by the recycling bin, it is crashed with a blue screen. And the fact that this recycling bin is filled with loads of accidentally printed off useless emails could be where all the ads in this world, and Spammed specifically, were originally pulled from. Now getting back on track outside of Spammed stuff, when we first are arriving in the Queen's mansion. When we have the Queen's face on screen, the background is a green hill and fluffy cloudy sky. This is likely a reference to Bliss, the default computer wallpaper for computers running Microsoft's Windows XP operating system. I find that all the more believable considering all the tech in this world is being pulled from the library that has outdated computers. Bliss is a funny one because considering the number of people who had Microsoft computers at the time, it's been suggested that Bliss is the most seen image of all time. It makes sense that Lancer would love ditches. Being a spade, he seemingly just loves to dig all the time. His room is filled with all these random holes he recreationally dug. And yeah, ditch is just a big long hole. Now, normally you check your inventory and allow Lancer to help you out of this cage if we attempt to use our phone. We have the usual garbage noise, but Susie chimes in, "Hey Chris, do you hear something? Sounds like it's coming from your pocket? Your phone going off or something?" If you do it again, "Hey Chris, does your phone usually, yell?" And with a delay, "Hey Chris, pick up your damn phone. Isn't it with your keys or whatever?" We start hearing little noises, supposedly from Lancer trying to get our attention. Lancer actually seemingly uses the stool form once more, although without the big explosion and flash of light when he goes stomping across the keyboard. He requests 999 shovels, and continues a gag from Chapter 1 where Lancer seemingly never bothered to learn Chris's name. He specifically overloads the computer with shovel requests. This is known as a dozens and dozens of shovels attack, which is meant to be a play on a DDoS attack. DDoS, dozens and dozens of shovels. This is a form of spam attack on someone's internal provider that overloads the server, shutting down your connection to the internet. There is an added layer to this joke that you are particularly likely to get exposed to this sort of virus or attack through shovelware. If you return back to your room after, it is overflowing with shovels, and you don't have anything to dig through them with. Wah, wah. That's my no shovels for these shovels sound effect, I guess. Inside Susie's room within the mansion, we have a lone egg. It's a painted egg. It's warm. From search query, can hard-boiled eggs hatch? I believe myself and this series just kind of bear a burden of needing to point out all egg-related things. After her conversation with Tem, Susie went and specifically looked up, can they hatch? Back in Chapter 1, when you have to pick a partner for your project, when you talk to Tem. Crisp! Oh, very sours. Tem already have partner. At which point they pull out this egg. It's a black and white hard-boiled egg. Sadly, seems like it already has a partner. I was wondering if she looked up this information and then brought it to Tem, but I think Susie would have went and looked this up specifically after talking to Tem. Tem partner with egg. Suze, very mean, said egg never hatch. Imitating the way Tem would say it, hard-boil eggs rather than hard-boiled. Temmie was seemingly so insistent that Susie started to doubt how eggs work and went looking it up. The hard-boiled egg emanates a feeling of pity towards you. There's also Birdley and Caddy's room. Jockington also seems to be stashed away. And the last room is Asriel's. If you say no to peeking inside, you have the feeling you wouldn't learn anything. If you instead say yes, you open the door with your eyes closed. You saw nothing. Which, yeah, obs, Chris. That's how eyes work. The Queen informs us that everything we see in our rooms are catered to us, gleaned from our internet search histories, which would explain why everyone has a room in the cyber world, including characters like Jockington and Caddy, despite them never seemingly been brought here themselves. The Queen's mansion is more like this data warehouse. We all know that companies like Facebook and Google data mine as much from us as possible, building up these personality profiles based on our search histories and interests. And so seemingly, the Queen is putting together these profiles in the form of rooms to house people in the eventuality that they arrive in this cyber world. Interestingly, when inspecting these different rooms, we have things like Birdley and Jockington, but we specifically have Caddy with a Y, not Caddy with an I. Most of the other ones we see are Chris's classmates or of a similar age. Now, alongside our literal brother Asriel, we have Caddy with a Y, someone who would instead have been Asriel's age. So either their information has been cataloged the same as everyone else, or there's a theory out there that at some point Asriel and Caddy went on their own Dark World adventure. And considering the much larger theories that I'm not going to get into right now, where I have previously thought that Noelle's sister is unfortunately dead, many have suggested maybe she's simply missing, and that could be a story beat of a future chapter that Des has been lost in a dark world all this time. Lancer wishes that Rule's card was here to help with the puzzle, comparing him to Pagliacci. Susie comments that, is this because he's some sort of genius? But it is instead no, that he is very like a sad clown. This is in reference to Pagliacci, the famous Italian opera that is about a sad clown. Without attaching a specific theory to it, this is just kind of interesting considering we specifically have a sad clown character in this series. Hurry up, Lancer's getting pale. But I like pails. Susie warns, hurry up, Lancer's getting pale. But I like pails. This is a bit of a callback to Chapter 1, when Lancer threatens to put all of our blood in a big pail, which itself was a Homestuck reference, which then potentially ties back together specifically with this room of the light, or rather shadow puzzle. The pink house itself is somewhat like the Homestuck logo. While it's certainly not a one-to-one, people have suggested that maybe these different symbols are meant to represent some of the different aspects from the Homestuck series. This wave could either be breath or life. The radiating sun could be the aspect of light. And then, I don't know, this big blob of a cloud or something could be hope. Definitely the least identifiable. It's all pretty loose. I'm not overly confident in any of it, but it's kind of interesting with the connection to pails, and we know that Toby's simply been heavily involved in that series. There's an extra bit of dialogue if you shine the bluebird spotlight on Birdley. Chris, stop taunting me with that appealing blue shape. You're just lucky this isn't online, or you wouldn't be able to taunt. This is actually a Smash Bros. Reference. As with the launch of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the ability to taunt online was disabled. When you solve the puzzle using Susie's suggestion, you're cheating. Just like when you wave dash, which is a specific move you can use in the Smash Bros. Franchise. Except in the world of Deltarune, it's Super Smashing Fighters. I like the meta joke that Susie wishes Ralsei was here to teach the lesson on morality. That really has been his role through the chapters so far. When Lancer is turned into a statue, if you push him all the way to the left, right up to the table, he will rotate, pull up a seat, a plate of spaghetti drops out of the sky, as well as a bib, and if you leave and come back, the spaghetti is missing. He seems to be well taken care of, somehow still managing to eat his dinner? After Ralsei rejoins the team, these swatchlings have something to say about it. Ralsei, good luck. Although you only joined us for minutes, we'll miss you. When we enter the room with the pottery, wipe your shoes, have fun, respect the pottery. And the fourth rule, have fun again. 5 list entry duplication error. If we choose to skip around the pottery, all of it, and actually don't break any, as fun as it may be, a pot is dropped on our head at the very end, which we can attempt to balance and usher out of this room the whole way. If you backtrack to this room without having broken pots along the way on the ground, it's okay if you dropped the pot off of your head. That doesn't count as breaking one pot. You will still get this ridiculous sequence. It'll now be filled with pots, and Susie makes a point of going around and smashing every single one of them on her own, just for fun. Why wouldn't you? Seems like she's having an absolute blast. And then you can't even ask her about it. The further back you go, the more pots there are, and she just goes to town. You can help her out, destroy every possible pot. Take that, queen, and back to the original room with its lone pot. When you leave and come back, all the pots are back, and Susie will start crushing them all over again. It is possible to make it through this entire obstacle course with the pot balanced on your head. You kind of have to let it over tip to one side and then compensate it through your movement. A little bit of caution, it can be done relatively easily, but there is actually no real winning here. After you cross the line, hey, not bad, Chris, with a little punch on the arm, knocking the pot over. Susie just beefs it, which is hilarious. And yeah, you get attacked no matter what. You will always break one pot. You can talk to the different swatchlings while balancing this pottery through this room. They'll all say the same thing. Please do not race the pottery, except for the very last swatchling, although they only seem to have an alternate bit of dialogue if you talked to other swatchlings in the room first. Yes, we see you. You are the master of balance. Looking specifically at the task manager's design, color scheme, outfit, and even the whip they use, it's all very similar to the Ace Attorney character, Franziska von Karma. There's a lot going on with this character. I'll start with a quick gag when using Susie and Ralsei's R and S actions on the task manager. Susie barked madly. Ralsei listened closely. Alongside the barking, Susie has this little beware of Susie sign. You know, she's acting like a dog to try and scare the cats. And if you have the Devil's Tail equipped, Task Manager will specifically comment on it. Chaos, chaos? No. Order, order. Now get rid of that silly tail. And there's very similar dialogue for equipping the Devil's Knife, simply ending with, now get rid of that Devil's Knife. Task Manager, obsessed with order and abhors chaos. Whip it good, which itself is a reference to an old Devo song, simply titled Whip It, with Whip It Good being one of the lyrics. But the game specifically capitalizes chaos and not order. This is some potentially elemental, primordial force in this world. And Task Manager seems to specifically be aware of Jevil and stands in opposition to them. Shouting things like order, order is kind of a common, maybe tropey phrase for a character that seemingly also has these connections to a courtroom with the whole Ace Attorney reference going on. And the Task Manager is obviously a play on a task manager, a computer function used for organizing and ordering the tasks you have open. The way it all ties into Jevil is very interesting. If we attempt to order the task manager, you ask task manager to show you order. She obliges. And once things are sufficiently organized, they can be spared. I've just found it so interesting that while the character of Jevil is entirely separate from everything else we see in Chapter 1, with a few comments from Sham seemingly being the only thing we really have to go off of, we now suddenly have characters like Spampton and Task Manager that are specifically aware of them. They weren't always the hidden away recluse that we see now. If you head back to the room with the portraits, this task cat is running around, and the swatchling butler is chasing it, continually sweeping up its paw prints. Obviously, these pictures of Queen are modeled after Mona Lisa, with the addition of fire-breathing capabilities. But my favorite detail with these is that there's a little laughing segment of the song, at which point all of the pictures stop spouting fire and actually laugh along with it for a moment. They're also seemingly playing that game where they make you look at a circle below your waist. The Queen's trolling us pretty hard there. Oh me oh my, the kitchen is infested with vermin. I knew we should have properly finished dumping all the cheese in that alleyway, which gives us a little bit of context as to why there was an alleyway that was filled with cheese. I thought about including every one of Susie and Ralsei's S&R actions, but most of them just aren't that interesting, but I really like the one when used against the mouse. Susie got on all fours and chased the mouse around the room like an animal. Ralsei started putting peanut butter on a spoon and put it in a trap. Susie was captured. Susie? The hell are you blaming me for? You made the trap. The mouse wheels line, rolling around at the speed of mouse, is a reference to rolling around at the speed of sound, the first line of the Cityscape theme from Sonic Adventure 2. Back in Chapter 1, Clover had a line when checking them, 2 heads are better than 1. 3? Maybe not. We have a quick callback to that with the mouse wheel in this chapter. Checking it, 2 mice are better than 1. 3? Maybe not. When navigating the dialogue options of Swatch's shop, when inquiring about their outfit, a monochrome look, black suit, colored glasses, many people have failed to imitate this look, some even going so far as to attempt to impersonate me in order to get the, oh, never mind, macaron? Seemingly maybe Spamton was imitating this guy's look in order to get, we don't know what. The cafe owner talking about their mission statement. One of the things seemingly done for the Queen was to have melons smashed with karate chops repeatedly for no apparent reason, to have barrels thrown from the rafters, seemingly referencing both Fruit Ninja and the Donkey Kong series. There is an item you can buy that is the butt juice, short for butler juice. It changes color with temperature, same as the Swatchlings do. And if you try to give it to Susie specifically, how'd you call this? Reacting to the butt juice. And we also have spaghetti code, woven by master coders. The spaghetti code item is a reference to a running joke that Team Fortress 2 has, quote, spaghetti code. Basically, building a game over that many years makes the code increasingly complex and unwieldy. It's been documented that the developers started leaving notes to themselves in the code over how poorly some of it was strung together, leading to jokes about spaghetti code. This concept and joke has now been applied to all sorts of games, and really when it comes down to it, all games kind of have spaghetti code because making games is hard, and it rarely comes out as you intended when first writing things out. And then from there, it's just a matter of trying to adapt, change, and fix things as you go. So while there's an origin for spaghetti code, basically every game is spaghetti code. Chainmail is just a brilliant gag, like the medieval armor of having a mail of chain, but it's obviously also meant to reference the old spammy messages that were sent around back in the day. Send it to 10 others or it'll lose its defensive rating. The Queen statues all around this room are all meant to look like the famous marble statue, the Thinker. An extra little gag: once you've found the secret in this room and speak to the hacker, I'm retiring from hacking the mainframe. I decided to use my powers for the good of society. I'm going to reverse engineer the code for Super Smashing Fighters, so I can put my favorite cartoon characters into the game. Just once again tying in the recurring idea of Super Smashing Fighters, our parody game of Super Smash Bros. Something Toby's obviously a big fan of, as well as connecting to fan mods of platform fighters like Project M, designed to add additional characters to those games. This gag with the queen trying to get Chris to get the banana comes up at 2 different points in the game. It's seemingly quite random, although it does lean into themes of this chapter of control, seen most prominently through that Snowgrave route. Stop everything! Chris, get the banana! Potassium! But if you do instead swerve wide around it, Chris, you are going to get sick. Chris, get the banana. Chris isn't gonna do what you say. That's okay, Chris. It's good for you. If we veer wide away from the banana, fools, I wanted you to avoid it. Now you will become potassium deficient. It seems like such a weird gag, but Night Margin, the creator of One Shot, actually commented on this over on Twitter. Seemingly, they were suspicious that this had been a reference back in Chapter 1, with some of these goopy faces on the wall. But now with Potassium, it seemingly confirms that Toby is a fan of the Yuminiki fan game .flow. The two in combination create this very overt reference. But if you look it up, there's Potassium memes everywhere. It's a joke surrounding the game, not something actually found in the game. There is an NPC in that game who is nicknamed Smile, something of a recurring motif in the Deltarune and Undertale series. At one point, Smile has a direct voice line in the game. What they're saying is, "You're a sick girl, but I'll see you again."
You'll sink here, potassium again.
However, there is a relatively heavy accent delivering that line, and "but I'll see you again" really starts to run together. But I'll see you again, but I'll see you again, but I'll see you again, potassium, potassium, potassium.
You'll sink here, potassium again.
That first part is up for debate. I've seen "you sick girl," "you'll see girl," "you're safe here," "you'll sink in here." There's a lot of suggestions. I don't think there's ever been a real answer.
You'll sink here, potassium again.
So there, now we know the specific details of where potassium actually comes from in that game, and tied it together to the idea of smiles. Something I now need to tie back to Chapter 1 with these weird eyeball symbols. But we again see these eyeballs when Ralsei is describing the Titans. Something that is probably going to be a major part of this series, being teased right from the opening moments of the first Dark World. I've seen it pointed out that this middle Titan, seen when Ralsei describes the roaring, is quite possibly the statue that we give the umbrella to in Undertale. After the sequence where the annoying dog crashes us into the wall, off to the right, we have the Supreme Table. In the bottom right-hand corner of Toriel's classroom, we have the Throne of Gods. Just a big old stack of chairs. The Supreme Table. You won't be able to use this without the Throne of the Gods. I don't know why people are stacking all these things together, but it's interesting that it's tying together something from a different room of the school, especially when we're not currently in the school at all. But in the top right-hand corner, we also have a little gerbil watering unit, something we had already seen in the King's Cage in the Dark World, when the king asks you if you've come to humiliate him. Hell yeah. Eat it, old man. Hey, why the hell does he get a giant water thing? Jealous, are you? Then gaze in envy, whelps, as I suckle from this giant hamster bottle. Feel despair. Never mind. And this actually does come up once more when we have the king and queen in the same room at the end of Chapter 2. Well, nice hamster wheel. So you two have come to humiliate me? No, I'm serious. It's cool. That water bottle, however, do not speak ill of the royal water bottle. It's nothing compared to the one at my mansion. So I don't know, for whatever reason, royalty in this world just really likes drinking out of a giant hanging tub of water. It doesn't sound that bad. It seems kind of convenient. I want one like next to my bed, honestly. In this quick shuffle game, there are 2 bombs and a key. Even if you find the key, it still acts as a bomb to open the door. Selecting a bomb requires you to dodge bullets, and you can try again. Birdly refers to Ralsei as our lackey. Chris, do you think of me as your lackey? Of course not. You mean you think of me as more than a lackey? Of course. Really? I'm happy to hear that. I've never been someone's lackey before. Once Birdly and Noelle head off through their shortcut, if we head to this door to the right, we have the giant statue seemingly attempted to be flushed down the toilet. The statue of Birdly is wedged in the toilet. You glanced back at the bathroom door sign. The sign has a silhouette of a Birdly statue. Everything checks out. No problem here is another reference to Earthbound, whenever you check on something you can't otherwise interact with. Although Queen hanging off his bicep has been removed, when we head into the side room of the acid lake, we now learn that the Queen portion of this golden statue is going for a little bath in the acid river. When we head to this room with the stranded Swatchling, thank you for your help. I'd gone up there to do a little house cleaning, because he's cleaning a little house, not that he's cleaning it a little bit, and got stuck. Interacting with the houses drops down a lone piece of pottery. If you then shatter it, he tries to attack, but he's grateful. I suppose we'll just have to let it go this once. If you interact with this castle before you get the werewire's attention, this castle looks like it has worn many sieges. After defeating the werewire, you both get a chest with a revive dust, and it seems that peace has returned to the castle. Queen threatens Noelle to listen and stop hesitating. If you don't come, a certain bird might take a ride in the acid river, sounding as though she's directly threatening Birdly, but as we eventually see, this is something quite literal, not even a lie. It's no secret that Toby is a big fan of the French RPG Maker game Off. It's a well-known cult classic. Both games were obviously inspired by Earthbound, and this section ties in a few references. There are also sections of Off that need to be navigated with a swan boat, in that game crossing a river of meat. And as a funny visual reference, it kind of works as an inverse where the land is neon green, and in Deltarune, it's the acid river that's neon green. And the melody of this track, Acid Tunnel of Love, has some similarities to the song featured in Off, A Stab of Happiness. Ralsei asks if it's strange to say that it's nice spending time alone like this. It's strange. Sarcastic. I was just being sarcastic. Sorry about that. When we first met, I was so nervous about first impressions. If we instead had said, I feel the same. I'm happy hearing you say that, Chris. When we first met, and then the dialogue kind of carries on. Ralsei's struggling to dish out a compliment, saying it's nice that we and Susie are ourselves. It's nice that Ralsei is Ralsei. Huh? No one's ever said that to me before. I mean, everything's a first for me, but hearing it from you, it means a lot. I just wonder what being Ralsei-like even is. Sorry, I got off track. Let's just enjoy the ride, Chris. Everything's a first for me is kind of a weird line. I think Ralsei is saying everything with friendships is a first for them, but is there a weird implication there that characters that exist in these dark worlds don't exist until the moment the fountain is made and they just spawn into existence with a full backstory already existing? I really don't know. I'm gonna have to assume I'm reading into that line too much. And if you don't respond, seeing as there's some pretty serious implications of what being Chris really is or means, it's just like you to be quiet right now. That's right, isn't it? It's so you-like. I guess I like you-like things. When we arrive at this house island, there is a lot of goofiness with this rules card battle on the acid lake, so I'll kind of set the stage a little bit, doing a bit of the full lead in, and then start picking apart the ways this can branch off and differ. First, in his own ship, coming down, announcing Chips Ahoyeth, landlubbers, which I guess is a reference to Chips Ahoy, the cookie? I think he was trying to say Ships Ahoy. Now beholdeth the form of thou destroyer, whatever this thing is, revealing the thrashing machine we would have designed for Susie and Lancer in Chapter 1. Squirming with jealousy at my battle caravan, 'tis an effigy of an ancient god of combat. I rescuedeth it from the king's trash heap, and fixedeth it up in this world's scrap shop. It's actually a rejected design we made. And soon thou shalt tasteth rejection, first-handeth in the form of various bullet cyst. If you instead had chosen a duck, head, body, and legs, after this, Ralsei will respond, that's just a duck. I knoweth what it art, ruffian. Go forth, my squeaky ducky. The thrash machine reluctantly fights you. It recognizes its master, perhaps. When Rules attacks us in this battle, he throws these boxes at us, ones that we specifically saw him use in Chapter 1. But they do reappear in this chapter, it just takes a little bit of searching. If you backtrack to the first mouse puzzle, there's maybe something a little familiar. An invasive species of puzzle has taken over the room. Again, backtracking to the second mouse puzzle, we have a lineup of blocks. An invasive species of puzzle has taken over the room. Shows that he was kind of running around in this cyber world while we had our own adventure going on, before meeting back up with him here. Apparently he just feels the need to fiddle with other people's puzzles, I guess. It's a fun detail. Apparently it's incredibly common to draw in this little puzzle battle against Rules card. On stream, I very accidentally won because I cornered all of his houses and stopped his ability to expand. He can't take houses diagonally. So if you just angle off towards him very quickly, rest for a turn to build up 4 house placements, you can dominate the board really aggressively and trap him in his corner, finishing the battle quite suddenly with you as the victor. There are different bits of dialogue depending on the end result. It seemseth the game hath been overed if we lost, and lo, I haveth the most real estate. Finally, I've won! How doth it feeleth, worms, to be bestedeth by the best, to be laid low by the Duke of Puzzles? So what happens now? What? You had more houses, so what does that even do? Glad if thou asked. You don't have any plan, do you? Shutteth yon uppeth, and behold my truest power. If we win, what house doth you have more houstes? So thou hast triumphed. Not, you have only seen but 1 percentile of my weapon's abilities. At which point he begins to power up again, prepared to fight us before statuification. If there is a draw, I haveth no idea who won or lost. So we hath an equal number of houses. I suppose thou thinketh that meanseth thou have matched my abilities. And if this was instead a duck, not, that plump duck art not but the appetizement. Watch your growing and huge destruction. If you check rules, mini boss for hire will appear even if unhired. I eveneth do partis. When you had the duck thrash machine and rules six it upon you, "Fly, my ducky, fly!" This is potentially a reference to the infamously misquoted line from The Wizard of Oz. Everyone always quotes it as, "Fly, my pretties, fly." I even had that in my own head. Apparently it's actually just "now fly, fly." While later calling Dorothy my pretty. Over the years, we've just kind of mashed the two of those together. The thrash machine will occasionally send out duckies at you. If you allow the duck to hit you, it only does 1 damage. The duck will charge us down, squeaking all along the way. If you allow the duck to touch you, it explodes, still doing 1 damage before coming back. This thing could just explode and respawn as much as it wants, I guess. The enemy's ship seems to have fallen in love with yours. Duck to swan. If you insist on fighting rules rather than taking part in the little mini-game, there's some extra dialogue. "Oweth, the houses, thou'st fool, the houses! Stop hittingeth me and playeth my mini-game, you rogues!" And after just a few short attacks, you won. Except then Rules immediately claims that he won. The fact that neither Rules nor Lancer is compatible with this dark world, but Ralsei is, seemingly tells us so much. We just obviously don't know what yet. You can swerve towards these tiny houses in the section leading up to Rules' fight while the queen is talking to you. The more of them you color in, the more TP you start that battle with. For the camera, you're allowed to do various poses. Hug Ralsei. Chris? Did it really take a picture of that? Let's keep going. Once Susie has rejoined the party, you can head back. I was fishing for lost pottery in the acid when I found this photo. Please, take a look. It sure is a nice photo. Susie, do you want it for your room? The hell would I want this for? If you do a rude gesture. Chris! Did it really take a picture of that? It's the same dialogue, but Ralsei is visibly shocked rather than blushing. The Swatchling discovered it again while fishing. Ralsei has no comment this time, and Susie is impressed. Ha! That's awesome, Chris. If you do the peace sign... I bet it must have been a wonderful picture. What? We were facing the wrong way? More fishing and showing us the picture. Please take a look. Chris, you look nice in this one. Choosing to do the peace sign is a reference to Earthbound, when the photo guy randomly shows up and Ness gives them the peace sign. Even the way Ralsei and Chris turn towards the screen rather than the camera could be mimicking the way Ness would similarly face the screen rather than the photo guy. Or if you do not pose, that's okay, Chris. Let's keep going. And no pictures taken. And if you head back, there's obviously no picture to see, and an interaction that exists in any of these branches. It's completed its migration. And if you do not get a photo taken, Ralsei's status is now blank prints. Doesn't even have a photo. If you come back to this lever, after having done the whole lake segment, pulling this lever summons a swan boat. You think about releasing enough swans to clog up the river. If you interact again, are they reminiscing about our ride? Not quite, Ralsei. If you send the mice out without adjusting anything, they collect $1 from the chest. You don't get anything. When adjusting just the one house, they found $20. You don't get anything. If you solve the puzzle without the mice opening either chest, there doesn't appear to be a way to make it back onto the platform, so seemingly no one gets the money, so I don't know, you might as well let the mice have it. After you open up this bridge, if you head back, pulling the lever back would undo the high five. You can't undo a high five. When on the Ferris wheel discussing looking out the window, Susie says seeing everything small makes her feel like Susie Zilla or something. I could wreck the whole city. This is paid off at the end of the game, if somewhat indirectly. When Chris and Susie are watching TV together on the couch, they're watching a purple dinosaur on the TV who's wrecking the city. A giant monster movie special. Always liked them better than the giant human movies. Seemingly watching some version of a Susie Zilla-like program. Susie telling Birdly, "May the smarts be with you," is meant to be a riff on "May the force be with you."
May the force be with you.
Goodbye, old friend. May the force be with you.
And Birdly follows that up later with "May the smarts not be with you." If you tell Ralsei you don't care about what Susie's doing right now, are you sure? It might be interesting. You aren't wondering at all? Perhaps if you could potentially see it, would you want to know? Really don't care. Well then, I suppose if you aren't interested, that's that. Let's keep going, Chris. Geronimo! And you straight up end up skipping that scene between Susie and Noelle. When visiting Noelle's room within the mansion, whoa, this statue rocks. Hey Ralsei, can we take this for my room? That would be stealing. You stole the Susie-like statue. Something that we've obviously seen before when Ralsei is detailing the 3 heroes who are destined to save the world. And we add the Susie-like statue to Susie's room. Jealous of my cool statue, Chris? Huh? What? No, it's not me, it's just cool. We can also interact with this head of Ice-E. From the search, is Ice-E real cryptid? It's a cross between Ice-E and something else. Hey Chris, take this for your room. That would be stealing. You stole the Ice-E statue for some reason. Now we have Ice-E's head inside our room. This maybe isn't the best thing in your room. That's obviously the moss, we all know that. In this room, these swatchlings are watching a video about the creation of the Dark Fountain. It's apparently too smoky to see who the knight is. Queen has been watching very closely. Also, it's Cyber City's Funniest Home Videos, referencing the old TV program, America's Funniest Home Videos. This is today's dinner entertainment. I've heard it's called The Birth of a Fountain. What an elegant name. This is a reference to an old film, Birth of a Nation, one of the most controversial films ever made, as it is considered a fantastically well-made film, but it is one that argues in favor of racism, with the KKK being seen as the story's heroes. It's actually pretty dark to think the Queen is brainwashing and indoctrinating her subjects like this, if the actual subject matter shares anything in common. Considering how careful this series is, how it uses and presents character pronouns, I find it very interesting that the knight is specifically referred to as it, creating a fountain by its hand, not he, she, or their. That could just be to keep a little bit of the mystery going, or it could actually be a little piece of evidence. And again, towards the end, when the Queen is describing the knight, it deigned to create this world. Reaching its long hand to the sky, it coursed its will into its blade. Potentially, this is just used because these characters appear to know nothing about the knight. At this save file, after the acid lake, everyone is together, but the wind blows coldly. This detail and sound effect both carry a vague familiarity. After a genocide route in Undertale, upon relaunching the game, there is a black screen with this wind howling. It might not be the exact same sound file, and I think that one was referred to as the Black Wind, but I can't help but think of it. In this top floor of the mansion, in the area where you fight the Queen, there is this one stray gray pixel. In the same spot, there is a stray pixel in the King's fight. Why? Why does Toby torture me like this? The song heard when fighting against Queen and Birdly together is Attack of the Killer Queen. Yes, I know it's also a JoJo thing, but JoJo was referencing Queen the band, so it's kind of a Pippus in the egg sort of thing, which came first. The Queen mentions our screens of funny animals and candied games. which funny animals could just be any sort of meme or silly cat video, anything like that. But Candied Games is potentially a reference to popular mobile games like Candy Crush. The Queen herself even admits that she's primarily a mobile gamer. During one of the Queen's attacks, where we see a bunch of random faces of different citizens spewing out their comments, we have a chance to see the Everyman appear. This recurring mysterious figure throughout the series so far, who we still kind of know nothing about. The Everyman is actually the only one of these to specifically say nothing when appearing on screen. In the first part of this final battle against the Queen, where she brings in a plugged-in servant Birdly, if rather than acting to save Birdly, we focus fire on the Queen and ignore him entirely, she lets you know that you've only depleted the health points of her chair. I can simply make another barrier using my drink. Bottoms up. Wait a second. Hey chat, does anyone know what happened to that stuff? Oh dear, it seems someone sipped up all of my shield power. In other words, nothing's stopping us from beating you up now, huh? Well, not nothing. She throws Birdly in front of you. Mr. Birdie here still has maximum HP, so unless you want your dear friend to get hurt, I recommend letting him hurt you instead. Birdly turns against her. You won't control me. What? What are you doing? Taking off this plug. Stop. Stop that at once. Your arm will. Stop. And with a massive explosion, Birdly sets himself free. What the hell, man? Your arm is... That was stupid. Yes, it was, wasn't it? It's not praise. Chris, Susie, I can't do much with a fried wing. Please, promise you'll save Noelle. We promise. Birdly! Hey, Birdly, are you okay? Everything getting dark. Only... And the same as before, he tries to get a kiss off of Susie. After our whole conversation about how it's okay to make mistakes, and Birdly took that as meaning being dumb is better, as we head off to save Noelle, he says, "May the smarts not be with you." Being a little bit of a double spun play on "May the force be with you." If you keep pestering him on the ground here, he thinks Chris is flirting, he turns them down. Susie is who he chooses to pursue in the visual novel of life. If you leave and head back through either direction of the screen, Susie will be following the group again, and you talk to Birdly. "Ah, Susan, returned to feast upon my sprightly visage." "What? You look awful." "Ah, such data is soon to my ears." This is a reference to the common anime archetype, tsundere. I can't quite hit my R's the way that you're supposed to in Japanese. The terms soon means to turn away in disgust or anger, while dere is to become affectionate. I've tried my best with the pronunciation. It's my first stab I've ever taken at it. So turning away in disgust and to become affectionate, Birdly is implying that Susie is a tsundere character arc where she is rude to him to hide her feelings, and will eventually become affectionate. What the hell are you saying? How about a kiss for luck? Now that is a common thing and has been around for centuries, a kiss for luck. But the way it's presented here is seemingly directly a reference to everybody's favorite Zelda game, Link, the Faces of Evil.
How about a kiss for luck?
You've got to be kidding.
It's somewhat generic, but knowing the way Toby likes to reference this game and series, it's much more likely to be an actual reference. Stop mumbling! A kiss for me to change RNG, random number generator, because he only speaks in gamer terms. When everyone wakes back up as Birdly gets ready to leave. Huh? That's funny. My right arm won't move. Oh. It must have fallen asleep. Here, I'll carry your books for you, Birdly. Noelle, you're always helping me. Thank you. And as they walk off, we can see that Birdley's arm literally isn't moving anymore. There is one more minor difference. After the point in the battle where Birdley unplugs his own face, when assembling everyone ahead of this final encounter, the original version plays out like this. Fear not, your knight in glow-in-the-dark armor is here. Chris, Susie, my energy is still too low to help you fight, so I found help for you. Behold, comrades. And the other version with Birdley's broken wing. Or arm? I am totally unsure what to call it. As we fall to the bottom, Birdley swoops in to save the day, even with his bandaged up arm. Chris, Susie, I can't do much for you like this, so I found help for you. Behold, comrades! Every character you recruited along the way will join this final form. If you instead attacked and chased them all away, none of them will be here to join this final version. The golden statue is retrieved from the toilet. And your thrash machine joins as well, regardless of if it was a duck or anything else. When we assemble our own Mega Mecha Fighter to fight the Giga Queen, all the different characters are assembled in a way that feels very reminiscent to constructing a Megazord in Power Rangers. This reference is further reinforced by the music Powers Combined. This song is specifically made to match the main theme of the old Super Nintendo Power Rangers game. Going even further with that, the battle theme here, Knock You Down, shares a sound font with the end boss theme of that same Power Rangers game. And the way the characters start announcing my JPEG and the other skills that they're contributing feels a lot like the assembling of the Fellowship of the Ring.
You have my sword. And you have my bow.
And my axe.
I debated this one. I thought it felt a little generic, but I've seen it brought up a lot. During Phase 2 of the Queen's boss fight, Queen says, "Finally, a worthy opponent," which is potentially a reference to the heavily memed line in Kung Fu Panda delivered by Tai Lung.
Finally, a worthy opponent.
All of the different Thrash Machine heads result in different special attacks. The Laser head has Laser mode, which has fast attacks, increasing damage somewhat and allows for faster punches for a turn afterwards. Sword head has Sword mode, power up each hit, increases damage moderately and makes each successive hit stronger until the next miss. Flame head has Fire mode with power attacks, increases damage from attacks afterwards, with about 420 initial damage on Phase 1. And of course we have the Duck mode with sucky attacks. With the Duck head using the Duck mode attack, which are listed as being sucky, a totally sucking aura fired up. It's not that these attacks are bad, it's that they actually suck up life to heal you. I don't know the exact conditions, but after making it through the first 2 rounds without getting hit by specific attacks, the Queen will power up with this glowing blue aura. I believe it makes her faster and stronger, but it also results in her taking more damage. If no buttons are pressed when first trying to attack the Queen. Oh, did you forget how to control a giant robot? There are keyboard controls inside. Press the buttons to dodge and to punch, and if you whiff one more attack, one more time, press to dodge and to punch, which will then repeat on any subsequent failures. If you do not react to the Queen's big final baseball attack, I have more extremely slow moving, obviously punchable giant baseballs where that one came from. If you lose against the Giga Queen, she repeatedly ducks down, referencing the action of teabagging in multiplayer games. Now leaving the dark world and arriving back in our overworld hometown, The closet is spacious and full of old electronics. A large person could easily fit inside. Maybe this has to do with the Giga Queen, but it seemingly has much darker implications on that genocide route. The closet is full of many backup devices like extra mice, extra keyboards, or extra maracas. This is a callback to Chapter 1 when inspecting the library, and we could see the annoying dog inside playing with maracas instead of finishing the game they were working on. A bit of a meta joke expanded on further here. When inspecting the posters in the computer lab at the end of the Cyberworld sequence. Pretty typical interaction to begin with. And on the second time, you suddenly thought about how your day might have been different if the poster with that orange cat was still on the wall. This is a reference to a real-world motivational poster that was popular around the 90s of this cat trying to just hang in there. Although the hang in there cat isn't always orange, so it's very possible it was meant to be a Garfield poster. And seeing as the Ferris wheel literally appears in the dark world, mostly what this is saying is that if things around the room like this poster had been different, it would have literally changed your day through its reflection in the dark world. We can see in the library we're no longer blocked from going upstairs. I had hoped there would be something more exciting up here. We can still talk to this bent over bird character. I love reading books, especially the books upstairs. But with them in the way, we can only actually access a couple of them. It's book 1 about souls. In Undertale, it's established that monster souls are composed of love, hope, and compassion, while human souls do not need any of these traits. This appears to be further reinforced with this text, although it never specifies if we're talking about monster or human souls. The soul is considered to be the font of compassion, the source of our will, the container of our life force. But even now, the true function of it is unknown. There's an added layer to this, considering characters in Undertale will talk in unique fonts, and they all have those different typer values as discussed in the Gaster video volume 2. But really, it's just a hyper-specific word choice from Toby. Font is the root word of fountain. Basically, it is saying it is the source of the compassion, with fonts, fountains being incredibly important to this game. The container of our life force. But even now, the true function of it is unknown. And on the other shelf, How to Care for a Human. It's a book for monsters on how to care for humans. Look in the back. According to the card in the back, looks like your mother took it out repeatedly many years ago. And if you look inside, there are photos of unfamiliar humans inside. You shut the book quickly. What kind of major implications does that have? It definitely ties into the events of Undertale. I don't really know if that'll pay off in this series. People have theorized that this character will slide one position back per chapter, allowing us to access one more bookshelf at a time to obtain additional lore. One of the books in the library reads, "It's a book of magic tricks. Most of them require orbs or floating hands," referencing the Undertale monster of magic. Upon our second interaction with Caddy's dad in Chapter 1. Can't blame your brother for leaving town. He's out there getting a big brain in the big school. Hope when he becomes a big shot, he remembers us little guys down the street. Now, this could just be a generic phrase. It's a thing to be called a big shot. But considering how far ahead Toby plans these games, and how much he loves foreshadowing and planting teases, I'm very, very curious to see if or how those end up meeting together. Interacting with one of the bins of fruits in Sans' shop. Grapes, melons, oranges, and the scent of fresh pineapples. This is actually a reference to the DK rap from Donkey Kong 64.
Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah!
Didn't expect to see it here. Absolutely love it. The first time you interact with this, Sans makes a stupid joke about legumes and jerky, but interacting with it a second time, how about we don't look at anything? That's gonna make him say something stupid. Pickings are looking slim, ma'am. Just a bit of commentary on the way Sans normally comments on things, especially when seen in the casino of Undertale, where his entire purpose was to comment on things. On one of the magazine racks, there are some car magazines on the racks. It might be fun to look at them, but there's other people around. If you interact with it again, it's a fluffy dog magazine. The inside has samples like fragrance ads, but it's all different dog fur for you to touch. Hey, don't hog the ads. And if you repeatedly interact, you won't ever actually get the car magazine interaction again. This is a reference to Undertale. Characters around that world, specifically within Snowdin, will talk about Sans taking a job as a sentry, but that he's never actually really doing his job, and that he's constantly caught simply reading car magazines. So the idea of you trying to sneak a peek at a car magazine in Sans' own shop creates this funny layered reference. There's actually one more layer to this magazine dialogue in Sans' shop. There's some car magazines on the racks. It might be fun to look at them, but there's other people around. In Mega Man Legends, there's some dirty magazines on the racks. It might be fun to look at them, but there's so many people around. You'd get in trouble if someone saw you. There is a special cutscene in Sans' if you only go around these shelves. I missed it initially. People had to tell me to go back. Hey, forget something? Why, yes, I think I left my eggs on the counter. Guess your memory's not what it's cracked up to be. There is really egg on my face now, is there not? You're excused. Now it sounds as if you are egging me on. Egg on or egg off, I expect a lot from you. Well, I am exceptional. And don't forget me, your ex-husband. Hello, Asgore. Sans, it's so awkward he had to turn away. Tori, I didn't expect to see you here, but I have some extra flowers, and I was wondering if... Oh, I was just about to go, actually. Sure. Home is where the heart is. So, when Asriel comes home, yes, we should all discuss that together soon. Onky donkey, say hi to Chris for me. Of course. Have a nice day. You know what I want, Bone Man. Yep. Free pickles. Why, thank you. No wonder his fridge was filled with pickles. Can I ask, what kind of flowers do you think would make her remember how she felt before? Maybe you should talk to your plants about that. Don't worry, they're the first ones I asked. They're such good listeners, you know, flowers. Well, yeah, nothing like a captive audience. Now, this can just be alluding to the fact that Asgore is a bit of a lonely sad sack in the world of Deltarune, but it simultaneously does work as a pretty dark, pretty powerful callback to the fact that Asgore and Toriel would have visited Asriel's grave and thus been speaking to the captive flower audience of Flowey. I don't think it's meant to actually tie into that world or bear any specific implications, but I think when scripting this out, Toby knew full well that it would make us think of that. He's not necessarily drawing a connection here, not one to build a theory around at least, but he knows. He knows he's messing with our minds. Yes, I even keep them in glass. Like that movie, Beauty and the Beast. Yes, it's very similar to that movie. This isn't the first time this has come up. Interacting with the flowers next to Rudy's bed in the hospital in Chapter 1 will also specifically reference Beauty and the Beast. This is an interaction I think I actually missed when first covering Chapter 1, a bunch of roses in a glass container. Hey, I'm happy your dad brought me flowers, but roses? What is this, man, Beauty and the Beast? That ain't gonna work, man, we're both beasts. And if you actually interact with it again, Chris, I love your dad, but Asgore, if you want to go to the prom with me, just ask. Well, have a good one. I'm trying. Hey, Chris, never mind. Yeah, I'm the sicko that looks at all the milks to find the best expiration date. You got something about it? Don't talk to me unless you want to look at milk. After the cutscene where Toriel and Asgore comes into Sans' shop, we can again talk to this weird cat. Can your family not come in here while I'm looking at milk? Asgore is the one who left Rudy flowers. If after that awkward cutscene in the grocery store you come to visit, sorry, I used up a lot of my energy just now. Probably not going to be very fun to talk to. Thanks for visiting though, Chris. And you too, Susie. There's an extra line of dialogue after you ask Rudy about his situation. Seems like I need some more tests. So just gotta wait it out. They can't keep me down for too long, baby. Sooner or later, I'm busting out of here. Besides, your dad ain't much without his main man. And as we actually specifically saw on Asgore's fridge, Rudy was Asgore's best man at his wedding. Yeah, he had to ask the store guy for free pickles. Damn it, man. You know I would give you free pickles. I'll kick that store guy's bony little ass. Yeah, me too. We'll make him into a goddamn xylophone. Which is a reference to the 1929 short Disney film, The Skeleton Dance. We have Chief Undyne and Deputy Napstablook. Within the police station, we have the entirety of the dog guards locked up, seemingly now criminals instead, a complete reversal of their prior role. We're the infamous dog burglars, the wet-nosed bandits. Obviously a play on the idea of a cat burglar, but also a reference to Home Alone, which had the wet bandits who always turned on taps after knocking a place over. We have this vase of well cared for flowers, potentially a holdover from when Asgore was a part of the police force, showing that even back then he had a bit of a green thumb. Here's where that Des went missing theory ties in. People think that Asgore was removed from the force after failing to solve that mystery, although it seems like his removal was much more recent. When you interact with Alphys just outside of the police station, she describes an accident she had on her bike, working her way around describing what actually happened. Essentially, it seems as though she was distracted by Undyne and managed to simply crash it. If you inspect Alfie's bike, it's a beaten bike. The horn looks like it might give a honk of despair, which is exactly how the rusted bike from the garbage dump somewhere Alfie's frequents was also described. There's an extra little cutscene to be found inside the police station. When you talk to Undyne, you have two options. You can choose to say nothing without any risk of cutting yourself off from other dialogue options. Nothing to report, huh? At times like this, punks like you should be home playing video games. This is a reference to Earthbound, in which an officer character has a similar line that we should instead be at home playing Nintendo games. If you specifically tell her about the Dark World. Huh? A super dangerous alternate world in the library? More are appearing? People might fall inside? Listen, punk. You seriously think I'm gonna believe that? Dark World. Starts banging on the desk. Seriously? Until they accidentally break the desk in half, the key flies into the door, and who, you may ask, let the dogs out? Well, I'll let the courts determine that. Hey, wait! Not again! Looks like I gotta go recapture those criminals. Hey, by the way, that yellow glasses lady, she your teacher? She kinda had an accident earlier with her, bike. Just wanted to make sure she was feeling better. So, give her this. You got a heart-shaped box of candies that says, "Get well soon." It has "To your bike," hastily scrawled underneath the "Get well soon." Look, "Get well soon's" all the store had. Open it and I'll arrest you. Look, I'll even put a note on it. Now stop interrupting me. I gotta go. You got the previously described box of candy with a note on it. If after this we talk to Napstablook, oh, jailbreak. I'll sound the alarm. This is actually a remixed and reworked version of Pathetic House, which was the song that played within Napstablook's house in Undertale. I made the jailbreak alarm my mixtape. It's a nice beat to study or relax to while you escape from prison, which is just kind of a reference to the somewhat memey idea of the fact that people would share playlists of songs to study or relax to. Now, I was starting to think it's just those chalky, crappy Valentine's candies, but when giving it to Alfie's, it specifically says chocolates. There are several things we can do with this box of chocolates. Obviously, you can just throw it on the ground. There's nothing too interesting there. The info on it, it's not yours. Will that stop you? Keep in mind that we've specifically been shown multiple times across both chapters that Chris really likes chocolate. The Choco Diamond in the Dark World heals Chris more than anyone else. Toriel has to hide chocolate kisses away from them. Asriel and Chris would go and get hot chocolates together at QC's diner. This is a recurring thing. When eating this box of chocolates, you unhesitatingly devoured the box of heart-shaped candy. Your guts are being destroyed. You accept this destruction as part of life. And Chris actually takes 1 heart damage. They're that bad. Either that, or it's yet more evidence that Chris isn't necessarily themselves at this moment. Now, if you want to be a little less greedy, Chris, you can give the box of chocolates to Alfie's. Huh, Chris, do you have something for me? You could say I want to hoard the chocolate. Okay, I don't know why I thought that, which it is kind of weird to assume. But if you give the chocolate... Chris, what is that you're giving me? A box of heart-shaped chocolates? Whoa, no, I can't accept that from you. What? It's from the police? You mean she's giving me this? Get well soon gift to my bike? And there's a note on this that says, open this and I'll arrest you, you little punk? Chris, tell her I appreciate it? Yeah, I'd say that all played off exactly as intended. No mixed messaging whatsoever. Within Sans' shop, there are a bunch of cards and heart-shaped chocolates. Get well soon. I'm glad your bike crashed. Kinda doesn't give you a lot to work with, does it? If you rejoin Susie and try to use the chocolates in front of her. Whoa, Chris, where the hell did you get that? Someone gave it to you? Yeah, right, you stole it, didn't you? Well, come on. Let's eat it and hide the evidence. You and Susie shared the heart-shaped box of candies. Both of you had a feeling in your chest, ow, my stomach, that you shouldn't have eaten all of it. And finally, you can take them to Sans' shop. What? A heart-shaped box of chocolates? Oh, I get it. Wow, you're really... All right. Okay. You want to make a return on these, don't you? Okay, no need to break my heart. Here's $5. You traded the chocolates for $5. Interacting with the soda machine at Icy's place if you choose to not inspect it. Good idea. People put their mouth on those, you know? What? They do, right? In Chapter 1, I had thought that this was a reference to a silly gag in Parks and Recreation where the citizens of Pawnee like to put their mouth over top of the spouts of water fountains. But now, considering this has come up twice, it weirdly seems like in Chapter 1, it was simply a setup for this eventual punchline. I always have to wonder to what extent is Toby giving things that amount of forethought? Or if he's just really committed to going back through his own game and paying off as many things as possible. The warrior character who was previously put up in the hospital at the end of Chapter 1 is now back hard at work smashing dough. It seems like he was in the hospital with his hands bandaged up because he's punching this boiling hot sauce over and over all day. Shout out to commenter Corin Baker for explaining this as well as they did. Burger Pants, or Pizza Pants here, talks about his new girlfriend, and that they've been sending him JPEGs of pizzas, perhaps similar to those available for purchase at Sans' store, seeming to indicate that maybe someone is catfishing him from within the town. When you talk to Braddy in Chapter 2, she brings up a pizzeria. She's snickering to herself the whole time. It was a common thing for Braddy and Caddy to mess with Burger Pants in Undertale. So it's a totally in-character, believable thing that they've carried forward with that, even if they aren't working together. I mean, let's be real, no one really believed Burger Pants had a girlfriend, but it's fun to have a very specific explanation for what might actually be happening here. If we went knocking on this door back in Chapter 1, knock knock knock, huh? That sounds like the knock of a beginner. Come back when you've gotten better at knocking. Now knocking in Chapter 2, knock knock knock, that knocking, it's amateur. You've still got a long way to go. We've moved up from beginner to amateur. Ooh, is that a human? If humans are made of bones, where do skeletons come from? The origins of Sans and Papyrus in both this game and Undertale are already so mysterious. I made an entire video about Sans that circles that idea quite heavily. I'm telling ya, there's something to this. When inspecting the graves at the end of the game, these 3 rightmost graves represent the different monsters that were turned into amalgamates in Undertale. Susie will chime in when inspecting the one shaped like a moon with a microphone. So, this is your idea of hanging out, Chris? Going to the graveyard? Works for me, I guess. With this one specifically that we're blocked from being that for lemon bread, an amalgamate that was made out of Shiren's sister, again tying in this character. Down at the graveyard we can talk to Father Alvin. If you ask specifically about Asriel, Chris, your brother, he's a very kind young man, perhaps even a little overzealous in his younger days. He would visit me often to confess to various sins, despite the absence of sin or confession in our religion. I remember his small face sobbing as he admitted he had dropped the lizard in the pit to jump high, nearly omitting the fact that he had done so in a videos game. He also confessed to various sins on your behalf, begging for forgiveness for dropping the lizard on purpose. I would always forgive him and send him home. It adds a little bit more to the characters to know that Chris has maybe always been a little bit sinister, maybe even beyond some of the more recent implications and oddities surrounding the character. But obviously the idea of dropping the lizard into the pit to jump higher comes from the Mario games, where you could ride around on Yoshi and drop them to get a little extra height. It also adds an extra little bit to the fact that Toriel has specifically told us that Asriel basically was a Yoshi main in Smash Bros. Or pardon me, Super Smashing Fighters, and so it must have especially cut him deep to think of dropping his little Yoshi pal down into that pit. As you walk away from the graveyard, you heard Alvin mumbling to himself as he walked away. Were you proud of me, Father? And is it right for this hammer to... If you come back, there is no additional dialogue, but there are so many interesting implications about Gerson as a character, and it ties in so much to this world at large. It adds yet more to this analogous storytelling that's present across these 2 games. Nothing is the same in these separate universes of Deltarune and Undertale, but there are always specific details that connect them. This guy next to me, he's really bulked up. I admire that. I don't know if you do that. Bulking up for the winter? Which this character is basically a skinny version of Aaron seen in Undertale, a character whose entire thing was bulking up as much as possible. We can talk to Braddy up in the alleyway, who goes on and on about specifically hating Caddy and not getting along with them. A character that we had seen once working in a library, now suddenly entirely hates libraries. The Royal Guard brothers are no longer guards, but still wear armored helmets, potentially indicating that is actually just what their heads are. We no longer have Jerry, but instead Terry, the shopkeeper from Snowdin, now working at the cafe. This character who used to walk around their little cinnamon bun now talks about their brother being too old to take for walks anymore. Right now it sounds like I'm just sharing without any real details, but I'm doing so to set up something very important that I'll talk about in just 1 minute here. It's all theory fodder, just you wait and see. Gerson was both a historian and some form of educator in both worlds. In Undertale, prior to this, he was a hero himself, known as the Hammer of Justice. Now in Deltarune, he was a smith by trade who began writing stories and teaching children, known for his popular fictional series, Lord of the Hammer. Alvin now tells us that Gerson is actually buried here with his hammer. In Undertale, we learned that even when monsters die of old age, they still turn to dust. And then part of a monster funeral is to spread that dust on that person's favorite thing. Then their essence will live on in that thing, giving this hammer a lot of significance. And as we leave, Alvin mutters that it maybe is incorrect that the hammer is buried there with him. And when speaking to Alvin specifically about the hammer, he discusses the connection between spirit and the divine, and how Gerson became a storyteller as a means to entertain his children, that such a story created for such a simple purpose could blossom into such a large, wonderful, world-changing thing. That is the majesty of words, Chris. Both the idea of this older character, who was once a fighter and military man themselves, passing on these stories audibly to their children, and then turning it into a Lord of the Blank series, is all very much meant to be analogous to J.R.R. Tolkien telling the stories of Middle-earth to his children and eventually publishing The Lord of the Rings. If you bring Susie back to the library and inspect the shelf with the Lord of the Hammer series, Chris, you read that nerdy stuff? Giant swords, hammers, bloody battles. So if there's any cool parts, you'd tell me, right? Can't believe you read things with, words. But I also like to think there's some larger meta commentary there coming from Toby, expressing how honored he is that these games have taken on such a life of their own. So we seemingly both have this thank you coming directly from Toby, but extrapolating it even further, theorizing more than I usually do in these videos. We can see the different ways that everything has been shifted, changed, and reinterpreted for the context of the world of Deltarune, which itself matches with the way that dark worlds are created within this game. The entirety of Chapter 1 is based on the game pieces found in that storage room. Chapter 2 is themed around outdated computers and tech from within the library. It even includes specific things like the poster of a Ferris wheel on the wall. This idea of worlds, connections, interpretations, storytelling, history, it all layers quite deeply throughout the entire series, both games, both chapters. And seemingly, Gerson is an incredibly important character to both, being the one who specifically teaches us about the Deltarune in Undertale. As if that wasn't enough, Gerson is literally an anagram of goners, something that is critically important to this entire series, and I expect at some point is going to have a major payoff. I just need to throw all that out there. It's very much the starting point of some further theorizing that can come after, and I think we could reach so much deeper beyond that. I would love to see you guys riff on that little bit of storytelling and comboing of little fragmented ideas. There's some wild theory crafting to be done there, and I'm very excited to see Alvin and Gerson and all that built on further in later chapters. At the end of Chapter 2, far off to the south by this door, there is a little cutscene. You think it's true? You really think there's... What, you chicken? You got a beak and wings like a chicken? No, just... I ain't afraid. Only kids believe that stuff. But Chris, you gonna be a weenie like Chris? You want to say that again? Susie, didn't see you there. Wow, really something scary in there, huh? Sounds to me like you'd better worry about what's out here first. You okay, Chris? What's the deal with this place? Well, you don't gotta talk about it. If you try to head home before revisiting that original dark world, hey Chris, shouldn't we go check on Lancer? He should be back in the school closet, right? And there's plenty else to see and do back down in my castle town before rounding out the full chapter. Newbert only comes to your castle town if you recruited everyone else possible. If not, Queen actually notices his absence. Wait, where's Newbert? Newbert, newbie, where are you? He said he wouldn't come unless everybody else did. Newbert, a hero until the end. Chris, you truced your best, I know. Oh well, it seems like a wonderful town. Speaking to this ball here all alone, it's a bit scary moving to a new place, but as a ball, there's nothing to Sphere except Sphere itself. Pretty good attitude, actually. If you properly recruited every enemy from the cyber world, then Newbert will show up in your castle town. Newbert's had a wild ride. Time to settle down. Give my riches to the weak. And we see the return of this ball character wearing one of the wigs seen in that previous segment of the mansion. With this windfall, I've ceased to be spherical. Newbert, you're one of a kind. My man. And there is no recruiting this trash can. He just will be here. Oh boy, I'm trashy, haha. I bet I'm gonna make a lot of new friends. And speaking to the jacks/hat rack, coat rack next to them, oh, who is this guy? He's scary. He does tend to concern me a little bit as well. There is a scene in the basement that will also only take place if you had specifically recruited everyone. You may have bested me, but you'll soon face someone more fearsome, more tyrannical than you could ever imagine. Queen? We already met her. What? Wow, nice hamster wheel. So, you too have come to humiliate me. No, I'm serious, it's cool. That water bottle, however, do not speak of the royal water bottle. It's nothing compared to the one at my mansion. Materialistic as always. Materialism evaluation denied. I simply give myself the treatment I deserve. You slept curled up on a dirty throne every day. Enough, wench. What purpose have you here, Queenie Beanie? Just thought I would send a message, Kingy Wingy, that you don't have to worry about Lancer. I will be looking after him from now on. After all, I am his mother. When was that decided? Arbitrarily, right now. Do what you please with the boy, but if he cries, bounce him on the ground like a ball. I think it is time to abort this conversation. As you wish. Oh, quite sorry, mine king. Queen hath a new man about town now. Who? Yeah, who? I think I left my puzzle on. Post haste! Who was that? Oh, that was my son's lesser father. Cannot calculate someone less than you. Be gone! Bye-bye, Kingy Wingy. By the way, did you want anything from the store? Cashews. Order processed. We have nothing to discuss. And if you try to visit the king when you had not recruited everyone, talk to you? Ha! You left them behind, didn't you? Just as you left us. Be gone. And there's nothing else to be said, although he does appear to have a sweet, sweet pile of moss up in the corner there. I don't know, looks pretty good to me. I also just love this weird gag down in the basement where everyone remained locked up, but all the card kings and queens are now dressed as animals, whereas the animal crackers are now all wearing crowns. It's cultural exchange. On this top floor, Lancer and the Queen are hanging out together, being fanned by Rudin, same as Chapter 1, and hanging out in the lawn or beach chairs that Lancer and Susie also had in Chapter 1, which themselves tie all the way back to the original Undertale Kickstarter. Susie, Chris, Toothpaste Boy. Queen is teaching me all sorts of things about being a bad guy. She's like, how do I put this? A third father to me. A girl dad, if you will. You mean a mom? Go outside and play, Peach Boy. Beach Boy, Peach Boy. Welcome, this entire castle is now my room. I was gonna set up something upstairs. Why? I already have everything I could ever want. Friendship, fans, and a small round boy. Now go and play with your friends, Peach Boy. Peach Boy, Peach Boy. Chris, do give Noelle my regards. Any leftover regards you can give to Birdly. I keep ending up in this situation. Can't say I'm a fan, or can I? If we head upstairs to our rooms before talking to the king, the queen will be here on her own. Ralsei will soon set up .exe, my room for me upstairs. Do not worry, I have a long spreadsheet of demands ready. I'll try my best. Quick cue, how many breakable pots do you have? Let me count and get back to you on that. Chris, do give Noelle my regards. Any leftover regards you can give to Birdly. After carrying everyone down from the supply closet before really starting Chapter 2 properly, we have this Blockster with an extra pair of pants? I like being like this. Don't tell anybody. And if you manage to specifically add this secret car recruit, train at the party dojo? Ha! We'll make our own dojo for introverts. And with a full set of recruits, there is yet another pair of pants, bringing this guy up to 5. I've been training. Don't ask what I've been training, though. Are you impressed? And honestly, yes, I am. Very, very much so. Good for you, bud. As long as you had properly recruited them, we have a Blockster and a wire that appear in the party dojo. My power level is falling behind the others. All I can do now is gasp and comment on the battle. This makes me think specifically of Dragon Ball Z, but I think it's making fun of the trope in any anime where the non-superpowered characters just stand to the side looking on and gasping. Looks like it won't forgive you for sparing it. Unless you can beat it in a fight. And the Clover will actually comment on them. Who's that tall, dark, and kinda creepy person? You mean the werewire? Their neck just looks so fluffy. So, like I care, she wants to rub her face in it. If at the end of the game we talk to Sham with a town full of recruits. There are many fresh faces in town, I see. It warms this old fluff to see such hope. I was even surprised to see the queen again. Same as ever. Well, aren't we all? And again, if we talk to them, those 3 young musical men are talking about setting up a shop here. I'm sure you'd appreciate having an option other than me. By the by, it's growing late, isn't it? You should hurry home once you finish your business here. You don't want to get caught when the sun goes down. Which, in a world of darkness, I kind of wonder. And following up on that comment, then yeah, these 3 guys actually have set up a little shop among several other NPCs who have come to hang out. We have the little nostril-eyed horse character who even brought a small part of the board with them. There are a few others down here, and the clothes were moved so the worm can no longer nibble. Now instead, at the end, it's been moved over onto this mannequin, which will actually occur whether or not you actually bought the mannequin earlier in the game. Many of these interactions are essentially unmissable, so I'm not gonna read all those. But a fun bit of dialogue on a second interaction with this dummy. If Noelle was here, she'd probably dress it up like a Christmas tree. Why am I thinking about that anyway? Yo, Chief, if you recruit enough fans for us, we might be able to make our music shop again. Hey, we might even give you a discount. There's a possibility discount is highlighted in yellow because they sell discs. This town's great. Just wish everyone else was here too. I got to keep my box. You hear that, Chief? Keep up the recruiting. If you had instead recruited every possible character, there will be a proper shop here. Venturing inside their music shop. Welcome to the music room. we don't sell anything. And we have a payoff to Lancer as an item. We get to show off his squashy sound that he's used in his rooms or when interacting with him in our menu. They simply respond, good song. Considering they specifically create 4-second long songs, it's no surprise that they enjoy this one. See ya, smell ya, hear ya. When visiting the cafe at the end of the game, we can have these different NPCs mingling in unique and interesting ways. Each character has unique dialogue when standing by themselves, and some of them have additional dialogue when paired together correctly. So I just thought it would be fun to go through each of those and review the different pairing options and see what they have to say. I'll go through the individual characters first, starting with Rudin. Hey boss, I'll have a dark candy starfait. Hathy is going to order a heart foam latte. Looks like it wants to osmose some flavorful cubes. Looks like it wants to be dabbed with rubbing alcohol. Everything tastes better with a normally shaped body. Lemonade? Please, is a reference to Itchy and Scratchy within The Simpsons, in an episode where Marge complains to the network, leading to a non-violent reboot of that show within a show.
Lemonade? Please.
Boss, you're treating me? Oh, you shouldn't have. An absurd gag that I absolutely love. Head Hathy drinks an iced tea in silence. Note it's not an iced tea, a tea that has been made cold. It is an iced tea, a tea made from steeping ice, which essentially means Head Hathy is just drinking water. Peepoo! Nothing beats a nice shot of espresso. Want me to give you a shot, too? I was confused by the dialogue of pee-poo. I didn't really know what was going on there. Seems quite filthy to say. But apparently this is the Japanese onomatopoeia for an ambulance, the way that we would say wee-woo or wee-oo. So in the loving words of my commenters, this is just Toby being a weeb. Namu Namu, very good. It's drinking Cake's Electric Milk JPEG, which is specifically what those guys used to heal in that battle. It has some kind of energy drink. Ah, great gag. It's drinking melted cheese. Want to share my soda? We'll both get sick that way. Boss, shall we sit down and enjoy a nice Earl Grey? It's crushing its energy drink with its hand. It's getting electricity from the melted cheese, like a water wheel. And you actually can't place the task manager, presumably because there's only one and they're already hanging out over here. Boss, this cafe is so unrefined, so plain. Why don't we make it into an animal cafe? You can be one of the animals too, boss. And their cat seems well behaved. Now we can start playing around with working on pairing them off. Most of these come down to these tiered pairings like a Rudin with a Rudin Ranger, or a Werewire with a Werewire, but there's also goofy ones like sticking a cat and a mouse together, or a Dust Bunny and the Butler. Rudin and Hathy together sure is great to be here with my best friend Hathy. Hathy seems fine, maybe not quite as enthusiastic. With a Rudin Ranger? Sigh, does this guy have to one-up me on everything? I'll have a double starfait. No, triple. Oh, hi boss. A big kiss-assy smile, I'm sure. Hathy paired with a Head Hathy. Hathy is letting Head Hathy have a sip of her latte. Head Hathy doesn't seem so alone. A Rabbik and a Swatchling, I'm the dust off his shoulder. Sukiri, we'll make sure to clean our plates. Confirming, Sukiri. This actually plays up a little bit of a relationship we see forming outside, where the Swatchling is here sweeping away, glad to have so much space, alongside a Rabbik, also sweeping. It's nice to make friends that like good, clean fun. Head Hathy with a Werewire. Head Hathy drinks an iced tea in silence. It seems relaxed, its partner is so quiet. And it says nothing. An ambulance and the Virokun. I'll get you next time. Pippo, want some more sugar? We don't get along. but we can drink together. A task paired with a mouse. Meow. Brr. So I guess mouse go brr. Wire with a where wire. It seems annoyed that its energy drink has been crushed. It's crushing many of the surrounding drinks. There are a couple other specific interactions. If you fill the tables with swatchlings, boss, are you enjoying your Butler Cafe? If you specifically pair off these two and put a where wire north of the head Hathy, I don't believe this table matters. You interact with these two first. It's relaxed, its partner is so quiet, it has nothing to say, and the third one now, it's staring at the southern seats and crushing its drink hard. And Head Hathy and the regular Werewire don't usually have an interaction, they just have their standard dialogues, but this guy lurking up at the top does have something new. Looks like it's about to flip its table over. In Rudin's recruitment bio, "Shine On, You Lazy Diamond," is most likely a reference to the song "Shine On, You Crazy Diamond" by Pink Floyd. Rudin Ranger, obsessed with Ranger shows, potentially in reference to Power Rangers? He even has the diamond pattern of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and a dislike of getting your show taped over is really only something that someone who grew up in the 90s watching the Power Rangers is going to understand. The Jigsari specifically dislikes Susie's axe because of the way she would have messed with and attacked these characters when on her own in Chapter 1. In Ambulance's recruit menu, an aggressive antivirus. It's not down with the sickness. A reference to the very memeable Disturbed song. The task manager is listed as strongly disliking clowns. Good evening, boss. Today's meal is crisped E23D28, which is actually a red color. It's been deep fried with the finest JPEG artifacting, which is a reference to deep fried memes. I hope it suits your palette. Like a color palette. Palette. Great gags all around, just love that interaction. Bear with me, this is going to take a minute to get where I want to go, but I'm about to go deep on something highly specific in these two chapters. It hasn't really mattered yet, but it's going to be huge when the full game releases. Seemingly light works as an inverse in the dark world. We instead have dark bulbs instead of light bulbs that cast bright shadows on the ground, and then we fill up the space with the dark. It's just kind of fun conceptually to have things work as an inverse that way, but it also adds a lot more significance to the shadow crystal. We're seeing that here in the dark world, a shadow is something of significance, potentially a positive thing the way we would think of a bright light. Symbolically, we think of darkness and shadows as being bad things. These are good to the darkners. So while we can assume this cryptic shadow crystal will play an important role in future chapters, it may actually lead to something good. I mean, that's one interpretation. The two shadow crystals we get come from defeating Jevil and Spampton, two characters who have seemingly gone completely mad. So, maybe they're not the best thing. There are different interactions with the shadow crystal, using them in the dark or light world, whether you have one of them or two. With just the one from the devil, a sharp shadow moves like water in the hand. You held the crystal up to your eye. For some strange reason, for just a brief moment, you thought you saw toys strewn on the floor, but it must have just been your imagination. So maybe Jevil either realized he was in a game, or just that he's some darkness-fueled inanimate object. We can then inspect it again in the overworld. You looked through the glass. For some strange reason, for just a brief moment, you thought you saw through your hand. When inspecting the shadow crystal, there is a small shard of something in your pocket. It feels like glass, and if you attempt to drop it, you didn't quite understand why, but the thought of discarding it felt very wrong. When you have that first chapter shadow crystal and use it in the castle town, you held the crystal up to your eye, but nothing happened. And when you have a second one to use in chapter 2, you held the crystal up to your eye. For some strange reason, for just a brief moment, you thought you saw the computer lab. But it must have just been your imagination. And if used again, it doesn't seem very useful. And using that one in the overworld, you looked through the glass. For some strange reason, for just a moment, you thought you saw Susie glaring at you, coldly. But when you moved the glass away, you see her looking at you, smiling and making a rude gesture. And again, for some reason, you're unable to drop this item. Interacting with Sham on a fresh save or simply one where you had never fought and defeated Jevil, he'll simply talk about moving to a new world and hints that maybe you should come see him if you ever encounter a super special secret treasure. Instead, visiting him on a save file where you had previously defeated Jevil. Here we are in a new world, and right off the heels of defeating that clown. Incredible. Oh, what's that? It seems like he gave something to you. That's right. You must not have noticed it. That crystal. It's nearly invisible, but you've been holding it this whole time. Here, I'll take it off your hands and appraise it. Incredible. To think he had a shadow crystal. Shadow crystals, so called because you can only see their shadow. Call it a premonition. But I get the feeling you may find more of these. If you continue to defeat strong adversaries like him, that is. If you can gather more shadow crystals, bring them here. Anyone who's seen my Gaster videos will know the significance of highlighting him. I'm sure I can stitch together something incredible for you. If you have only the first shadow crystal and complete the second chapter, it seems that you didn't get another shadow crystal. I understand. It's no small feat to fight an opponent that has one. Well then, forget it all. You're a Lightner. Don't take your life, well, lightly. He seemingly wants you to abandon it altogether if you weren't able to obtain this second one. When we try to use this thing on our own, we're told it's not very useful, yet we have Sham over here implying that shadow crystals are something we're only going to encounter with incredibly powerful beings. If you did not obtain the Jevil Shadow Crystal, but you do have the Spam to Neo one, what is that? It appears you have a Shadow Crystal. Unfortunately, I believe that you are missing one from your previous adventures. But are you sure? Are you sure you didn't defeat that clown? Perhaps you just haven't remembered that you had yet. That's right, as long as you ever defeated that enemy in the past, then perhaps even now, that crystal might turn up somewhere close. Sham and this dark world as a whole seemingly have an awareness of these alternate realities and universes which spawn from our different save files. If you ever defeated Jevil, even if it wasn't through this specific save, you can go to this cliffside and retrieve the missing shadow crystal and any of the Jevil's items you would have earned. And finally talking to Sham with both shadow crystals. Aha! Another shadow crystal. You found it. You can't see it, so perhaps you didn't notice. Didn't you defeat him? Didn't you defeat Jevil? Here, I'll take that crystal. Now you have collected 2 of them. Huzzah! You have collected 2 shadow crystals. But don't let down your guard. I feel your next opponent may be... In reality, it may be impossible to win. Unless you use the power of the Shadow Mantle. Here, it may look like an old scrap of cloth, but... I can't find it. Did someone take it? Well now, there goes your one chance of victory, giving us a tease of something we'll have to keep an eye out in a future chapter. If you talk to him again, you have collected 2 shadow crystals. Unfortunately, without the Shadow Mantle, at 2 you may remain. Fate is approaching, and it is not on your side. There are many unused items, equipments, armors, weapons, all sorts of things in the game files. Seemingly the most important is the unused Sky Mantle, a cape that shimmers fluorescently. Protects against electric and holy attacks. There are currently no attacks in the game that have the holy element set. Considering the significance of the angel to the Deltarune prophecy, and the fact that one of the chapters of this game is definitely going to take place in or around the church, we've received a few hints for that, we can expect this holy element to become important around that time. When you return to your castle town and first try to use the save point, you touched the light. You thought about how you can't go back to the cyber world anymore. You considered this carefully. And regardless of if you actually save, if you interact again, after a long day, the town has grown once again. You are filled with a certain power. One completely confusing through line of this game so far across both chapters that I don't know where else to discuss. Why are there so many baseballs in this game? It's a giant baseball for parties. Actually, seems the giant baseball is a soccer ball that's been painted over. It would be easier to draw that way. In the Giga Queen fight, she rains down baseballs on us that we have to punch back at her, sending down a mega baseball for their final attack. Even the moon out Noelle's window is a baseball. Why are there so many baseballs? Easter eggs be damned. I want to know more about baseballs. In Chapter 1, Onion and Sans both told us to come back tomorrow. We've now seen the payoffs of those setups. We have one new one in Chapter 2 when visiting Hapstablu, when you indicate that you're there to see someone else. Fine. Want to talk to someone else here. Oh my, someone's here to see me? It's you again, is it, darling? Oh my, why do you keep coming to our door? Are you a fan of mine? As if someone could be a fan of a nobody like me. Well, if you are a fan, could I bother you for a favor? Since the internet went down, I haven't had much entertainment. If you have anything entertaining, darling, could you bring it to me by tomorrow? That would mean the world to me. Thank you. When visiting Rudy in Chapter 1, after the cutscene with Noelle, we can first interact with the sink. Oh, so you're just here to use the sink, huh? Come on, Chris, be a little friendlier. Now in Chapter 2, if you interact with the sink before Rudy... Hey, Chris, why are you checking the sink? That's what I'm asking, sweetheart. And instead, if you had interacted with the sink before Rudy in Chapter 1 and again in Chapter 2... Damn it all, Chris, you really love that sink, huh? Hat Sink 2, Rudy 0. Don't worry, I'm gonna pull it back. You wait. If you had interacted with the sink without these other interactions, Rudy asks if we're practicing for tonight's hand-washing marathon, showing that maybe this is some behavior that Chris has been exhibiting for a while. Maybe Rudy would come over to see Toriel and Asgore, and Chris would disappear for long stretches of time, running the sink just like we had seen at the end of Chapter 2. There are a few other small interactions that seem to feed into this. If you try to use the sink before school, it's not yet time to wash your hands. And then in the final scene of the game, getting ready to bake a pie with Toriel and Susie, we're being steered away from the kitchen sink, towards this privacy. Toriel asks Susie to wash her hands, whereas Chris insists on it. Oh, you need to wash your hands too? But Chris also will not use the kitchen sink. It's a sink. You could wash your hands here, but isn't the sink in the bathroom better? If you interact with anything in the bathroom other than the sink, no need for it. And if you say no, then the tap will be waiting until you choose to run it. Some external force seems to be guiding our actions towards the bathroom so we can run the tap as loud as possible. Subtle influences, rather than specifically demanding what happens. We have some very revealing interactions with the hospital piano starting back in Chapter 1. Oh, it's you. Are you here to play the piano again? The patients can't hear it well from here, but I personally enjoy it. It's an obligatory hospital piano shrunk to fit in the corner. As a result, it's missing most of the good keys. And when playing the piano, plink! You usually play the piano a bit more beautifully? Is everything okay? You do seem a little sick. If at the end of Chapter 2 with Susie with us... Whoa, Chris, you can play the piano? Blink! Almost thought you were serious for a sec. What's with that pissed off look? Indicating that Chris is trying, that they know they normally can play the piano. The implication between the VHS resulting from the video game piano tutorial, as well as the 2 pixelated tutorials from also searching video game piano tutorial, some have interpreted this as being a reference to the piano puzzle in Undertale, suggesting that maybe Chris was playing this game within a game, and that Undertale is a game within this world and they're looking up how to solve it. But I think more what's happening here is that since Chris is not in control of their own body, they've seemingly forgotten how to play the piano, and maybe as the controller of this character trying to blend in, we're attempting to relearn the tutorial ourselves through this video game we're playing. We, or whoever is in charge of Chris's body. At the end of the game, once Susie is invited over, if you try to head upstairs, Chris, this is not the time to sneak some chocolates. Chris, get me some at least. Sans actually commented on this being a habit of ours back in Chapter 1. Toriel informs Susie that their couch is no stranger to being used as a bed, implying that at some point in their marriage, Asgore was forced to sleep out here on the couch. Kind of a weird thing to imply to your child's friend. After Chris has gone full zombie and climbed back into the bathroom, the apple-scented shampoo feels lighter than usual, implying that at some point Susie came in here and drank some up. At the very end of the game, we have a branching bit of dialogue as to whether or not we should try to bring Rousey and Lancer to our world. Seems a little far-fetched. What? Come on, it'd be easy. Rousey looks like your mom, right? Just say he's a long-lost cousin. It'd be easy. Lancer can even make him a fake mustache. Well, whatever. Let's just get back to watching. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. That's the attitude. What if Rousey became a teacher's pet, though? Or not if. Just feels like a matter of time, honestly. Well, whatever, as long as he brings me an apple, too. What? Apple shampoo? No, I didn't drink any of that. Well, whatever. Let's just get back to watching. Now back in the Dark World, we have a pair of swatchlings seemingly preparing for a big festival. What are we cleaning up for, you ask? We don't know. A parade, perhaps? A large event is going to happen in the streets later. We were told to make room for something big. The swatchlings are maybe just referring to the upcoming Giga Queen fight that seemingly takes place in the streets. This appears to be something that is also true of the real hometown world. So the festival is coming up, right? That thing where the town becomes a carnival? Stupid, right? But say you had to, take someone. Noelle or Rousey. Saying no one? What? I was just joking. You don't have to stare at me like a weirdo. Look, let's just go back to watching TV. And Noelle? What? Why are you saying it so confused? It's not like I meant anything weird. You know what? Forget it. Look, let's just go back to watching TV. You? Huh? Way to dodge the question, dumbass. I mean, if I went, obviously you'd be there too. That goes without saying, right? Look, let's just go back to watching TV. And choosing Rousey actually has the same result as if you had chosen Noelle. I laced in a few extra interactions and payoffs from backtracking within this game, but there are plenty of other opportunities to do so with an insane amount of changes made through that. Doing a quick backtrack first after facing off with the 3 musical robots, the way to the city is now open. I think I'll stay in the countryside a bit longer though. Everything is so naturally green here. I'm charmed by the local music and flavors. Looks like this gamer's paradise has become a gamer's hell. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a gangster's paradise thing, probably not. Recently, something called Internet is having an outage. Some say it was the secret to Queen's know-how. Since then, it seems like she's become quite extreme. I'm really only interested in cute digital cats. I don't think the internet has anything to do with that. All my friends turned into werewires, but it's no big deal. I've been on Queen's side since the beginning, so I'm safe. Complain about Queen, but she gets a lot done. And just a few short screens later, we actually have a werewire wearing that very same hat. And he does appear to be gone. It seems like he was actually captured in the end. There's not a lot to see backtracking there, it's pretty early in the game, but if you do so again after first reaching the Queen's mansion and breaking free, I'll work my way forward and show off dialogue that's changed in this time. There is now a lone pot from inside the Queen's mansion, and when you trigger it, we get chased down by a pop-up. Previously, you were filled with the power of this cat sign in front of the save point. Here, you're mostly filled with the power of fluffy boys and mean girls. The cat sign still comprises about 1% of it. The first time around, we are filled with the power of not knowing what a sugar plum is. And when coming back, Noelle is no longer in your party. All of you are filled with the power of not knowing what a sugar plum is. Inspecting the pylons. Hey Chris, ever think about using these cones? Using them? For ice cream. We are basically supposed to be part of Queen's army, but until she takes over the world, we still have to work. Living as a salary man. Maybe I was assimilated before I got controlled. Ooh, deep, very political. Pretty much everyone else is a werewire now. Kind of wondering if I'm holding everything back. I'm not even sure I would make a good werewire. Speaking specifically with the Addison who would normally offer to give us the marriage shoes with Noelle. Ah, you three look together. How about some marriage shoes? It's not very often in games we see someone assuming a set of 3 characters are a throuple. I'm sure that's some fans' ultimate fantasy. In the area that once had the golden Birdley statue, Queen told us to take out the garbage. I'd never seen a garbage that big before, except for the dancing garbage that lives in the trash heap. So I'm guessing he's talking about Trashy, who's just always dancing around. He's a literal big garbage. It was a horrible statue, but the execution was very good. I would give it 2 stars. 1 to cover each of the nipples. It's in a better place now. And as we know, it's just kind of shoved down into a toilet. Our musical friends are gone. We no longer even have music in this area of the game. It's totally silent. I came to support the rebels, but they aren't here. Not really sure how I would support them, though. I don't really want to eat bagels. You are filled with the power of silence. And the tea guy actually will still sell you tea. This is how you're able to get flavors of Susie and Ralsei as well. But if you don't choose a flavor, who will? If you took the shortcut back to an earlier part of the game and walked your way all the way through these traffic sections, we then have this enormous toilet blocking our path. For some strange reason, a giant toilet-shaped toilet is blocking the way. Back when Toby was giving early teases of this chapter, he actually included this image, I think trying to throw people off, sharing something from the game, but not anything significant and something kind of utterly disconnected from the rest of what's going on. You actually can't pass it whatsoever. I think it's just meant to generally make fun of the idea of having arbitrary obstacles in the way of your characters so they can't progress to areas when the developer doesn't want them to. Rather than putting up a simple barricade, Toby chooses to mess around with this trope by having Undyne doing bench presses with a car or just throwing a giant toilet in front of us. Apparently the inclusion of this giant toilet was entirely the result of some spriting gone wrong. Toby requested a toilet sprite, it was accidentally sent at this massive resolution, and when it was imported into the game, Toby got a kick out of it and decided to leave it in. And then of course Toby had to turn that into an Earthbound reference. In that game, for some weird reason, a pencil-shaped iron statue is blocking the path. And then in Deltarune, for some strange reason, a giant toilet-shaped toilet is blocking the way. You can actually come back to these rooms once the full party is back together. Did you enjoy your room? There was a mint under the electric cage. Don't make a mistake, this is not a hotel. This is likely a nod to a track from the Undertale soundtrack. Can you really call this a hotel? I didn't receive a mint on my pillow or anything. And if you try to peek in Asriel's room, Chris, whose room is this? Huh? Your brother? Man, you better hope I never meet him. Checking this horn by yourself, it tells us about Susie fitting her head in the tube. Coming back with her, hey Chris, If you blasted flames down this horn thing, you think it would torch the other side? Why are you using that face now? Checking the computer, it says that it can't play the skateboarding game. Look, I know what you're thinking. And no, the skateboard game doesn't work on this, even though there's seemingly 2 copies of it. Totally bogus. Towards the top of the mansion, there's a book here about preventing backtracking, with the shelf specifically blocking a pathway that would allow us to easily backtrack. If just ahead of the final battles of the game, we choose to again backtrack. When going back to the first save point in the game, a green field extends before you. You've already seen this. You're filled with the power of pointless backtracking. Did Queen take over the world yet? I wouldn't know. I'm not asking you to tell me. Actually, if you do, we will have no choice but to cross swords. I like cats the best, but I heard Pop-Up is cute too. What? It's considered a household pest? No way. Next you're gonna tell me that mice are vermin. I really got used to the countryside. Perhaps I'm just a farm boy at heart. Plus, I haven't seen a single pop-up yet. Down to the south, we now have a decrepit camera. The camera must be broken, and that's all it has to say. Alongside now having a wig on the sign, Newbert's gone. Looks like Newbert's screen is moving up in the world. I wish there was someone that liked cleaning as much as me. Shikuri. Which then, at the end of the game, we do learn that this guy specifically finds his kindred spirit of cleaning. Young masters, thank you for such a wide space to clean. The people here have such clean hearts as well. Sakiri. It's nice to make friends that like good, clean fun. Sakiri. We'll make sure to clean our plates. Sakiri. Sorry, the roller coaster is under construction. Apparently someone tried to use it anyway? Blocking your path in that direction. And we can then move on to the trash zone. Some funny looking guys have gathered to the west. They were muttering something about deals? I'm trashy. He's referring to the group of Addisons who share the story of Spampton. I've already covered that. I wanted to buy something, but I think all the shopkeepers went to the trash dump. It's an advertisement for a giant Ferris wheel. Susie is surely thinking of her ride with Noelle. The hell is a Ferris anyway? Some kind of tank with giant wheels? All the shopkeepers went to the trash dump. So I thought I might steal something, but these items are pretty bad. Feels like I'll get ripped off even if I don't pay. The other 2 puzzle rooms have been removed unceremoniously by a giant hand. We ask our guests for their understanding and kinda hope they weren't in there. If you try to access this room again, room has been closed due to haters. If you had failed to complete this puzzle without giving the mice at least some money, when we eventually backtrack to talk to Mouse Million, what have you done? You gave the other mice $1 during that puzzle? At this rate, every mouse is going to be wearing a wig, and the value will change depending on how much money you let them get away with. And to wrap up the video, I want to do a revised and expanded look at the Weird route, or Snowgrave route, which was the first video I did when Chapter 2 released. While Chapter 1 had near universal praise, some people were a little upset that the game was so friendly. They wanted to re-experience the options of going through a pacifist or genocide route, same as Undertale. Be careful what you wish for, because Chapter 2 now has something which bears implications that are potentially far worse than anything seen in the genocide run. Weird route is how it's referred to in the game files, so that is the official one, but I've seen any of these used. I'll probably kind of interchange them throughout the video, mostly because I think Snowgrave just sounds cool. I'll go through how to achieve it, and highlight the differences that you will encounter by going through this path. It's not necessary to carry over a save file, so if you want to do this for yourself, feel free to start a new file at Chapter 2. This route changes the final boss, dialogue options, encounters throughout, and has a lot of impact on the ending. There's quite a lot of game that can be skipped through. Things don't really kick off until the trash zone, and you can actually play a pacifist or recruiting route up to that point. For the sake of this recording, I have been fighting everything. You actually can't kill the Sweet Captain Cakes trio. Like I said, at this point it doesn't really matter if you go genocide or pacifist, but this one especially doesn't play out differently. You'll still have to do that dance battle. After the coaster sequence ending up in the trash heap, this is where this route begins. You can still kind of skip forward, nothing will be different at this point. We need to move ahead and reach Noelle. After the cutscene with the Queen and Birdly, Noelle will join up with Chris. Noelle comments that we're heading the wrong direction, and jokes that she already regrets this. You must fight and kill every enemy you encounter, always blocking with Chris, and using Noelle's Ice Shock move. It will comment that she feels she is growing stronger. The frozen enemies remain frozen in place. Initially in the status menu at this point, Chris is listed as a level 2 tactician, commands the party to act sometimes. Now they are instead a leader, commands. Noelle, Frostmancer, freezes the enemy. In these earliest battles, Noelle curls up into herself, hiding away, afraid to participate in these battles at all. You can technically attack with Chris, but it doesn't really make sense to. Using one single defend gives you enough TP to use an Ice Shock. It's a pretty effective 1-2 punch, and you wouldn't want to risk Chris accidentally landing the killing blow, as that would then abort this entire run. So yeah, just stick to that standard defend, Ice Shock. Defend, Ice Shock. No skipping enemies, no shortcuts, make sure you're fighting every single one. Chris, are you sure this isn't the wrong way? Once we head all the way to the left, over to where Spamton's shop is, the door is locked. Chris, why did you bring me here? No one's home. No one's around at all. It's so creepy. At the same time, it's kind of nostalgic. Once this run is underway, there are various branching points at which you can abort the run altogether and carry forward with the game as per usual. At each of these points, I will show the abandoning version first, followed by the much more horrifying options to push forward. On your way back, we will continue to fight and freeze enemies along the way. You will know things are going well, or poorly, depending on how you want to look at it. That trash guy is gone, no cars appear, additional enemies are added. Around this time, Noelle's coldness has skyrocketed up to 100. Even though there's no cars, there's nothing up here. I figured I would check. You'll have to continue through the mouse puzzle, same as usual. Don't let anyone get away. Make sure you're fighting everyone. The streets are empty, the ad agency guys are all gone. Even if you head up towards this carnival area, Ralsei and Susie are totally gone. Lancer is fast asleep, they seem none the wiser. It's totally optional to interact with this Ferris wheel poster, but if you do, say that you will ride with Noelle, and then say Noelle will ride with me. Huh? I mean, sure, if you really want to, you can make up for when we were kids. Since when did Chris get so... No way, it's gotta be some kind of prank. Once you're in the room that has the giant Ferris wheel advertisement, do the following in this order. Kill the enemies running around using the ice attack, same as you have been. Head over to the only NPC in the room. Oh hun, two young beings together on a school night. Could I interest you in some brand new dating shoes? No, you've got it totally wrong. Chris and I are just, friends? Chris has been my neighbor forever. We've been through so much. Sometimes it feels like we know each other better than anyone. Yet, somehow it's hard to say we're exactly friends. Make sure you choose the option, we're something else. What does that mean? There's no good interpretation, that's for sure. As you start to walk away, they will stop you. If you're something else, maybe a dating shoes isn't right? Maybe I could interest you in a freeze ring. Huh? A ring? Sorry, I don't think we need something like that. Come on, Angel. You can't get stronger without good equipment. Stronger? Right, I guess that's how it works here. Chris buying me a ring? Yeah, right. You will say, get it. Chris, you'd buy it for me? Sure, I guess. We could ask about it. How much does it cost? Just a small fee of $2,006. I think basically the game will always say it costs $1 more than you have. Sorry, we don't have that much money. Still, it was nice of Chris to offer. Say you will get it again. Me? You were asking me to get it? Chris, come on. You know we can't afford that. If at the point when you're pressuring Noelle to get the ring, you eventually back off, we're fine. Yeah, we don't need anything like that. Though, if Susie bought me a ring... At which point the music comes back. Ah, you two don't look together. Can I interest you in some brand new divorcing shoes? And things are fully back on track. Or we continue pressuring. Get it. What? Chris, I just told you, we don't have the money. What are you asking me to do? You aren't asking me to just get it. Chris, no, not me. I could never get it. You got the freeze ring. And here's where things are potentially worse than a typical genocide run. Not only are we killing everyone, but we're corrupting the sweetest, most innocent, most lovable character in this game along the way. What just happened? Did I actually just... No, they must have given it to us. The ring. Besides, it's good to get stronger, isn't it? Thanks, Chris. The obvious implication here being that Noelle froze them to get the ring. Here we swap out their snow ring, a ring with the emblem of a snowflake, with the freeze ring, a ring with a snow globe on it. Is that someone inside? Everything is now dead silent. We no longer have any background music playing. In the same area, heading towards the south, there are the two switches with this electrical gate. Normally, while trying to cross the gate, we would have to press on the switch. However, this time around, when you step off the switch, the lightning comes back. How about I hold it down and you go across? Nice teamwork. See, Noelle? Nothing bad is going to happen. Getting that ring was good, wasn't it? So, stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about stepping off that switch and letting Chris get... Noelle, no, don't think about that. It's horrible. As Noelle is spitting out and beating herself up about these new violent thoughts and tendencies, we let her know it's natural. Chris, what are you talking about? I must have said that out loud. We hear a quick little jingle, and the music comes back as a slightly lower-pitched version of the city theme. I've seen it said that you have to say that's natural. It appears either one works. Now enemies start to run away from us. They no longer want to fight. If you were instead to tell her it's horrible. Chris, what are you talking about? I must have said that out loud? Then the result is the same. Either way, the genocide route is still in play. None of the characters will have returned, and the individual monsters will still run in fear. At a certain point along this path, as Noelle reaches a certain level of strength, this dark and icy globe will form around her at the end of each battle. There are these 3 boxes where the Sweet Captain Cakes trio is, and on the furthest one to the right, you can take CD bagels from the box. Not infinitely, but it might be a bit of a callback because of how similar it is to raiding the shops in a genocide run of Undertale. You and Noelle were filled with power. At the different traffic stops, the timers that will hold up traffic are instead frozen solid. In this area with the 2 very long vertical roads, you can optionally head down to the bottom towards this trash can, interact, looking for irresistible deals that will blow your mind? Well, shut your mouth because you are a weakling. Try a little Friday night workout. Then I'll show you my 5 left. So instead of having the little jump scare surprise Easter egg with the annoying dog, we have Spamton in the dumpster letting us know how many enemies we've defeated. At this point, it should be down to 4, so we immediately know that we have missed an enemy somewhere. We need to backtrack and find that last enemy. For me, they were just up here in the road. Confirm, back at the dumpster, 4 left. That's good, that's how we know we're on track. Continue forward to the second mouse puzzle. Noelle will approach it. Look, Chris, another puzzle. How should we solve it this time? Choose proceed. How? There's nowhere to go. Chris, the path is blocked, isn't it? If you eventually back off. Sorry, I'll do the puzzle. Yeah, I thought Chris was acting strange, but I guess it was just another mean joke. Or keep pushing. Proceed. Chris, what are you doing? Chris, is everything okay? Proceed. Chris, there's lightning in the way. If we move any further, I'll be... Chris, you didn't really hear what I said earlier, did you? You wouldn't let me... Proceed. Chris? Proceed. Then freezing everything solid. There. Looks like I did it? I just listened to Chris's command. And somehow before I knew it, the puzzle was finished. What was I thinking? Chris wasn't trying to hurt me. They were just making me stronger. Again, we have a little audio cue. Noelle's magic and boldness have continued to climb up. Her coldness is still at 100. I believe it's maxed out. As we're making our way forward through the next few rooms, there will be 4 more sets of enemies to fight. We'll have no cutscenes or encounters. At no point will we ever fight the queen or anything like that. Keep pushing forward, keep defending, keep ice shocking. Hunt down those mices. The mace, as they were. Don't let them get away. Again, at the 3rd mouse puzzle now. I'll go ahead and do the puzzle, and without any real prompting or goading from us at all. Isn't it a good thing? I'm solving things by myself, taking new things for myself, defeating enemies by myself, and every time I do it, I'm getting stronger. What did I do when we got that ring, when I solved that puzzle? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I can't remember. It doesn't matter if the battles are blurring together. If Chris tells me to do it, I can do things I could never do before. Isn't it a good thing? I'm getting stronger. As long as I just do what they say. As long as I... All finished, Chris. Should we find some more enemies? Now she's getting excited about fighting. The pop-ups are actually shifty-eyed, revealing themselves, worried for their oncoming fight. Normally they pop out at you, trying to surprise attack. Instead, they're now actively trying to keep an eye out and hiding. Going into battle, Noelle no longer hides away, instead swishing into battle fully at the ready. Now that we've killed absolutely everything, we have to head back to that dumpster. This time interacting with it, Angel. Angel. If you say no, you are not looking for the Ring of Thorns. Then why go to a dumpster? This does not stop you from accessing this dialogue. He wants to give you the ring, so you can start the conversation back up again. That will be 1997 Cromer. No, but it was such a good year. Then instead, agreeing to it, are you looking for the Ring of Thorns? Yes. That'll be 1997 Cromer. A recurring number through the game, it comes up quite frequently. Yes. Here's your ring. Careful, it might sting. You got the Thorn Ring. Interacting again? Don't worry. For our no money back guarantee, this is one purchase you will regret for the rest of your life. Make sure you now equip the Thorn Ring. Wearer takes damage from pain, reduces the TP cost of ice spells, which is very important in just a minute. Noelle now reads Ice Trancer, receives pain to become stronger. If you abort the weird route, you get to hang on to the Thorn Ring and can show it to your different party members. Susie comments that it seems like a torture device, while Ralsei doesn't actually say anything. Spampton's dialogue changes slightly if you abort as well, and not even giving them a single cent for it doesn't mean you can beat me up just because you bought my commemorative ring. At least buy 2? Too bad. See ya, kid. Moving forwards, we have an encounter with Birdly. Noelle, there you are. Just in time. We can both go back to Queen and... Noelle? Chris, it looks like another enemy. Should I freeze them? Noelle? Noelle, it's me. Don't you recognize me? She kinda snaps out of it for a second. Birdly! Noelle, are you okay? What are you doing with Chris? We're just getting stronger. Getting stronger? How? Chris, what are you doing? Instead of pushing Noelle to proceed against Birdly, I'm protecting her from you. From me? That's right. What was I thinking just now? That's right. Chris is my friend, right? What absurdity, Chris. Did you leave your IQ points at home? Noelle is only going to be protected by me. At which point, the battle starts regularly. Wait, just listen to me. But she gets cut off. Proceed. What? Proceed? Where? Noelle, what are they talking about? That's it, Chris. I don't know what you're doing, but if you're hurting my friend Noelle, then I have no choice but to stop you by force. Chris, ready yourself. Wait, Birdly, stop. Run away. If at some point during this genocide route Birdly fight, you allow Chris to fall. Noelle, look. Chris is down. Now's your chance to come back over here. Noelle? I can still hear their voice, implying that it was never Chris talking to them, never Chris controlling them and telling them what to do. Noelle is slowly taking damage the entire time. We have to block. Normally, Snowgrave, a new skill that she has, requires 200 TP. So you absolutely need the Thorn Ring to have the TP costs, bringing that down to 100 so you can actually build up to using it just the once. We know that when Noelle's wearing the Thorn Ring, her health will drop down to and pause at 55. That felt significant, I didn't know immediately why. People pointed out the Roman numerals for 55 is LV, which in Undertale specifically stood for level of violence. But in this weird route, you level up through killing, same as the level of violence in Undertale, making this feel like a pretty clear callback to that mechanic, and making it inarguable that there is a lot of murder going on here. When showing down with Birdly, you can basically stare him down until he gives up. During the battle, we choose to act and glare. You glared at Birdly. What? Trying to psych me out, Chris? Well, it's not working. Birdly's defense dropped. And we continue to glare, his defense continues to drop. It takes 8 glares to fully lower Birdly's defense, at which point you win. And the rest of this encounter plays out essentially the same way. Birdly only uses 2 different attacks, but they're slightly stronger variants of what he would normally do. Birdly will only target Chris, so keep defending, don't worry about healing Noelle, it will stop at 55 health. Build that up to max TP, and use the fatal 100 TP Snowgrave. Snowgrave? I don't know that spell. You must continue pressuring to use Snowgrave. I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you, stop. I don't know what you're talking about. Fine. You want to see what happens so bad? Watch what happens when I cast a spell I don't know. Noelle casts Snowgrave. What happened? There was so much snow, I couldn't see anything. I don't feel so good. I think I'm gonna go home. There are some interesting implications here about control. Obviously, we know that the body of Chris and the heart that we control are two separate entities, and seemingly Chris is then able to influence and control Noelle as well. This is truly a point of no return. People had originally found a way to hack the files to give Noelle access to the Snowgrave attack early to use on regular enemies. Since then, people have found you can do it by aborting the route at a very particular point, and there's this one remaining enemy you can go attack and use Snowgrave against. This is seemingly the only time in both chapters we are able to actually kill a Darkener. Freezing them solid probably kills them, that's what's heavily implied, but there is this unique animation that exists in the game for this particular purpose. Any other time they just run away from you. So yeah, full on murder. But at this point, you kind of proceed more or less normally. That corruption has fully unfolded. It's hard to see into the ice. Chris is still a leader, still commands, no Noelle. Continue to the north where Noelle walked off, empty alleyways along the way until we make our way to a manhole cover. Interacting with this, there's a ladder leading inside. If you say no, nothing happens. But when you say yes, you climbed into the manhole. Here, we end up outside of the mansion, back with Ralsei and Susie. Looks like we finally found the fountain. Yeah, but where the hell is Chris? Chris! Where the hell were you? We were searching everywhere for you. Even Susie was worried. Huh? No, I wasn't. Just, tell us if you're gonna... Hey, Chris, you, okay? You look kinda... Aw, Chris, if you're hurt, Susie can heal you. Yeah, that's right. I'm a healing master now, Chris. I'm even better than Ralsei, so... If you hurt yourself or something, then... You could try doing a hug like I did earlier. Shut up and let's just go already. Inside the mansion, the shop is blocked off by a statuified rules card. Huh, isn't this, that guy from before? Why is there a statue of him? It's not a statue, Susie. Huh? You see, each dark fountain creates a different world. A world whose darkeners reflect the will of its fountain. But though those darkeners can exist in their own worlds, they might not belong if they go to another one. Huh. So if we just bring him back to the castle town? Do we, have to do that? Yes. Whatever. It's a familiar looking statue. It's terrible. The butlers are all trapped in the cafe. Queen is nowhere to be found, and with no one to defend it, a strange force has taken over the mansion. We make our way forwards towards the Queen. At this point, it truly doesn't matter if you attack, spare, recruit, what you do. You're fully locked in. Some of the different doorways and paths are now closed off to us. These posters don't even spit fire at you anymore, and instead you skip vast parts of the mansion. We enter a room loaded with pipices. These are the eggs normally only seen during that Spampton Neo secret boss fight. If you check them, the original, an invasive species of freshwater clam, 4,639 liked this. They explode into little heads of Spampton. You won. Among all the many Peepuses, there is a 1 in 100 chance that you will find a Miss Peepus, which I guess is kind of like a Miss Pac-Man sort of thing. Navigate the path as slowly and carefully as you can, same as you would attempting to make your way through the cheese in a regular run of this game. Navigating this is pretty tight. You're probably going to bump into these things all the time and have to simply defend, block, whatever you choose to do, and dodge the different heads. Not too tough, but can be rather annoying. Some of the paths are too narrow to walk through. Stick to the slightly wider ones and you'll be fine. Going through this hallway, Peppuses rain down upon the path, Spamton heads colliding every which way. Heading off to the left, we have little Peppuses rolling around on wheels. Trying to head down to the B1 floor. Whoa, you saucy little sponge you. Don't barge in when a man is changing forms. Wait 1 second. Is that my esteemed customer? Thanks to you and that little Hachi Mama, I am living big. Soon I'll have everyone in the city eating right out of my... I sure hope no one seals the fountain around now. No, I sure hope. Kid, I'm busy becoming God. Go play Minecraft or something. It's not my job to be some kid's extra boss. Kind of making fun of Minecraft and commenting on the fact that he is normally a secret extra optional boss in this game. Heading up to the very top. Huh? Hey, it says this is Noelle's room. Chris, let's go in and save her. And teach her not to get in our way. Chris? Fine, I'll do it myself. Chris? Don't you wonder how they're doing in there? But instead of fading away like it normally would, I said, don't you wonder how Noelle and Susie are doing? You're right, Chris. It has only been 30 seconds. I'll wait a minute first. Things fade, showing the passage of time. Alright, let's go. Wait. We were supposed to... Hey, let's go. Wait, Susie, what happened in there? What do you mean, what happened? Oh, in there, with Noelle. Nothing. Nothing at all? Just told her everything is a dream. Now she's feeling better. Anything else? No, let's go. Psst, I'll tell you later, Chris. Hey! Oh well, as long as Susie's happy, right? So there's a weird implication there that maybe Ralsei's aware of the events that were coming, that he knew that there was this whole flirtatious scene that was supposed to play out. Maybe Ralsei's just being hopeful, but it really makes it seem like he was actively anticipating something happening there. There's nothing over at the Acid Lake. We cannot proceed to the left. The winds are blowing, and we must make our way off towards the Queen. Upon making it to this top platform, nobody is here. Continue on further across the bridge. We have the same cutscene talking about the knight, describing the ways they would stab the world with their willful knife and create new fountains. And at the end, here I am, still empty-handed in my quest. Noelle is in no condition to assist me now. She must rest. And Bird Boy, I searched for him for ages, but my sensors cannot detect him anywhere. How thoughtful you two have come to help me. Chris, Susie, which one of you wants to be the new knight? Get out of our way. Noelle needs to wake up. Wake? No, she is already awakened to too much. Let her close her eyes and sleep away into a darker, darker dream. Something that will read as being very familiar to anyone who's looked into Gaster lore and secrets. The Queen flies away and returns in her Giga body. Now, which one of you wants to help me cover this world in darkness? Queen, why would we want to unleash the roaring so much? What is that? The roaring? Yeah, that. What is that? If too much darkness is released, titans will emerge from the fountain and destroy everything. All darkners will turn into statues, and all lighteners will be lost in eternal chaos. Holy circuits, are you serious? You really didn't know that? No. So it's basically the same conversation playing out at a different time. Well, my plans are shot. My one idea to help Noelle failed. Go ahead, Chris. Seal the fountain. I will not stay in your way any longer. And just like that, no queen fights whatsoever. When you interact, they remain staring off into the distance. As we continue on, Susie pauses. Hey, wait. You don't have to. I mean, it doesn't have to be goodbye, you know? Error. I have no idea what you're talking about. We have our own dark world. You can stay there, you know? Who knows, maybe someday you'll even get to meet Noelle again. Really? Maybe. Fatal Exception. Sweet. And oh hell yeah, EXE. Susie, I knew you were a nice girl. Hey, I'm just... Chris, go seal the fountain. I'm gonna go see Noelle before you do. Chris, I'll tell Queen about our town. Chris, I look forward to being your wacky roommate. Chris, the fountain is waiting for you. Amazing. So I can turn your castle into my mansion? Wait, that's not what I'm saying. You're blocked off. We can't go back to go and check in on Susie or Noelle. Advancing forward on the rooftop, we have a save point and a vending machine. It sells pre-fountain refreshments. 1 bagel, 120. Yeah, you're gonna want to buy like as many of these as you can, just to be safe. With all that killing you've been doing, you probably have a lot of cash. Why not put some of that cash towards some dough? Advancing forward by yourself towards the fountain. It was as if your very soul was glowing. Not. We have Spamton come crashing down with their wires. Let me say thanks. Thanks to your total jackass stunts, I have become Neo. And now it's my mansion, my city, my world. So, why are you stealing the fountain? Me overwrite at the good part? What are you, a game show host? Kid, forget it. I'm an honest man. I'll let you pay your way out of this one. Pay. With your rapidly shrinking life. This battle plays out very similarly to the Spamton Neo fight in a regular route. This time, however, Chris has 2 different act options. X/ does a bunch of damage, and Fried Pippus can be used to heal. It's time to be a big shot. I remember when you were just a lost little sponge, sleeping at the bottom of a dumpster. Spamton turns to the audience and laughs. I gave you everything I had, my life advice. I told you 4 left and asked you buy or don't buy. Spamton appeals to the audience with a festive jig. I gave you my commemorative ring for the price of my favorite year, which we've learned, 1997. Spamton begs to the audience. Spamton prays to the audience. And this is how you repay me? Treating me like DLC? What? What? Are you serious? It's for you. There is no audience. No, I get it. It's you and that Hachi Mama. You've been making, haven't you? Smells like rotten glass. You've been making Hyperlink Blocked. And now that you have your own supply, you don't need me. I was too trusting, too honest. I've always been a man of the Pippus, a real Pippus person. Spamton begs the audience to stop taking the furniture out of his room. I should have known you would have used my ring for evil. Oh right, that's why I sold it to you. When you eat a fried Pippus to heal, recovered HP with Pippus, and we have the likes down in the bottom right corner, which I really don't know what that's all about. You think making frozen chicken with your side chick, frozen chicken being Birdly and side chick Noelle, is gonna let you drink up that sweet, sweet freedom sauce? Well, you're right, don't blame me. When you're crying in a broken home wishing you let your old pal Spamton kill you. Spamton feels the sweet breeze as he takes a ride around town. If you choose to check Spamton Neo, You won't find higher attack and defense anywhere else. The smooth taste of Neo. Wake up and taste the pain. Can a little sponge do this? Go gaga and die? The smooth taste of Neo. The stage lights are shattered. Don't you want to be a big shot? It pulls the strings and makes them ring. Clown? No, I feel sick. My esteemed customer, I see you are attempting to deplete my HP. I think this happens around 10% left. I'll admit, you've got some guts, kid. But in a 1-for-1 battle, Neo never loses. It's time for a little blue light special. Spamton Neo's attack dropped, and their defense rose greatly. Didn't you know? Neo is famous for its high defense. Now, enjoy the fireworks, kid. At which point we switched to all these Pippus-based attacks, getting heads blasted at us every way. Spamton Neo's defense is towering. You can continue to try to attack. It doesn't really matter, it only lets you do 10 damage. Enjoy the fireworks, we keep getting these heads blasted at us, and if their health gets too low, they will just heal themselves anyway. Instead, we have to switch to acting. We'll see a little face of Ralsei. Chris called for help, but nobody came, which itself is actually a Earthbound reference. What? You're calling friends? You think you can beat me with your friend's magic? Go ahead, kid. Call all you want. No one will ever pick up. Continue to act, Ralsei once more. Nobody came. Go ahead and scream into the receiver. The voice runs out eventually. Your voice, their voice, until you realize you are all alone. Acting this time, it is now Susie we see. You call for help, but nobody came. There will be no more miracles. No more magic. You lost it when you tried to see too far. You lost it. Acting again, Susie. Nobody came. You make me sick. Muttering your lost friends' names at the bottom of a dumpster. No one's gonna help you. Get that through your beautiful head, you little worm. Acting now, it is Noelle. You whispered Noelle's name. Her? You're still trying to use her? You think she can hear you now, muttering her name? What's she gonna do? Make an ice cream? Hey, is it cold in here, or is it just me? Massive damage dealt, and our heart carries forward, closing the fountain, same as it would have at the end of Chapter 1, or on a normal route. Calling for help from different characters. There is a separation at the very end here, where you call for Noelle. You whisper her name, implying that it is the player overriding a need for Chris, but nobody came. Is itself an Earthbound reference, but was something also specifically used in Undertale for the genocide route. Now, after this fight is completed, we awake at school. Still within the library computer lab. Huh? Birdley's alarm. A dream? It was really just a... Susie! Susie, what are you doing here? You invited us to study, remember? Oh, right, I did, didn't I? You're in a good mood. Did you, have a good dream? It was a nightmare. Oh. I'm just happy I woke up. The end was nice, though. What happened? Well, even though we wouldn't have seen it, we can presume that her and Susie still had, like, their nice Ferris wheel ride, perhaps. Hey, Birdley, time to get up and go. Birdley? Gosh, you've been studying too much, Birdley. Honestly, you deserve a little rest, you know? Sweet dreams. I mean, pretty sure he's straight up dead. Noelle is slightly more confident this time, approaching things rather directly. But what are you doing? You don't have a tail, do you, Susie? No, of course not. Really? That's great. Her boldness, her strength, her sense of control is way up. That was weird, Chris. Somehow it doesn't feel like we just saved the world. And then this conversation carries on as normal. If you check on Birdley, he doesn't seem to be awake. If you check on this closet in the back, the closet is spacious and full of old electronics. A large person could easily fit inside. I think kind of indicating that we could stash Birdley's body in there. Birdley's probably not dead, otherwise he would turn to dust, but he does appear to be in some sort of comatose state. In the hospital, interacting with this little toy off to the side. First, how it would normally appear. It's one of those sliding bead toys that naturally spawns inside doctors' offices. The beads march grimly along their set path. And now, after having done the Snowgrave route, the beads of the toy march on. One of the blue beads is broken and torn off, implying that these beads on their track are representative of the characters following the intended route of the game. By going off track and injuring Birdley into some comatose state, we've disrupted the intended ordering of events. Oh my god, this full game is gonna get wild, isn't it? If after we head to the hospital and check in on Noelle and her father. Silver Drake, huh? That's a new one. Alright, what's the plan, honey? Maybe we could try Ice Shock, the move that she was using all through this route. Ice on the Ice Palace boss? Don't you want to try Fire Shock or something? Yeah, you're right. Here, how about letting me control it for a bit? And here we're seeing more of confident Noelle not wanting to give up any control. No, I'll control it myself. Not like you to be a controller hog, honey. You feeling alright? Huh? Me? Of course, I'm fine, Dad. I fell asleep in the library and, just had a weird dream. Noelle, I knew that bird-brained put you to sleep. What'd he do? Start lecturing you on his theorem of the inequality in children's fighter games? No, he fell asleep too. Wow, he even put himself to sleep. Ha! Yeah, I guess so. Well, sounds like you two have been hitting the books too hard. Why don't you go home and hibernate? I'll see you tomorrow at church. Dad, are you gonna be okay to go? Of course. You take it easy, honey. Okay then, yeah, I'll go home and rest. And now another little difference. Noelle will actually notice Chris first on her way out of the room. Chris, what are you doing here? Hell if I know. Susie! And carrying on, oh, this is Susie. Noelle runs out of the room. When we go to leave, hey, Susie, mind if I have a word with you a sec? Guess I'll be a sec, Chris. Outside of that room, we have a new cutscene, hearing the thoughts of Noelle. Come on, it was just a bad dream. Even so, it was so real, I can't get it out of my mind. That voice telling me what to do? A voice unlike Chris's? A terrifying voice. Chris. Recently, there's been something different about them. Why hasn't anyone else noticed it? I have to figure it out. Why Chris is acting so strange. Why they keep coming to the hospital. If you were to say, to see you, to see your father. Either way, it has the same dialogue. Huh? Chris? How long have you been standing there? Phew, you really scared me, you know? Keep it together, Noelle. There's nothing to be afraid of. After all, a dream is just a dream, right? Then why did their voice just now sound so terrifying? Because it wasn't a dream. Hey, Chris, let's beat it already. If you instead choose to say nothing, the dialogue progresses as it normally would. Man, he kept telling me about Noelle, like her favorite things, places she'd like to go. No idea what the hell that was about. So, the hell were you two doing? Nothing, Susie. I was just about to go home. I'd see you. Guess she's afraid of me again, huh? Man, would be nice if she knew everything that happened was real, huh, Chris? Come on, try to be a little more enthusiastic. The player actually maintains control during that scene. If you make a movement towards Noelle, it immediately jumps forward to the section where Noelle recognizes that Chris is present. Stepping again, stop, don't come any closer, with a shaky voice. Stepping again ends the text boxes. If at some point in the run you take off Noelle's watch and instead put it on Chris, during this dialogue option where she tries to convince herself a dream is just a dream, interrupts herself. Chris, why are you wearing my watch? When did you... In your dream. At which point Susie comes back in, we don't get to go any further down that branch. The remainder of the game, throughout the rest of Hometown, plays out the same. There's a new cutscene with Queen when heading back down to our castle town, which is fun to say. So this is your castle town. It's magnificent. The population density is so wonderfully low. I bet the Swatchlings will love this. Where are the Swatchlings anyhow? Or Task Manager, or even regular Task? Hey Chris, where is everyone else? Don't worry, Queen, I'm here. Me and only me. Well, I guess I'll go to my room. Uncertain, we know Toby loves his anagrams. We've seen it many times throughout the series. And so I find it extra interesting that Snowgrave can be an anagram for wrong save. Saves were obviously very important to Undertale, so far at best minorly important to Deltarune. I'm not gonna rule out the significance of that because it's far too cool. I feel like I did this project mostly because I could, not necessarily because I should. But it was cathartic for me to re-edit and improve, fix a few things along the way, cut out a few points that would have been repetitive, stretched out across several videos. So maybe in the future people will chip away at this video here and there and can easily scrub through it to search for specific details rather than trying to find everything scattered across 11 videos. So yeah, I understand that this is insane, but I did it for a reason. It's probably long forgotten now, but be sure to check the description of this video and the pinned comment for a link to that Steam publisher page. Wishlist any and all of those games, it would help out so much. Thank you all so much for watching. If you watch this entire thing, you're a complete and utter mad person, and I love you for it. And much love to the patrons of the channel for their additional support. Thank you all so much for watching. Did anyone watch this in one sitting? I hope someone watched this in one sitting. That's bonkers. I hope to see you all again soon.